Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's July 9th, 2024, and you're hearing live from the warmest room in Netrunner. How's everyone doing? How's everyone's summer? All the buttons have been hit in the right order. Nailed it. How's everyone doing? Bit of a rushed one. It's a busy day today. We have a stream, mind you, this afternoon. We did a whole bunch of video stuff and editing over the weekend. And tonight I'm doing recording with Jeffrey to talk about our tier list. Mind you, next week, we're not going to be around. We're going to be a bit on seeing some family stuff. So there will be no streams, no Tuesday, no Thursday. There will be a stream this Thursday. Patrick should be joining us for better for worse. And then next week we'll try and get, I think 2 videos would be nice. So we'll have the tier list revisit if nothing terrible happens. And we should have a deck dive, alphabet deck dive. I'm glad you mentioned that because I forgot, Lamau. I scheduled my whole damn life around you, Jeff. What is this? We haven't picked a time. We just said after dinner. Oh, thank God you're watching. Dude. I'm doing a deep dive. We're at Captain Padma. We're on sea. And let me tell you, actually, firstly, because you might be able to help me. Lucas, Nickelodeon Guts. John, Andre, you making Guts reference? I technically am. Yeah, aggro tag is aggro crag, I think. I've never seen Guts, but I'm pretty sure I know what that is. Hey, Aku, Berserk Guts. John, also, hopefully you're doing well. Hey, John, we got to talk about some, like, prize support stuff if you want to do prize support stuff for Montreal and NPC. Because we got a lot of stuff going on, mind you. We got 2 little birds. We got 2 more birds. Maddie's just been making some more Banhar tokens. And there's a bunch of frogs behind me stacked up there. We'll pull some of those in throughout the stream, but we're a mill. We're a content farm for little cute tokens you can have. Montreal and NPC, August 24th, 25th. Love to have you. You ready to start from on Tron? How's it going? Are you welcome back to dry land or to mainland? I think Italy's dry. Let's deal on mid-house move with no internet until tomorrow. My data plan held out through Neon Static yesterday. Will I hold out through Métropole Grid today? I'm excited to find out. Hopefully it's an exciting mid-house move. Hopefully it's not too stressful and you're taking care of yourself. Hopefully vacation also went well. Lucas, you mentioned being happy about Captain Padma. This is what I was saying is I'm doing a Captain Padma deck dive and I don't like Captain Padma. I'll just go out and say it. My ability fires a handful of times and it is value pilled. It's not interesting. I don't build my game plan around it. It just is a nice thing that happens sometimes. That's probably not a good way to show off Captain Padma, but anytime I do something a bit more ambitious and a bit more strange, it doesn't work. So I'm just like playing good stuff Shaper with like a couple charge targets running R&D. I can't get it to make any sense. Hey Phil, well done. I don't know if I've said hi Zalrath, happy Tuesday. Eric Hayden, Hotbox Streaming Club. Oh, gross. How was your stream on Monday? I caught just a bit of it. Damn, for better, for worse. Shade. I might be the most human room in Netrunner. It's very rainy here. It might be. Yeah, it could be. I hope it isn't. You probably don't want it to be like that. Warmest room in Netrunner says the Canadian to the Floridian. Do you want to play a game? How? Weather? Network. That's right. You've angered my pride. How long? Weather Network, Miami. Miami current weather. 102, 90F. What is that in Canada? That's pretty hot. Okay, that's pretty hot. Well, that can happen to us. Like, that happens. Not today. I'm not going to win this one. I'm glad I tried. Montreal, Wisconsin. I just don't look it up. Patrick for better. Avatar, how's it going? Let's talk. Love to discuss. Okay, fantastic. We have some really cool stuff we're working on, and I think it's going to be a sick event. How are you cats aren't absolutely destroying those birds is a mystery to me. So the secret is we got this cat tree maybe a couple months ago, and it was like such the best improvement we had to the streaming setup because Nanako the cat loves it. So there'll be a lot of videos and streams where she's just like hanging up on there on the top floor. However, since about June, if not May, things get warm. So what you can see, you see the light that hits the wall there? That's because over there, there's a balcony door and or a balcony window. And that's where we install the air conditioner. So the air conditioner, which at this point is a bit old and failing, is in that window. It's just off screen on the left of the Netrunner birds. You can see the corner of the Netrunner birds art frame. That means that this tree is just constantly, again, for better for worse, bombarded by air conditioning. For some cats, that's a plus. It's a nice, cool place to hang out. But for Nanako, she doesn't want to be on there. She just doesn't like being blown in the face, which, like, I get it. If you have whiskers, you probably don't want to be standing in front of a fan all day. So we can't really move the cat tree. So it's just like a seasonal cat tree, which means she's not going to mess with the little frogs. She doesn't, because she doesn't want to go up there because it's constantly cold. It is what it is. Padma just doesn't have it without her boat. I printed a lot of stuff to support charge in the last set. And like the bummer is a lot of this stuff is like almost on the edge of pursuing, right? Like you can make a Melandrium Padma. Is it worth doing? Probably not. I forgot this is only once per run or once per turn even. That's way worse than I thought it'd be. Obviously strength 3 gets you through most stuff, but a lot of people will put one big ice on R&D. Like 4 strength ice is not unpopular. So that's a problem. Kurapira has been out for a while, and then you realize with Kurapira, you needed to have a charge on it before you can get a charge on it, because that's the way charge works. That's frustrating. Obviously, Cataloger is like an absolute slam dunk. Kasi String, Wink Wink, Aku. Kasi String is something I considered, and the issue to me in Kasi String is that it fills this exact same niche that already Padma is unfortunately very good at. Like, Kasi String is not a bad card, abstractly, as much as it's never really done anything. The first time each turn a successful run on a remote server ends, if you've breached that server but stole no agendas, I thought it said stole no agendas and trashed nothing. Like, I thought it was the same clause as Amakua, but it's not. It's just stole no agendas. You may place 1 power counter on this resource. When this resource has 4 more hosted counters on it, it's worth 1 agenda point. That's good. A lot of decks right now in the standard format are playing a lot of 3-pointers. And if they're playing a lot of 3-pointers, inherently getting an extra free cheat point is like worth something. The issue is you have Cataloger. Like, Cataloger is one of the strongest Padma cards for, like, obvious reasons. And then if you're playing Cataloger, you might as well play Mad Dash, which means you're already really good into 5/3s. I think Mad Dash is, like, super slept on in the modern meta right now. I think it's just a very powerful card. We saw, like, the top of most of the Continentals recently. They're just, like, all 5/3 decks. So, like, Mad Dash is worth playing as long as you have a way to consistently Mad Dash. And, like, we're not playing Stargate consistently in Anarch, and I think maybe we should consider doing it. But at the end of the day, right, like, you don't actually need a free point when you're so good at playing Mad Dash. And do you need Mad Dash and Kasi String? I can't say you do. I'm not 100% sure. Nyasha Mary Padma is a fun little thing you can do. I had a deck list like that too. Hold on, I'll show you my, like, Padma variants. So, just to go over that, because I don't know if they'll make it into the deck dive video. First thing I did was Captain Crow, which this was a deck list largely I played earlier on the stream, where we tried to do Amelia Earhart. This deck is when it's good, it's fun, and by fun I mean no fun for the corporation whatsoever, but it can work. It can work. It's super inconsistent, and it is draw dependent. It is not great. I also, the more I played Padma, the more I got upset about playing Lobisomum Orca, because I think barriers are actually relatively good right now, and we're not Kit. So the Lobisomum actually runs out of ability to break barriers at some point, and then you're forced to charge the Lobisomum running R&D instead of charging the stuff that, like, hopefully you're playing Padma for. So this was a problem, didn't know what to do with it. I failed more games than it succeeded. After that, I did something really weird. I played against somebody online at an early part of this new set. It was playing a deck like this. So we're playing all the kind of cryptid abilities, so like Gabali, we're playing Slap Vandal, and then the idea is that we play a lot of R&D pressure like Nyasha, And then we play things like Poison Vial and Boomerang and Mind's Eye. And we play this whole horde of like, I'm going to run R&D with Pretty Mary and C4 cards. What are you going to do about it? That also just wasn't particularly good. And at the end of the day, it was like, this card is so much better to me, it seemed, than like playing Iru and playing, you know, Pretty Mary and playing all this sort of like multi-axis. Like, why multi-axis when we can catalog? And now we're at this most boring, straightforward build. I don't think I've lost the game yet, but it's like we're playing 6 Influence of Bravado. We're playing 6 Influence of Bravado. Like, this sparks no joy. It sparks no joy also because Spark of Inspiration is such a frustrating card to play. It's such a frustrating card to play, where you're like in that waiting room, be like, I really hope I draw my Spark soon so I can play the game of Netrunner. Anyways. Amelia is the only card that makes me want to play Padma. Yeah, Spark, how's it going? We tried it, and like, it can work. It's just like, there's a lot of decks it's bad against. I bet they have better AC, though. Dan, you're probably right. How's it going? Hey, Jai, here to hang out until I pass out. It's like midnight 30. Good evening, Jai. Good morning. Sam, Bing Bonk, how you going? Wenjong, hey, good game the other day. How you doing? What's up, friendos? I feel like Infinilogger is good enough to be B tier. That's how I feel. It's like, this is a deck that just plays like any other Shaper deck that's kind of, you know, mid-range, the most uninteresting Shaper you could be, and then it just has a Cataloger that stays around. And I think, honestly, maybe we should play 3 Cataloger, because Cataloger Mad Dash is kind of really strong right now. And that's it. It's like, my ID ability is that the Cataloger is permanent. It's like, that doesn't feel that good. Would I rather play 3 Cataloger and play Lat? Yes. And this is the most frustrating thing I ever run into when I'm deck building. It's like when I have an ID, that even when I try to do the IDs thing, it just feels worse than the generic version. It's like, would this be better in Hoshiko problem? And there's a lot of Anarch decks that are not strictly better in Hoshiko. There used to be a lot that are. And I feel like with Padma, anytime I build a Padma deck, it feels like, oh, this would be just better in Haley, or like better in Lat, or all these other like Shaper ideas that have been around for a while. If anyone has deck suggestions for ICC, hit me up for friendo. Just play what you're comfortable with. Hey, Ba, how's it going? How was your EMEA? I realize your streams are amongst the most constant aspects of my life. Thanks for using content and shares. VT, that's very cool to hear. Glad you can be like hanging out for as long as we've been hanging out. Glad you've been liking it. Asgar, how's it going? Hey, Andre, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Bravado is strong in Padma. It is. Bravado is so strong in Padma, but like playing Bravado is the app, like it's like the admission that we have no better ideas. And not that this is a bad idea. Bravado is a really good idea. But I honestly think I should be playing Overclock sooner than Bravado. I cut Overclocks. It can't be right. Obviously, the name thinks that. Maybe more Compile to force a breaker. So I don't know what to do about Compile. Joe, how's it going? I know Nichan was playing Compile in her deck. And the idea is that you make a run. So this card has a lot of text on it. It's maybe for those who are unfamiliar, it's like a bit of a niche FFG card. Make a run. The first time you encounter a piece of ice during their run, so they have to res it, you may search your stack or heap for a program and install it, ignoring all costs. When the run ends, add that program to the bottom of your stack if it's still installed. So this card sees play, firstly, because it's technically a recursion card. So if you do, heaven forbid, lose one of your breakers to, well, anything really, SDS drone deployment and a big old Stavka, you're kind of cooked, because this deck only has one recursion card, because I'm not playing Ashen Epilogue, because I don't think you need to play Ashen Epilogue. So that's good. But the other thing with this is you can be aggressive. You can be like, oh, I'm going to compile the remote server, and then they res their ice on the remote server, and then you install the Lobotomio, and then a Lobotomio unfortunately goes to the bottom of your stack, which means you 100% know the only time you're going to get your Lobotomio back is now if you play 2 Spark of Inspiration. It seems so completely cursed, unless you're playing a kit deck, and then you're actually playing like 2 copies of Lobotomio or 3 copies of Lobotomio. But when you're playing 1 copy of Lobotomio, and you know it's on the bottom of the deck because you compiled it aggressively, like how are you meant to play the rest of the game? It's impossible. I don't know what to do about it. It feels so bad. Like, I think test run rejig is maybe worth looking at. Also, I'm like, obviously, there's balance to Spark of Inspiration, where like this rig would be really good if it did have a copy of Turbine, because this coming in at 4 strength, this coming in at 5 strength is, well, the first one matters more than the latter. I'm like close enough to like considering playing some of the bad hardware that is like the sort of equivalent to Turbine, as much as it is more limited. But yeah, like I'm just constantly frustrated with how uninteresting this plays. I have a sneaking suspicion that I'm the runner in your Diogene replay. Any chance you know? I cannot confirm nor deny. I have to know I obviously know the person's handle. Their handle wasn't your name. So I'm not sure. I'm surprised you wouldn't know if it was you. But I'm not going to confirm it. I don't think the person should be anonymous. Hey Droids is here to get me through a boring day of painting an apartment. What color are you doing? And are you doing the outside or the inside? You're probably doing the inside, let's be honest. Bravado's pretty good idea. It's like a good idea. It's just like, can the card be less interesting? Oh, it gives you money for running? Okay. Are there conditions? No, not really. You get more money if you pass ice? Uh-huh. Oh, okay. So it just gives you a lot of money to run. Uh-huh. I love compile. I can't get a Santa. How's it going? I don't understand what to do with it. I do not understand to do with one Lobosome and how you're meant to compile. It doesn't make sense. Retrieval run is an infinite alternative option. I think retrieval run's actually a cool idea. I like that more. No, I haven't been running into too much program destruction. The good way that we beat SDS drone deployment is we mad dash it and win the game. Haha. But you're right. That retrieval run, I've seen retrieval run C play in these sort of lists to bring back the expensive stuff. You can even throw them out and run archives. That's not a bad idea. It's only 2 influence. If you don't like bravado, your next best thing is inside job or something to diffuse ice. The thing is, like, I don't want an inside job R&D. Like, there is some chance that if you're playing catalog as your win condition, like, for the same influence, you could play Estebrado, and you just Estebrado R&D. But, like, you might know me. I really hate this. I do not like the playstyle to be like, oh, I have multi-X's. I'm just going to bypass all your ice on R&D, and I'm going to see 4 cards with cataloger and win the game. It's like, why are we playing the game? I don't know. Why are we playing the game? I'm just going to bypass your ice. It doesn't make any sense to me. There's, like, no counterplay to this, really. 3 ice. Okay, cool. It's like probably not bad. It's just like I feel like so cheesy Estebradoing R&D to get a cataloger and shaper. Hey Lazy, how's it going? You always compile for Orca, I think, even if it doesn't break. I see the idea that you compile for Orca so you can bottom Orca so that you don't draw it, but then you need 2 sparks to get it, right? And that's fine, because obviously you want to spark your Orca. But the problem I run to is when I'm playing against Jinteki, and especially like Jinteki Glacier or Jinteki Rush, you actually want your Orca. For that reason, like, do you compile and bottom your other thing? But it's like Saisentan is a 3 of in every Jinteki deck that it is worth playing competitively right now. Don't at me. Like, obviously that's a bit of a sentence. But like, I just can't face check into Saisentan. The deck is running 28 events. Like, you die 9 out of 10 times. So like actually getting your Orca down before you're even allowed to face check is fundamentally a problem with this deck. And I think there is a quarter of the meta in which you can face check without your killer because Saisentan exists for some reason. I hate it. I hate Saisentan so much. I've been trying Padma, hey Matt, with a couple of each of these breakers and retrieval run as well as Spark of Inspiration runs a bit quicker. I could see the Spark. I think Spark is, or sorry, I can see the retrieval run. Retrieval run makes sense. I just haven't been running into recursion issues. The cool thing about retrieval runs, you can discard the thing and then just like retrieval run it next turn, and that saves you a bit of money. At that point, would I rather just play like rigging up? Maybe, but still not bad. AKN? No, then Asger, it wasn't you. I don't think you can compile unless it's really necessary. Exactly. I work for the apartment complex, so it's super boring. The coloring is called Canvas. Scientists have worked for years in their labs to come up with the most boring name of a color, and they've come up with Sherwin-Williams' Canvas Tan. Now, let me be straight. It's not the worst color. That name, though, is hilariously sleepy. Bless you. Like, that's fine. That's a fine color. Credits in my Netrunner. Hey, Frank, it's been a minute or minutes on holiday until August. Only a class to finish from the 21st of July. Do you know what I have for you, Frank? I have this in my pocket next to my desk. Hopefully you're gonna get on holidays, but I had those there for a moment. I was like, wait, I haven't seen Frank in a moment. Hopefully you're doing well. Until August, only class to finish for the 21st of July. Oh, okay, I see holiday. You could still be here holiday, so I might run into you soon later. The counterplay to compile is not rezzing, so you fire it in most res scenarios. Yeah, or you run into ice that's already rezzed. But technically you're right. If it's kind of like raindrops, in theory you don't want to res into this. But I think raindrops is worse to res into this, because if they get the breaker down and put it on the bottom of their deck, it's not that big of a deal. I run a deep dive Padma that looks a little like this. 1 Kasi string is a chef's kiss. I hear you. I just, like, maybe this list should be on 3 cataloger. I just don't think this makes sense. I'm painting the new house I'm moving into a sort of light cream. And by I'm painting, I mean I'm taking advantage of how much my dad loves DIY. I'm scared of painting the same way I'm scared of using scissors and coloring, as in like when I was younger, nobody taught me how to stay in the lines. You know what I mean? Like they just said, oh yeah, here's a crayon. You'll figure it out, buddy. And then you looked over to the person next to you and they were really good at crayoning. Like they were outlining stuff and they were shading it and it was even because they only went the same direction. I honestly do not know what the hack is to make crayons look good. And nobody taught you. And like there's so many fundamental things like that they just be like, here's scissors. Am I going to teach you a scissor technique? No, you dingus. You're going to figure out how to cut scissors. And then you look at the little thing you cut out and it looks like someone cut it with their teeth, right? Like painting is probably going to stress me out, but I imagine it's comforting. I've painted like walls in college in which the stakes were very low. But if someone said paint your own apartment, I'd be like, ooh, I have to live here. I have to look at it every day. Am I sure? I hope it goes well, Lucille. Not sure how good compile is, but it's definitely a pet card. I can see this being cool. It's not a great play, but can you compile and get compiled to get your catalogers out of your deck? Like, tempo positive programs exist right now. Can you compile to gain 4 credits, or technically 2 credits? It's cheaper if you make this on a run event. But the idea is that you can compile, install a cataloger, take the money off of cataloger, and then trade it to the world tree. You probably don't need to do it, but it's just like really fun to reevaluate these cards when there's like tempo positive programs, because it's not just breakers. This card I've only seen to produce breakers. He means coalescence. What have I been saying? Shit. Hey Seb, how's it going, Pouch? Talking charts today. Yeah, we have a deck dive for Padma, and like the list is doing fine. It's just like I'm so uninspired by this pile of cards that I don't feel very good about it. Waking Plan Padma is great too. Yeah. The Waking Plan we've had before. Twinning is also the same sort of idea, and I like that. But at the end of the day, like if you're playing Cataloger, and which we might want to be on 3, there is literally no reason to run any other multi-axis besides Burner and Cataloger, right? Like you don't need Wake and Cataloger for obvious reasons. So you don't. Like I think you just pick a lane, and I think Cataloger is a much stronger lane to close the game quicker. And I think Bad Dash is very strong right now with 3-pointers. My favorite Padma trick target is Julie. Shaper has sufficient targets for her, and you can import stuff like wheels. So this is the thing, okay? So we got wheels is cool. We have Nuka. Nuka is one of my favorite things to charge, I'll be honest. Infinite Diesel is a good hack. I'm like Aku drinking Monster Energy drink. But if you do wheels, and then you have telework, or not wheels, sorry, if you have Julie. The idea is that you run R&D to gain a click. That's basically like it's just Sable with more steps and less generic payout. Right? Right? Like, yeah, cool. But it's... I want it to do something cool. I don't want it just to be like, oh, you're like worse Sable sometimes. I love these Green Rant Tuesdays we've been having. Is it always green, VT? You think it's always green? I don't know. It's like, this to me is we're running into an issue. And I think this is maybe a trick shot issue. This is not something I put into words before, so don't worry about this actually. But like, there's so much of Shaper now that is just super, super value oriented in like a really good on-tempo way, right? Like we're playing 28 damn events in a Shaper deck. If you showed this to a Netrunner player in like 2017, their mind would explode. There were Shaper decks that ran like 5 events because they mostly were making their engine off of installing stuff and pawn shop and all that sort of stuff. Like this doesn't make any sense. But now like every Shaper, like none of these cards care about what your ID ability is, right? Like Trick Shot is I think a weird card because you don't have to build around it. This seemed like a build around card. This seemed like a card that cared for a certain board state. So like a certain ID and a certain program suite would use this better than others, but you can't. You can't. We had PvPK for a long time. You're right. We did. And that was specifically the one Shaper program deck. But that was like 2014. But you're not wrong. Actually, that's worth shouting out. That's not dissimilar to this. But the idea is like all the Shaper decks that are running like this are so similar, right? Like the Kit decks is just this, but then they change like a couple cards. Then the Padma decks seem to be this, and they change a couple cards. And like the Lat decks are not always like this because it doesn't entirely make sense, but I don't know. It just feels like this chunk of cards has no interest in what your ID ability is doing. And yeah, they're mostly like the most generic cards you can possibly play. Like we're playing Diesel and Create a Commission. Of course they don't care. It's just like literally one card in our deck cares about our ID ability. And I feel like you can make a lot of Shaper decks where that's the truth. It's just generically good stuff. I don't know. It's hard. Can't even stand taking me back to college. Julie's just worse than Nuka though 9 times out of 10. I don't know if I'd go at it and say that with confidence, but I could hear it. Hey, Minesweeping, my family moved when I was 11 and I could choose any color to paint my new bedroom and I chose basically canvas tan. Do you regret it? I think the color of your room does a heck of a lot to like, you know, set a mood. and an ambiance. I want to be very clear before, you know, I cast the first stone. I've exclusively existed in apartments where the walls are white. Or houses. Like growing up, my mom, she was the one who cared about the aesthetic of things, and it would always be like white. Everything's white. Hardwood floor, if we got it, white walls. So when it comes to like coloring a wall any other color that's not the absence of color, if we want to say that, I don't know. That's me. These walls are white. It's the light and the color balance. Pain is an evil force. Doom shows no mercy. Speaking of Padma decks, I need to go back to trying to build D99 deck now that we have a good Shaper cards worth recurring. I just don't know if you need to do that with DJ Fenris, but I hear you. District 99 is a bit slow, and if you're charging this, like, it is just so slow. Like, you get this down, then you have to charge us 3 times, or run R&D 3 times, which, that's 3 different turns, just to spend a click to draw a card back. Like, I've played District 99 in, like, max 100 decks. And honestly, in some games, it wins you the game, where you just need to get enough Steelskin Scarrings in your hand. Like, that is game winning. But compared to Steve Cambridge, it just makes no sense. And, like, I'm glad, I'm not going to be upset that recursion cards are slow and bad, but... Coalescence use power counters so we can make Padma to Green Gabriel Santiago with extra steps. Trat, I've actually seen that. I've seen people charge with, especially Orca, charge your Coalescences. And it's cool. It's just honestly kind of cool. But it means that you can't play Spark. Which means you probably shouldn't be playing these breakers, I'm guessing. So, like, that's the problem. It's like, this sort of card is so restricting that there's so many cool things that don't get explored because the only way to play these is with the opportunity cost of leaving this column entirely blank. But I honestly think, like, the fact that you can break a drafter abstractly for 2 credits and make 2 credits back by charging a Coalescence. And mind you, when you charge your Coalescence, the Coalescence has to have a power counter on it, so you can't empty your Coalescence first. As soon as you commit to empty your Coalescence, you can't ever recharge it. Anyways. I thought no stream today. No, there's a stream today. Winnicon, how's it going? There's no stream next week. How you doing, by the way? So you said that Shaper's now criminal? Yes, everything is criminal. No, but there's some Shapers that are not. Cataloger is so good. I switched off Deep Dive and Conduit and saved a few deck slots. I don't think the meta has proven that Cataloger is this good. I know when it came out, I thought Cataloger was really good. But I don't think people have proven it's as good as it probably is, which I'm excited to see that. The best part of Kata is not needing to run Peter Shaw Wheel Swift for DD or Conduit. Yeah, it's super slots, unintensive. All you need is a cataloger, and you probably should rate a Mad Dash. For what it's worth, too, multiple catalogers actually stack relatively well, because you can always empty one cataloger to make a run, install the second cataloger, and hit the button if you need to. Like, it doesn't care how the run has been made. You can hit that button if you've made a run. Obviously, playing 3 of them is a bit wild, but it's just cataloger. Cataloger is just an absurd amount of pressure. It's one of the highest pressure cards you can put on the table, and it doesn't take MU, and it doesn't have an expensive cost. The last card we saw like that was like Stargate. And then Conduit is a problem too, but Conduit is expensive, loses to a virus, and it's not... What's it called? This is even good when it misses, because you can control the game sometimes. I'm not sure their mind would be blown. Yeah, you're not wrong. Hey, Marcus, I'm one of those players. Got back in recently and the Shaper events blew my mind. Yeah! All right, take that, Jeff. Glad to hear it, though. Like, it's genuinely, I've been saying this for a long time. It's really cool that there's Shaper events you want to play. I don't know. Maybe I'm popular, but I don't mind a lot of cards that are just good for faction. I only need like 10% of the deck to be ID specific for field unique. I care more about faction identity than identity. Tron, I think there's definitely a lot of people that agree with you on there. For me, I think this is a conversation that was like pretty rough a couple months ago, maybe years ago, is that when you ask someone what they're playing in a tournament, the answer shouldn't be your identity. The answer should be your faction. Because if you said Anarch, you knew all the Anarch decks played the similar way and are playing the same 90% of the cards. And I don't think the game is better for that. I think I'm really excited when you get those sort of IDs that are entirely independent, but still explore the same card pool. So the way that Arasana is different than any other Shaper, that's notable. The way that Az or Essa is different, that's super notable. And I like those designs a lot better. I still think there should be the value versions, like, you know, get your Lats, get your, arguably to your, what's her name, Sables, your Nushas. But I don't like it when it's just like, it's all the same. I live in the paint the walls gray unless you have a goddamn recent household. Gray is like, it's okay. D99 World Tree. I think I've seen it. I don't see why you're running 3x SMC 3x overclock and trick shot to install the Loba Arkham. I don't see why, because it costs 12 credits. I don't think you can play 12 credits for an Orca. Right, like as soon as you're expecting to play 12 credits for your Orca, you should just play a different killer. Like you don't need to play Orca. Lobisomio, I'm actually convinced that is worth playing. even if you have to pay market rates for it, as long as you can cheat it out with overclock or SMC and overclock or trick shot, because you don't have to install your fractor and you don't have to install your decoder. That being said, I do think in Padma, you actually can run to board states where Lobosomu has a big downside, because it's not like Kit where you're charging this for free. Notably too, I saw a deck recently and I wanted to explore this when I was searching up Padma lists. Somebody built a deck that was entirely Padma, but only Orca, and then just Palangis. It was Omni Shambles Wolf is overkill. And it's like such a cool idea, because we're on 2 Orca, and instead of like, you know, playing Spark of Inspiration, we're on Trick Test Run Rejig, which was the old version to install incredibly expensive programs with cards in hand. So that's kind of neat. And then instead we have Orca, and then to cheat around everything, we have Palangi. And then we have ways to flicker our Palangi like rejigs, and we don't have any simul chips, is pretty impressive. I'm not sure how we actually win the game here. We have contaminates to redo the Palangis. That's kind of cool. But like, it's a fun idea. And I think it's probably difficult to get 2 breakers on the table if you have to require test run rejig, but 1 breaker, yeah, maybe. I just don't think this is like probably robust enough to deal with a lot of problems in the standard format. Like, you just can't deal with well, so many things you can't deal with in the remote server, because you can only use this once a turn. But it's neat. It's a neat idea. And like, I don't know, there's definitely way more to explore here. You just have to be running a lot for this to make sense. Orca's a good breaker abstractly. Who's coming to Philly in NBC pouch? I'm not, unfortunately. I know a lot of people are. I was hanging out with a bunch of folks from the States, and I know they're all training for it. I was hearing D too. I think D is going down to play Intercontinentals at, I think it's Red Caps, right? Which is great. Swap TJ Cup for D99 and we're cooking. Hey, Wiki, how's it going? I imagine you're going to be playing in Philly. Costs money, but yeah, it doesn't just cost money. It costs 12 credits. Like 12 credits to pay your first 2 credits to break your drafter, 14 credits to break a drafter. Like, that's not just credits. That's like, it costs all the money. Where did Stargate go? I don't think I have a really great answer for that. Where did Stargate go? I think there's a couple things. Firstly, now that people stopped playing bin breakers because they couldn't, it was a lot harder. This MU restriction is a bit more meaningful because it was harder to get this down on top of everything else. Secondly, Oppo Research was the biggest card of the last format to some extent, and Stargate just hits Oppo Research consistently. So that's not something you exactly wanted. I think there's probably a couple other good reasons why that is, but like, I do think we saw like Stargate do well into certain decks and certain ideas over the last couple months. I know Ian was playing Stargate at an NPC Boston, and it did him fantastically against the sports metal matchups. It did him great against the Thule matchup. It's like a really good card. Imagine if you're playing Maw Stargate, you have a lot of pressure over some of like the op decks that you don't want to be like venting into. So yeah, I think it's got harder to play, and I think people realize like you can just play control and then play twinning in the background, and that usually works for the good stuff anarchlists. But if I have any excuse to play Stargate, we'll play Stargate today. I'll play Stargate because you have so much more control over the narrative of the game. I think it's underplayed. I think it is underplayed right now. I think it is easier to play than it used to be, especially without Oppo being as common. Cataloger requires confidence that there's no spin doctor on the board with potentially to absolutely blow you out if you're wrong. Not absolutely blow you out if you're wrong, actually. So talk about this, right? Firstly, how can you tell there's no spin doctor on the board? Against assets, it's harder. Against most other people, you know that there's a spin doctor not or on the board. I think good corporations have to make it obvious that it looks like there's a spin doctor on the board, but most players don't do that. Let's talk about the buff space with Cataloger, because it's hella cool. Say you see 4 cards. Okay, you see 4 cards, you rearrange them, and you think there's a spin doctor on the table. Where do you put the agenda? Well, in theory, you should either put the agenda on the first or the third. Because if you put it on the first and they don't spin doctor, obviously you can just touch it by running back or hitting the button. If you put it on the first or second, then they dress their spin doctor. Now it's in their hand, so now you can run their hand. They might have 7 cards, but now you know what the agenda is. Or if you put it on third, you say anything you want to do, and they res a spin doctor and draw nothing, and then you'd be like, ha, and then you have to pretend that there's nothing there, and they say, oh, okay, and then you hit the button. Like, it's really funny how much interaction you have with this versus spin doctor, as opposed to indexing, which had very little interaction besides wait for them to waste money and run back. But like, generally, I haven't seen anyone do it, but put the agenda 3 cards down because you're convinced there is a spin doctor and you're convinced they're going to res it. And even if they shuffle, I guess they shuffle, but if they don't shuffle, it is such a cool setup. I think the math on Cataloger isn't actually that great, especially if you're replacing trick shot accesses. Yeah, if you're doing it with the trick shot, it's pretty bad. And seeing 4 versus seeing 5, like, it's not bulletproof, but seeing 4 means you only have to do that every couple turns, and it puts enough, I think, pressure on the game that I feel good about it. How does it compare to twinning? It doesn't brute force it as much, but like, I think you have enough pressure with trick shots between turns, catalogers on the other turns, and then burners for HQ. That's the idea, I guess, right? Someone says they're playing Op. I've basically learned nothing about what to expect. Op is really wide. Yeah, Op is a good one that covers everything, unfortunately. Cataloger seems best in Control Shaper, where you keep the board in check first, then Cataloger to close. Yes. I don't think I've seen anyone aggro Cataloger, which maybe they should. I'm not sure. Test run rejig makes sense if you're also working with Plongi. Yeah, it does. But otherwise, that's a whole lot of slots to cheat out breakers. It is a lot of slots. That's my deck. It's good for fun. Oh, Sam. Fantastic. I saw this coming up. I'm like, that's really cute. I think there's maybe something to this. Like, I've never seen anyone explore Orca on its own. Now, Orca doesn't have any charge targets here besides Coalescence. So technically, like, it is cheaper to use. Right? Like, rejigging a Coalescence technically is a sure gamble. But I think the biggest thing here is you can, every time you use Orca, you can put 2 credits on the Coalescence as long as you had a counter on the Coalescence, which is fine. Getting some new players interested in going to Montreal non-PC. Hey, Pat, what is the best new player runner to have a good time at the event, you think? We generally recommend either Sable or Zaya, which is harder. I think Sable has more triggers, or if they really want to do some triggers, Hoshiko. But I think like the good stuff, Sable, like basically all you do, Pat, is you go to deck lists, you go to search, you go to author name, and you type Rotom Appliance. Rotom Patrick will never let you down, other Patrick. And then you just play these. You just take any Rotom deck. Like, look, you just take any Rotom deck that's legal for the format, and it'll be fine, right? Like, this is fine. All the cards here feel good. You can do it. And then this is like, of course it is what it is. It's a good deck. Used to think Cataloger is pretty good, but with spin, shuffle, draw effects, op, etc., you're also risking those conditions too. You are. I think op is harder. Patrick's do got to stick together. I think it's harder, but I hear you. Wake plus charge wake multiple times a turn appears to be the game plan. Oh yeah, that one had wake. You're right. That one did have wake. So it did have a charge target. It wasn't always Coalescence. Oh, Kit's really good too. Kit is really good. I think Kit gives runners the confidence to like not worry about ice, which is one of the bigger problems for new players, is that they think like, oh, I don't want to run. I don't have the right breaker. And luckily Kit always has the right breaker. So I think Kit's a really good one, especially like prepaid kits. I wouldn't, firstly, Rahi's in chat. Hey, Rahi, congratulations on the deck list of the week. I would actually closer go to like Blue Milk than Rahi, or like the Grug brand runner type decks. I think this one's a meta older, so it might not be totally up to date, but this sort of thing is relatively straightforward to play, and I think every card independently feels good besides compile. I don't think players are going to know what to do with this, so just cut the compiles. And then Cable Carnage is just also very good, but a bit more complex because Angola is a bit harder to use. What was the other one using? Lobby, right? Yeah, one Lobby, one Orca. Bit Reghosh. Big fan of Beetle Whale combo. Maestron, what's the Beetle? Unfortunately, I'm in Thailand right now, so no Philly or EC Nats for me this year. Oh, that's a bummer to hear, but hopefully you're enjoying Thailand. You'll get them next year. You gotta go shark whatever competition there is on the on that part of Southeast. Stargate, my beloved. Dinner time stream. Hey, Rahi. Would Essa be a new player friendly? I think Essa is relatively new player friendly. I worry that we've had too many players who have been like got into the game and they've been given Essa as a deck to learn the game. And I think Essa is the sort of deck where people can like fundamentally win a game. Like Essa can just win games. The problem is like Essa to me falls exactly in the same camp that back in the day Noise fell into, where it's like, yeah, you're teaching people, you're giving people a tool in which they can win the game, but you're also teaching them terrible fundamentals. And technically this deck is a bit harder to play because it only has like 2 breakers. I don't know how confident people are in Banhar, but mostly you're teaching them bad. Like teaching someone that your game plan should be sit back and hit the sabotage button every turn is like, that's just not going to work out. Like it's going to work out, but in terms of like their Netrunner development growth and interest into the game, giving them casino button is probably not it. And that's why like the good Essa players are very good at putting Essa's sabotage pressure on at the same time as like fundamentally keeping the board down and pressuring central servers and the remote server and stuff like that. But I think new players will be like, oh, see sabotage button, hit sabotage button, which is like, I don't think it's a good way to learn the game. I genuinely don't think it is. But if they're trying to win a game or two, yeah, it'll work. It was like when you got new players Noise, they're like, I'm going to install my virus, and then I'm going to install another virus, and then I'll install a third virus, and my first click, I'll run archives. It'd be like, cool, I got a remote server with the Spin Doctor on the table, and a Caprice Nasei and an Ash, and 3 Eve campaigns, and I have 6 ice on HQ. I was hoping you'd come win red caps for a 2nd year in a row, but enjoy Thailand. Yeah, there you go. So I was probably the one, but Kit makes sense. Yeah. That's a possibility. Essa. No, run away from Essa. I don't think Essa's it. Stargate is too in-betweeny. It's not as cheap and fast as twinning, and it doesn't have the endgame swing of Conduit or Deep Dive. I don't think Conduit has a real end game possibility. Like, I don't think we're seeing games ended by Conduit. Like, I'm pretty sure that's how World Triari is doing it. I just don't think it actually happens that easily. I don't know. D's gonna win ICC for Red Castle. Everyone plays an NPC. Mark my words. House move and Netrunner update 180 centimeters by 90 centimeter playmat size for my new table just arrived, and it's really nice, but also almost crushed me under its weight when the delivery person handed it to me. Holy crap, 180 by 90. So that's, I think I'm about 180 centimeters tall. How tall am I? I'm kidding. What is 6 foot in centimeters? I'm not 6 foot. I'm a bit less than 6 foot. Yeah, that's as tall as I am by 90. That's a huge playmat. Stay safe. I want to start Stargate more. I have fond memories of Keyhole. Yeah, Keyhole is a messed up card. I got to play Keyhole in draft like a couple weekends ago, and like, yeah, it's a hell of a drug. Lobi and Orca making 4MU makes it harder for Shaper to play Stargate. I don't think as a Shaper you have any reason to play Stargate. I think Stargate is a reason. Like in Anarch, I'd consider Stargate. I don't think I would play Stargate in Shaper. I meant to reply to Frank. I replied to @Essa. Big Brain play Insight, then Cataloger. If they show you agendas, oh my god, Insight's still legal? Top Hat is not legal, right? So there was like a short window where this was an in vogue way for Shapers to put pressure on. Shout out if John's in the chat. But Insight says it's a double. The Corp may look at the top 4 cards and arrange them. So you allow them to cataloger themselves, but then they reveal the order of the 4 cards. So the idea is, you know, but it's also really bad because you can't run back and steal the card that you want to steal, because if they put a 4 cards down, you have to go cataloger it anyways. But that being said, back in the day, we had a card called Top Hat, which says run R&D, and the wording on this makes this card seem busted powerful. But the actual way that it intentionally played out is that you ran R&D, and then you chose, do you want to access the first card, the second card, down to the 5th card? But you had to make that choice before seeing the cards. I do want to say really quickly, this card is slept on, and slept on only because it sees 0 play. It probably should see 5% play, because this card is the coolest card almost ever printed in Netrunner. And I wish there were more cards like this that like that really reward information, that reward like guessing in a way that's like, again, educated maybe about the board state. But this card, for how cheap it is, should probably see some amount of play. So one good thing about playing Catalog and Padma, you can aggressively catalog it, yeah. And I think maybe I should be playing 3. Okay. I reckon Kit should get a shout out as a new player deck. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Most of my friends I've introduced love playing Kit. Yeah, Kit is really, really fun. Yeah. Oh, Pelongi's the beetle. Yeah. Isn't Pelongi a fly? Isn't Pelongi a fly? Pelongi's not a beetle. Pelongi, what is? It means rainbow, with a 24-hour Indonesian language channel which broadcasts Indonesian films. Pelongi. The art we got is super, super rainbowy. Ow, sorry about that. Oh, it just means rainbow. Cool. So why is there a little bug on it? Why is there a bug on it? What's with the bug? Very cool. I think S is a good first non-typical runner, though, after showing them the more fundamental stuff. Mango, I agree. Once you teach them how to run and like be confident, then S is like, oh wow, that's running, but with like 7 knives strapped to your face. That's cool. But like if it's just like sit back and sabotage the game, it's not interesting. That's not good at S. I'm so surprised that S has been doing well. Okay, the whole sentence I structured it poorly. For how good S has been doing competitively, I'm so surprised I've heard so little conversation about Essa. Because like S has been doing very consistently well, and I don't care about Essa. And I haven't been talking to people that have been caring about Essa, but like clearly Essa's tier 1. I don't know. It's home for me and I'm here for an internship, so not as fun as it sounds. Ah, okay. Hopefully internship's okay. Good thing about Essa or other Banhar based runners is a teaching tool showing players that taking damage is fine most of the time. Yeah, but for that reason, I'd rather like just give Banhar to an Anarch and play Hoshiko, right? Make a good argument for Banhar Steve as an intro deck. That deck is really hard to play well. It's incredibly hard to play well because you have to be like very pressure pilled. That's another deck that I wish I was slightly more confident, not about playing, but that has a wide enough matchup spread, because I don't think it has a wide enough matchup spread. 100% RNG key believer. Hey, Veronica, feels like I haven't managed to catch you since Italy. Yeah, we haven't. I wanted to catch up. I saw your name in the standings. How was your EMEA trip? I'm doing well. I'm doing quite well. RNG Keel's burner seems fun. Yeah, it does. Draw 2 cards is just like, these are just nutty text. Just nutty text. Like, after you catalog her, you know the next 4 cards. Like, I don't think you're running R&D for fun, but like, you can. 100% there's a beetle on the, no, it's a bug. It's just a little bug. That's a fly. That's not a beetle. Don't at me. I use RNG key in a lot of decks. I would guess 3 all the time. I think you're meant to guess based off of like the deck, right? Against NBN decks, you would guess the cost of the what's it called that we keep in hand, the tag punishment operations. Against Wayland, a lot of times you would guess a low number because they would be holding like Audacity and stuff like that. Obviously, you know what ice they have in hand from time to time, but I don't think there was ever a number that was just like the best to guess. There was a while where like 4 was really common for some reason, but I don't remember that. Pelungi is a virus, yeah, so maybe a bug. Yeah, you're right. Sadly, RNG Kiss Burner doesn't work. The first run kills the trigger. Oh, is RNG key not once per turn his first run? The first time you make a successful run R&D, you may name a number. If you do, reveal the next card that you access. Oh, that is such a bummer. That is unfortunate. Well, that's not good. It's pretty overwhelming, but I also had a wonderful time and loved meeting everyone. Got to jump on commentary for a bit. That was my highlight. I don't think I listened to your commentary. I think I must have missed that round. I didn't get to watch every round. Do you know what round that is? I'd be excited to hear that. Glad you had a great time. I heard really, really good feedback from EMEA. Yeah, that's a bummer. Extreme disagreement on bug versus fly. Vehement, even. Looks like a dung beetle. Yeah, I think it's okay. Hey, Bibaldi, how's it going? Biologist here, 100% beetle. Why? You can't drop 100% on here without producing your evidence. What part of this art suggests beetle? Show me the beetle physiology that I should, and I'm not attacking you. I want to just be more beetle educated. Pouch. My 2 against NBN, 3x ping, 3s VSA, 3 oppo, 3 Maryland. Yeah, but they often don't keep half those on their hand. Source. I jumped in after round 6 on day 1, but if you want to listen to me, I recommend listening to the day 2 since I do commentary in the first 2 rounds. Oh, very, very cool. Shape of the antenna, shape of the tarsal part of the legs. Okay, Pouch Surfer used the word tarsal, so we have to believe he knows what he's talking about. Okay, it's a beetle, confirmed. Because of the tarsal thing. Beetle expert in the house. All right. Let's play some Netrunner. We have some news to talk about. We'll try and kind of intersperse that. I've been saying this forever now. Hey, come to NBC Montreal. We got more and more of these really cute Banhart tokens. We got 2 new colors recently. We have the pink and aqua teal. We have, I think, relatively American patriotic bird. We got a, oops. I searched for bracket. We have a whole bunch of new Froggos. 1 second. Test run Froggo. Great. This one doesn't have whites and eyes, so it has definitely a bit of a different look. Still very cute. And I don't know, Maddie was making this. I'm like, Maddie, that looks twice as big as all the other frogs. And she was like, I don't think it is. And then it came out, I'm like, Maddie, that thing's humongous. Just like the biggest unit, Chungus frog. It is like 2 frogs in size. We don't know what happened. I'm not sure what happened. But yeah, it's happening. So, NBC Montreal. You normally have frog fear, but those are very cute. They're very few. They're very, very cute. I might be willing to trade some shiny toll booths for knitted frogs. We're not going to have as many knitted frogs as we are going to have Banhart birds because the Banhart birds are much smaller, but I'll keep that in mind. Changeling, I know you're pretty far away. Frogs are so in right now. QTM activated. Cool. I feel like something else. Oh yeah, in terms of NPC Montreal, we'll talk about it later today, but we got our first pictures of the deck box. That was like, it's a wood carved from somebody who does woodworking. Carved is not the right word, but like made from wood. It's like a deck box that will hold 4 decks. It's not a thing you should bring to events because it's pretty heavy and it holds 4 decks, but it's the sort of thing you can have in your house. And that will be our trophy. And so stay tuned to that. It's looking pretty good. We got to laser engrave something on the lid, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so what I wanted to do today, Nats is not this weekend, it's the next weekend. Mind you, there's a lot of events this weekend, like in NPC Philly. But the following weekend, I'll be playing a Nats, which means I need to figure out like how to win Nats. I just want to try something that I don't think is going to win Nats, but I'm going to put, you know, my hat in the ring one more time to see if we can make the idea I want to be good finally do something. How are you in 687 decks? Jai, we ran into issues. I think. How many decks did we have? Oh, Lucille would know. How many decks we had on JNet? But my JNet was crawling. I feel like it was over. It can't have been bigger than 700, but it might have been. But yeah, this is not even my first account. Let's make Seb work. I'm on audio only because of saving data and had a panic. My data finally gave out for a second. Oh, because it got quiet? Yeah, I was loading frogs onto the frog holder. 5 is actually really good into Jindeki. Hedge Fund, Hanse, Size and Time, 5/3s. It is. I think for 5/3s it's good because no matter what, you want credits and cards. Like that was the cool thing about RNG key is that you called the number that was going to cost you the game, right? Like if you saw hard hitting news, you wanted to have 3 more credits. So anytime you just called 3 credits because it was your hard hitting news insurance. And I think to some extent calling 5, it makes sense because if you hit an agenda like a Fuji or whatever, you'll have more cards in hand. So you don't die to punitive or whatever. And that's probably a good time to have the money. I think it's really cool. Let's make Seb work. Famous last words, Z-Bag. Don't even, you're not wrong. I was way over that. It was like over 1,000. I think it was over 1,000. Yeah, it must have been over 1,000. I want to believe in Seb so bad. He's so cool. Okay, so what we're going to do. I have 175 on NRB just within the last year. Yeah, there you go. All right. Forget everything you know about Seb. That's what we're going to do. Any preconceived notion about what cards should be in a Seb deck, they're not there. So we're going to not be reactively deck building. We're going to be proactively deck building. We're going to make a little list here of what are the problems we're trying to tackle. And then we're going to use that information to make a Seb deck that solves all our problems. Let me just talk a little bit about what we know about Seb. Seb's text is not very good, but the problem with Seb is that Seb doesn't have fundamentally a good reason to be making runs. And that hurts. It hurts so much that once you have a Seb deck and you spent your first 6 turns clicking your rogue trading and not doing anything, then you start running and be like, oh, cool, maybe I get a double access once with Manuel. So I want to make a Seb deck that is aggressive, that pressures the runner, and if we can get the vibe of something, I want to get the vibe of Keyhole account siphon max. I don't think that's going to happen, but we'll get there. So how do we make runs? I think we want to play pressure. I like Stargate. I'm not sure if we're on 3 Stargate. We're definitely on 2 Stargate, but anytime I played 7, put Stargate in it, and I said like, whoa, I can run R&D right now. I can control the game for the next couple turns. That seems really important. And while I did say forget everything you know about Seb, the one thing we will say we know about Seb is Aquaceros Crew is a massively toxic card, potentially, because Aquaceros Crew trashes ice. And if we can get ice off of R&D, that means we can continue to Stargate. And if we can continue to Stargate, we can make sure the corporation never draws ice. And so is the circle of life and death. So Aquaceros Crew is really good. Leech, another really good reason to be running consistently on the basis that with Leech, we're getting Leech counters, and Leech counters means we can use the Aquaceros Crews more and more aggressively. So everything we do pushes us forward. I'm not sure if we're going to end up playing Chisel and end up like one of those Anarch Hoshiko, probably better than Hoshiko decks. We have to watch out. We could probably be better than Hoshiko, let's be honest. But we can put more program destruction on top of more construction. No connections. Santa, generally, we're probably going to be playing fewer connections than we've ever played in the Seb deck, and that's going to be only slightly cursed, but there's a chance. 100 and... Oh, did Lucille find the number? I was on 1,102 decklists on Jinteki.net, which, let me tell you, is not a good way to run Jinteki.net. It ran really, really poorly, and we went down to 20. Because Lucille wrote a really good script after doing some troubleshooting, and in one click, not only could I archive all my deck lists in like a text file so I can re-import them if I want to, but we destroyed literally 1,100 deck lists. Cool Seb decks run Amanuensis, Imp, and Solidarity Badge. We're gonna be running mostly none of that. We're probably not gonna be running any of that. I don't think Amanuensis is what we not want. I don't think we can really float a tag, because floating a tag means they can treasure Aquaceros Crew, and this is the best card we have. I think we had good success when we played a console that was aggressive in a different way. I don't think we're going to afford Maw, but that's the sort of card we want. I think we really enjoyed it when we played Hermes. With Hermes, we had pressure on top of pressure. Hermes is actually really cool with Stargate because you can kind of set up lines and blow open servers. The last time that I played Seb, the more aggressive we made the deck, the more interesting it was, and Hermes was a big part of that. So we'll see. So slowing down JNet. JNet's been really bad recently. It's been really unfortunate. I've been trying to record games. I recorded games yesterday, and like 3 games takes the time 5 games takes, and then it doesn't make like good video content. It has like edits 1 per 30 seconds. So we'll see. It's not great. It's rough. I think I missed a bunch of chat, excuse me. I literally had a Stargate deck entitled Making Seb Work, but it didn't, so I memory held it. Was Seal the official Metropole historian? Yes, it was very, very good. Loving it already. Hey, Mr. Pele. How is the meta adapted to this Mari kill deck with Jupstad? I don't think it's easy to say, Veronica. I think this Philly or Intercontinentals is going to be the first time that anyone's going to have the opportunity to reckon with that sort of deck. I think if you want to beat that deck, right? Like, firstly, we can break 6 strength ice, but just play Boomerang, play Pinhole. Like, I think Criminal has some good ways to deal with that deck. Diversion. Let me catch up. For today's video sponsor. Orc is a great reason to make runs, I've heard from the stream. Yeah, sort of. My fingers are crossed very hard that if Andre has a cool combo in mind that it works and he doesn't find out there's rules gotcha that crushes his dreams, that only happens like 1 in every 10 times. Monkey wrench. Hippo? Deleting decklist makes JNet run better? Yes. You've heard it here first. For JNet, what we must do is we all must go together and we must log into our JNet accounts and delete all our worst decks just so JNet can run better for everyone. I honestly don't think that works. I think it's a really funny idea if we can convince people to delete their deck lists. Hey, Kat, how you doing? Hey, broader Netrunner community. Kat, are you playing on the weekend? I come back to stream after a few weeks and you immediately talk about importing Hermes. Name a better console. But real? Name a better console for Seb. I think the other one you can consider is Patchwork. I'm pretty sure Man in the Moon was playing this as a way to get your connections down even cheaper. But this needs card draw. And Seb doesn't have card draw because we're not playing his other console. Like, it's really, really, really difficult to do the thing that you want him to do. So just having pressure seems like the best thing we can do. God of War, 3 God of War, 3 Crew, 3 Hot Pursuit, 3 Era, 3 Manuel, 3 Counter Salience, Hyper Aggro Tag Me. Problem is, if you play Tag Me, Seb has no text that you care about. I think it's an interesting balance idea and it might be correct, but you can't, or you shouldn't, you're incentivized, let's say, to not play full Tag Me. I have played God of War before, just as a way to start a turn, get a tag, and again, if we're playing Aqua Sierra's Crew, we're playing 3 Devil Charm. That was a way to like deal with ice for relatively cheap. It's also really good with Leech, but then if they purge out everything, so it's a bit difficult. Crimson got the Punitors versus Asmari and refused to give them back. I think it's very hard for all that to happen. Being allowed is also very good into the Asmari deck, but you need to be running Stone Ship. Yeah, Stone Ship helps a lot. Probably not. Oh, sorry, Get. Penny Shaver? Literally T400? Sorry. I've intentionally kept most of my old bad decks just to see how much my deck building has improved. I like to keep my old bad decks. I started net decking more by improved. Praxis, yes, we'll almost definitely play 3 Privileged Accesses. I think this card doesn't need more targets than the amount of targets it has, which is just 3 Aqua Sirius Crew, but this card to me is like just very, 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 very good. Seb's trigger should let him additionally draw 1. Imagine if every single Anarch identity that NSG puts out says draw 1 card on it. I honestly think it would make it so much more playable, but I think if Amanuensis wasn't kind of cursed, you'd not have draw problems. Name a better console than Hermes. My answer was T400. We both know that it's not a genuine answer. Daredevil is legal? Yeah, you can play Daredevil, I guess. Considering low in card draw, single verbal is something considered recurring card draw. I think we need card draw. Now, verbal is an option. It's not a connection. That's not a reason we don't want to run it. But I think I'd sooner from verbal play Earthrise Hotel because it plays off a bit faster. It's only 1 more credit, but it saves us about 3 clicks. I think the comparison of verbal to Earthrise Hotel is really difficult. Unless you get your verbal down on turn 1, I almost always would rather have Earthrise Hotel. I think the game is not that slow that you're likely to get more value from the verbal than the Earthrise itself. Having also starting your turn with 7 cards in hand is kind of what Seb wants to do, because Seb wants to plan the turn and have options, as opposed to having to first click every turn to get your Earthrise Hotel. I don't know. I do think we can consider playing Nuka. I think Nuka is relatively slow, but Nuka is a good connection, and the draw 3 button on it is relatively fair. Would you spend influence for draw? We definitely would. I think I really like also the Lago Piranha Shelter. It's a connection we install cheaply and we draw through our deck. And because we're aggro, we're trying to win before we bottom out. Like, I'm not convinced yet we have to play labor rights to put everything back, but I think something like this is a good start. If we're playing Lagu, this was a really good suggestion I had before. We're definitely playing Banhar. Banhar is one of our best cards because we're probably not going to actually run breakers. We're genuinely probably not going to run breakers. And so Banhar was our breaker. In the last version of the deck, I was running Sure Gamble, and I should definitely just have been running Strike Fund because we not only do we have Banhar, not only do we have Lago, this is 1 credit fewer. And you might notice we actually don't need money. Barring trashing assets, which we probably should be playing 2 Miss Bones because, oh, there's all our influence. 1 Miss Bones? Maybe we can play 2 Nuka, I'm not sure. Yeah, barring like trashing stuff, we actually don't spend credits in this deck. He doesn't have no text. You get 1 influx of money, which is a high impact in the game. We plan on ending a turn. What do you mean you get 1 influx of money? Oh, like you get 1 install for 2 fewer credits? Harmony. Hey, Daojen, considering that you're click starved, could Swift be consideration? No, I don't think so. I think Swift is like super overrated unless you're doing something that requires you to have 4 clicks or 5 clicks a turn. Because if Swift is just allowing you to draw a card on your turn or click for a credit, right? Like there's cards that do that sort of click compression without requiring you to spend your console slot, let alone influence on it. We're also not running any run events. Hey, and Durham, how's it going? Finally catch a stream live. After binging your videos over the past 2 weeks, recently gone to Netrunner, looking to get into startup, loving your content. And Durham, welcome to the game. Hopefully you have a great time getting to startup. This is a really hard thing to say. I've heard startup is a bit rough right now. I apologize. I think as a newer player, you'll still have a fun time into startup and you'll figure it out, but I cannot recommend this enough. Try standard. It's super daunting. This is not a good recommendation, I reckon. Like a very hard recommendation to grok and to like embrace. I have heard 0 negative feedback from anyone who is, I've heard feedback from people saying like, wow, standard looked really intimidating. But every person that I've heard from, and maybe this is survivor bias, who has got into standard and tried it, they're like, I'm really glad I did that. Because you have a wider card pool in standard, you're not going to be running into the same strategies in a smaller card pool of startup. I probably should say for newer players, play startup for a while before you get tired of it. But if you do get tired of it, please, there's somewhere else you can go that is startup but wider, and you might really appreciate that when you get bored of startup. Probably shouldn't open with startup is not great because I don't know, but how's it going? That was a pretty ugly introduction. Glad you've been enjoying the video. Taxing cards from hand matters when we're shoving Iro and Emmanuel down their throat. I don't know if we do Iro when we play 2 Stargate. I think we probably play Manuel. But we play Manuel for HQ. T400 lets you survive a punitive? I don't care about punitive. We're not worried about punitive, are we? We might want a 2+ console. I don't think we do want a 2+ console because I'm pretty sure we're not running any more programs on this. Because breakers are cringe. Why need breaker? By the way, the replay review for Built to Blast was banger. Well, then, oh, thank you, Diogen. Thank you for submitting the replay. It ended up being super valuable in like a really strange way, which was like, you posted to be like, look at my, you know, look at Mercury works. And like, I don't fully agree with that sentence, but the game itself was just so fascinating. Can't you run Scrubber if you need a connection that helps trash stuff? You can. But the difference between Scrubber and Miss Bones is so big that comparing them is like comparing, you know, it's like a tricycle to a motorcycle. Like they both will get you to the grocery store, but if you're trying to travel to Ontario, which is what we're trying to do in the standard format, like you kind of need to control the board immediately. In standard, controlling the board immediately is super important. Scrubber is more of a value option, like a slight bit every turn. It would be like if the game's healthy, like if there's only 1 asset a turn. But the problem is there's so many strategies where like there's 4 assets now. What are you dealing with them? Blueberry versus regular diesel. Yeah, they do different things. Now, Nihilus is the connection says draw 2 cards. Terms and conditions apply. Those are some strict terms and conditions. I'm a historic startup defender, but startup is awful at the moment. I have encouraged it. One of Amaku, I think one of Amaku is interesting. We have influence for it. It's another good reason to be running. And my first ever Seb deck I played was on only Amaku, I think, as a breaker, a strategy. Also, we were on Fermenters for a while, and then we realized that the Fermenters were more of a trap, that if the corporation purged them, we were pretty happy about it. But they weren't necessary because we didn't spend money breaking ice. We literally spent no money breaking ice in this deck. So we didn't really need it. Another option is we can be playing bans. Like right now, we have very few ways to get tags. And so we probably have to start looking at the connection pool, because I'm pretty sure the deck that we built here is just probably the Hoshiko sort of like Amakua builds that other people like off 1515 have been playing consistently. And I think Man of the Moon was playing last year. Like, I think we're building a deck that looks exactly like that. But so far Seb's ability is not very relevant, so we have to worry about it. You can play Eye for an Eye on HQ multi-axis pressure. I guess an extra card and trash could be useful against combo corps, but isn't mandatory. I don't like Eye for an Eye. I'm not sure I'm going to test in this list. Eye for an Eye is just like such a cursed card because it is so incredibly expensive. Not only do you need to take the tag, which hopefully is an upside for this deck, but you need to start trashing cards from hand. And if you're trashing cards from hand, you need a full hand. And so for Eye to Eye to be good play in Seb, you need Eye for an Eye. You need to get into HQ. You need, we need to play DJ Fenris. You need to get into HQ. You need to have 2 cards you need to trash, and then you need a 4th connection you install because you take the tag. So this is a 4-card combo for you to set up. It just makes fundamentally no sense when you can just play Imp. It just fundamentally makes no sense. Like, I get what we're doing here, but for the deck that is inherently so clumsy already and then requiring a 4-card combo play, oh my god, that is asking for so much to make this feel good in Seb. Because you just can't. Like, Seb just doesn't have cards in hand. Seb has no card draw. It's really difficult. Have we run Steel Skins? No, there's a lot of things we haven't added. We add Steel Skins. What was I just going to say we had to add? DJ Fenris is really good because Steve is really good because we have limited pressure tools. It's pronounced Enderme. Smoother to say for me. Okay. Looks from the chat, people are saying standard is the way to go. Any way you recommend learning the main cards for each faction? I'm not a new TCG player, just a new Netrunner player. The easiest way you can, with all due respect, is to not. I think we can spend a bit time on the stream, maybe after we do this deck, if you're hanging out, to go through every faction and be like, these are the 5 cards you need to know about. But what I would really recommend you to do is just go grab a deck that's easy to play and go start playing in standard. So we had this conversation early on the stream. Let me see if I can find it, if it's still open. I don't think it's still open. It's probably this. It's not this. Anyways, basically go ahead and grab one runner deck and one corp deck that's relatively straightforward to play and just start playing in standard. Every once in a while you run into a weird card to be like, oh, that's strange. And from that point, it'll add to your Rolodex. I think one of the big things that is like a bit unfortunate about standard versus startup is that the standard card pool is bigger, but the amount of playable cards, like this is the big thing you have to keep in mind when you're getting to standard. This is a standard deck. It's a very good standard deck and one of the first corp decks I recommend you learn and specialize on. I think net decking is the easiest way to get into this game because this game is hard to play, let alone deck building is hard. And it's very unfortunate when you're in a situation where you don't know if you're struggling to improve because your deck you built is bad or because you're playing unoptimally. And once you take a good deck, and especially a good deck usually forces you to play optimally because it makes it obvious, that's how you can kind of speed run that sort of those struggles. But just to put this into like the idea, the difference between standard and startup, it is a bit bigger because there's more NSG cards. But if you're looking at NSG versus FFG, which is maybe not the biggest problem right now, if we go to actions and we go, or sorry, info, and we go, try that again. If we go to actions and we go sort by set, these are the FFG only cards. So cards that you might really have to look into because they haven't been printed. And then these are all the cards that are NSG. So if you're playing startup, this deck is 19 system gateway cards, 1 system upway cards, and then these are all cards you know. So to play this deck, you literally need to learn what Mavirus is, and then just like these cards, of which half of them are NSG cards, so they're very easily accessible as much as proxies are available on all levels of play. So I think all I was trying to say here is while standard does seem bigger, if we open up just about any deck, the majority of cards that are seeing play are both the most newest cards for many reasons and also NSG cards. Same idea. If you play startup, the cards are system gateway, system upway, okay, a bit of Midnight Sun for sure. And then like a lot of this, oh, actually it's mostly Midnight Sun. So if you played startup maybe a month ago, but the idea is that it's mostly new cards. So it's not as intimidating as it sounds, but I would highly recommend to pick up existing decks and play them and then just figure out what other people are doing. Like, I don't think you have to go into this understanding like, oh, in the Jinteki matchup, this is this, this is this. One day you'll run into a bad ice and be like, oh, that's pretty rough. And then that's how you learn. That was a bit scattered, but that's the idea. You don't need to trash your hand as an optional decision to consider based on what you access. Yeah. And if it's an optional decision based on one of your access and you're not doing the optional decision, why are you playing the card? Right? If we're playing eye for an eye and we're just using it to see an additional card on HQ, to take a tag to see an additional card on HQ, it's not great. And then specifically, we can't, or we probably shouldn't play this unless we're willing to discard 2 cards from our hand. Right? Like if I have this in my hand and the other 2 cards are banger cards, I'd be like, I probably shouldn't play this now because I can't use it. So you're right, you don't have to, but if you're not even willing to, why are we? I'd rather just play, again, another Manuel, which sees 2 cards, as much as it could see 3 cards. Go copy good decks from Netrunner DB. This community encourages decklist sharing, and it's much easier to learn tactics with a proven deck, 100%. Steel Skin and Eye for Eye is nice, but too much setup. Yeah, it's too much setup, and like, we can't even keep things consistently if we're relying on Banhar. Maybe run Buffer Drive with it. The Buffer Drive is like, I'm not a big Buffer Drive fan, because Buffer Drive is like very slow recursion, but Buffer Drive is not a way to make that more tenable. It's just to make your game longer, and we want to make the game faster. 3x moshing, I think it might be correct. I kind of need to look at the last Seb deck I played. Let's look at the resources first. I think moshing might be it. If you hit on Audacity, you can trash 1 card for it. If you hit a piece of ice in hand, you have trash a card for it. But you're describing an imp. Like, I can just play an imp and not only trash like things from R&D and things from HQ, but things from the table. And then they can purge the imp. Like, if our best case scenario is that we can maybe make a run on HQ and take a tag and see additional card and trash a card from our hand, like, I just don't see why we wouldn't play imp sooner than it. Seb deck seems like a place to have at least 1 meeting of the minds. I would say very, very far from that. This card is hella expensive. We built decks around this being like the central concept of the deck, and we still ended up paying like 2 credits to draw 1 card. Like, it's ass. It's really, really bad. Classic Eye for an Eye is a classic card, good card that should probably only be played in Hoshiko. I think it's still too expensive in Hoshiko because of the tag clause. I think if Eye for an Eye didn't have the tag clause, Hoshiko would unironically play it. Yeah, good is probably an overstatement. Neon Static has a podcast with Andre with the very topic getting to standard. It is 1 rotation old, so some of the cards we're suggesting are not super relevant. But yeah, we did, or Neon did that. The current APAC winner still has to read Thule cards. Don't worry about it. I think everyone has to read Thule cards. The deck list with all the pictures of Whiteblade reading cards is actually iconic, though. You need to get a photo and turn it into memes more. Yeah, it was really fun. Why are we playing Manuel if we're not willing to take a tag to access additional cards in HQ? I think we are, but we're going to get our tag from Aquaceris crew. Like, we're going to get our tag doing good stuff that we want to be doing anyways. We're not taking our tag to make an HQ run to see additional cards. I'd recommend net decking more in Netrunner than any other card game. I 100% agree. Other card games are much more straightforward to play. On turn 1, you play your 1 drop. On turn 2, you probably play your 2 drop. On turn 3, guess what we're playing? We're passing because we don't have a 3 drop. We're going to play our 4 drop on turn 4. Netrunner's not that way. I think it's very, very important you net deck to cut out the whole problem of not knowing if your deck is not working or you're not working. I'll stick around to after your deck building games for the faction rundown. Oh, great, in there. If you can't, by the way, I'll put timestamps if I remember to do this. Remind me if I don't remember to do this. So you can always come back later. So listening to the deck build and the reasons why, very, very cool. Learning how to pilot a deck in this game is a steeper learning curve than almost any other game, so it helps a lot. Yeah. Hey, Jim, we're trying to play the most aggressive Seb we can. We've been on this deck building page for a while, but we've been hanging out in chat mostly. Also, I know for a fact that a lot of the top players are very flattered by people playing their decks. Yep. Yeah. Seb needs a wireless Net Pavilion-esque card. Yeah, I think Seb does. And I'm pretty sure we're not going to see one until Dummy Box rotates, which will be soon. M with the M is so bad it confuses me. Why is everyone missing? Like, what is the intent? I don't know. I'm convinced that Meeting the Minds exists as a narrative beat because it was an important narrative beat in the story. I think classically there's been a precedent for cards like this. I've been told by NSG that there was no like shoehorning a narrative beats into the set, but like this card is just, it's such a strange card because I don't think NSG's put out cards like this in a while that are like, the only way that this is okay if it's bad, but if it's bad, it's unplayable. Like, it's a bummer. Axu, include Citadel, it rotated. How you doing, Axu? 3 copies of Spot the Prey will win the game? Just trust me. Oh, man. The intent was to make an absolute banger art. Yeah, the art's fantastic. Are we skipping wheels? No, we have to get, I'm just catching up on chat. The deck is praying that Oppo no longer exists. This one? Yeah, it doesn't, right? Needs a threat to install the card. Oh yeah, Meeting the Minds on threat 2 would actually be kind of cool. Like if you could click compress the installation, I think you're right, Wendigon. It would make it much more playable. top to down design of a card. Yeah, it might have been like narrative first. I don't know. I do think there was like an incentive to play what's it called? Tutor, like a connections tutor in the very connections heavy set. Smoking weed, no. Actually, you're being suspicious. Me and the Minds is runner Borehole, but arguably worse because Borehole a non-zero chance of winning the game. Yeah, but Borehole's exciting. Like Me and the Minds is not exciting. Like consistency tutors are not exciting. Unless the tutor you're getting is exciting. All right, we probably have to play more ways to get a tag because I wish I could search my deck list. I wish I could do X tag search deck list to figure out how many cards I have in here that search a tag. Unfortunately, we can only search this. We're not cutting DJ the Turtle. We're probably going to cut Anuka, I think. This is probably more correct. Actually ripping his bong with no water, just monster. He's so awake and then also so unawake at the same time. Oh man, I think it says on the side of the monster can, please do not use this as bong water. Our lawyers want us to tell you that you should not use this like that. Okay, let's play some more connections. So this is where I'm going to get a bit frustrated. Hannah is actually really quite good because Hannah allows you to be aggressive and check remote servers and get tags clicklessly. That's phenomenal. Now, the other side of Hannah is friend of a friend. I don't like friend of a friend. Anytime I play friend of a friend, it reminds me how slow Seb is. Because you take a tag, you install friend of a friend for 1 credit, and then you remove the tag, which functionally gets 6 credits. That should sound good. But when the payoff to your ability is to spend another click to get slightly more money, like, it doesn't spark joy, but it feels like it's necessary. I just wish it wasn't necessary. But like, this is the only payoff for taking tags, it seems, in the entire format. I tried carbonated drinks and it's bad. Don't do it. How about my nephew's favorite card, Rogue Trading? It's way too slow, actually. The price or conservative. I don't think I like the price. I think we have too few targets, and I think we're like too aggressive. We're gonna need our cards with like Lagu. I think we could easily play the price or moshing if we're also playing like Labor Rights and or Ashen, which we're gonna try not to do. We're already at like 44 cards. Mary De Silva. I don't think we want to play Mary because we're playing Stargate as a multi-access. I don't think we're gonna be touching a lot of cards in R&D. I think we're missing some key events. I'm just gonna go peek over. Remember how I said forget everything you know about a Seb deck? But not this one. Diesel. Oh, not Nuka. Diesel. He's so value. He's so speed pilled. This one's on daily cast. What the heck? Valentina is useless. Oh, wait. That was a really good shell. That was a really good shell. Yeah, get out of there. Diesel, Nuka, you're way too slow. Manuel's the only multi-access we need. Stargate's the only multi-access we need. The question is whether we have too little money. We might have too little money. The thing is, like, once we're running, all that we use for breaking is maybe Amakua. I honestly think cutting 2 Amakua for another Diesel or another Miss Bones might be, like, strictly correct. In jest. A second Miss Bones is really good right now. Opening Miss Bones is really good. Daily Cast is, like, the one non-tag connection card. Who needs Diesel when you go on a VR occasion? I think a lot of people prefer the drink. Especially because of the... You can't put VR occasion in your bong. Yo, does independent thinking do? What does independent thinking? Is it anything? I think it's still legal. No, it's not even legal. But it's a 5 influence card that searches for programs or hardware. I just think it rotated. Yeah, it rotated. A long time ago. Wait. I think emergent creativity. Independent thinking does nothing. I don't think you need icebreakers, right? Let's talk about it. We have Aqua Sarah Screw, we have Devil Charm, we have Amakua, that is an icebreaker. We have Botchus, we have Banhar. It's really hard for the runner to set up situations in which we need things. Yeah, emergent creativity is what I thought we were looking for. But this card's 5 influence and it lets us search for a program or hardware. In this deck, that's way too expensive. There's certain decks that could be built around this, and actually emergent creativity get your this is an interesting card to look at if we have extra influence to get out our Labisoma or Orca. In the absence of anyone telling me to go to EP, I'm gonna go crash. Good night. Good night, Jai. Get some sleep. No Penguin Motorcycle? No, I don't think so. I think you could consider it. But Penguin Motorcycle for our Amakua slot might be fine. Penguin Motorcycle, mind you, is Hot Pursuit. And like, I played Hot Pursuit. It's okay. Seems like Mavirus wrecks us. Mavirus is not great for us. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? I think this card's aggressive. I think this card might be aggressive enough that purging will be a problem for them. The issue is like spending a click installing this. Feels bad. We're also on no fermenters, so we have fundamentally way less money than the original version. The original version was on fermenter and daily cast. We cut the daily cast, we cut the fermenter. So we just literally have straight up less money. That might be a problem. This is where, like, I don't know what we cut to get money back in the deck. I think we can try this. Yeah, Biobands is another really cool one. It allows you to clear the tag on tempo, which there's very few ways to do that. And this text is just relatively good. I just don't think it's better than any of the other cards in our deck. Heliampher is good tech for Turtle Anarch. Yeah, I think Heliampher Amakua is one of the best reasons, because this is a card that you fundamentally have to purge out. Fermenter's really good with practice on threat. I hear you. I think last time we played this deck, we practiced back fermenters and we just never cracked them because we had 30 credits, and admittedly that deck had no breakers. Here we're going to be spending slightly more money. But pulling back a Botulus, pulling back a Heliamphora, pulling back a... We threw out Stargates early and pulled them back when they got hit by like a Lagu. It seemed okay. There seemed to be a problem that only 6 cards in our deck make our money go up instead of down. Yep. Stargate a real win? I think so, actually. I'm hoping so. We have one Manuel, but I'm hoping it is. So like this opening hand, what do we do? what? We maybe Steel Skin? That's good. One Valentine is very fine. I had Valentine in the original list and forgot she was in there. Where Gamble? Rongi, we have in our Gamble. Ian is Gamble. Ooh, Gamble on Lego. The original version of this deck, I got really good feedback that we were on Sure Gamble when we should have been on Strike Fund. But admittedly, the real version of this deck required no access to credits. And so like Gamble was actually one of our worst cards. I think we made the deck less good. I think if we need more missed bones if we're going to have less money in our pocket. Comfort Paladin. Paladin doesn't install connections. It's like pretty bad with Seb, which is, it's great that Paladin's not phenomenal in every Anarch deck. I actually think a lot of people are not even playing Paladin as a 3 of at all. Not even a 1 of. Bummer. Yeah, we would enjoy a Paladin, but like we could play a Taka if we needed to for Amakua. It gives you a tag. Sometimes that's good, right? Be back in like an hour. Tron, enjoy your Tuesday afternoon. Weird suggestion, but career fair. I think it is a bit of a weird suggestion. We don't have that many targets, right? Because most of these we install for 1 credit, and then most of our connections are 2 credits. So it's more likely we want card draw than we want career fair. I think we probably cut Amakua, play another Miss Bones. And then I don't know what we cut to get money back in the deck. Like, no, we don't play the Seb console. Like, we might actually cut a Hannah and cut a friend of a friend and play 2 Stargates. Or sorry, 2 Fermenters. I think that could be a plan. But let's try this. Let's try aggro tag. I'm not convinced this is the best iteration of it, but I think we're going to learn a lot by this. I think Dirty Laundry is actually probably even better than Sure Gamble on the fact that we need excuses to run central servers, to touch Leech, to touch Amakua. And that's the issue, is like we still fundamentally don't get good reasons to run. So we probably need to put more good reasons to run. I think this is at the end of the day, it's like, why, like, I don't think we need 3 friend. I don't think we don't need 3 Hannah. It's like, probably if that's the case, like, why do we need Seb, right? Like, we probably should just play this in Hoshiko. Raindrop's better than Dirty Laundry? Oh, yeah, I could concede that. I could actually really concede that because we're relying on Banner. I think you're right, though. Raindrops is really good. Shit. Okay. Let's try that. Hannah's not bad. She generally gets you to click backs immediately, but I don't think we need 3 of them. The thing is with 3 of them, you use them very aggressively and you like crack her on any turn for just value. But friend of a friend, we're leaving money on the table, maybe. I don't know how to feel about that. This is the only good way in the deck to clear a tag. Do you need 3 Lago? Card draw is incredibly important. It's just it's like the best card to get down on turn 1 that I think there's a chance you want Lago in every single opening hand. It's very, very good. It's like a free install usually. I don't know. Hey, I'm new to Netrunner. Hey, Silent. I've been playing for a month and I did my first deck and I've been doing pretty good. Any chance you might check it out later, give feedback? Yeah, Silent. If you want to throw it into the, it's hard sometimes because the chat thinks you're spamming. But if you can obfuscate it and throw it into the chat, I will open it up after these games. I'll open it up into another tab and then we can talk about it. Also, welcome to the game. Let's give this a shot. I think there's problems with this, but like I just want to see what it does and see what problems we run into. I'm pretty sure Amaku we don't need to have. Oops. I just want to see how aggressive we can make Seb and then see how often Seb fires. Because I'm not convinced it's going to be good. Can I share a list also? Yeah, actually you can share a list. Always actually you can share a list. Also, if you share your list and I don't respond to it, it means that your list got like stealth eaten and we don't see it. Only you see it. You can put that deck ID by itself instead of a link. That's usually the good way to do it. New runner deck. Got your clicker for Seb counting? Oh, that's a good idea. Thank you. Starting at 0. Let's click away. Feels like Janet's a bit snappier today. Frank. Why? At least we have Stargate. At least we have Stargate. Hey, best of luck, have fun. Pull them out every time. It's like literally 4 out of every 5 games on JNet is PE, which like it's just frustrating because playing against PE is generally a bit slow. It's a bit arduous, and you generally shouldn't play most cards in your deck. It is like the worst of both worlds. I'm gonna keep this hand. We have Stargate though. We have Stargate though, but like it's hard to face check with Banhar because you can just die. Like they res size sometime you lose the game. I block everyone loads P versus me. I want to go that far. When P rotates Jaina casual be a wasteland. Oh man. Did I say good luck, have fun? Yeah, I did. They get a new match in seconds, yes. And I think P actually like is one of the most exciting things to play because you win more of your games than you lose, even if like even if you're not, I'm not saying this is Frank here, but even if you're not the most experienced player, because it's P. A lot of people just run into P. So there's just more PE games out there because they're constantly winning. Be like, oh, I should do another one. I don't think we have to run that. I don't think money matters that much. I think we can just do this. We could touch a last click, get a snare tag, install Aqua Series, pop off. The deck ID is, oh, I just spilled coffee on me. Hold on, I'll get back to the deck ID. Just gonna spread that coffee as a thin layer over the table. We will mill add to this eventually. Okay. It's 83243. Okay. So we didn't run this. This is where Hannah is really good. We want to get our Steve Cambridge sooner than later because it's just a lot of value. We can't trash that much. Miss Bones, very good. We don't have Miss Bones. It's an Urtica. Okay. Just damage. Nope. Okay. Let me try and open this deck list. Oh. Tag and laugh. Oh, you're Silent Boss. We played the other day. You're playing right now. Oldest, most beloved ID in Netrunner? You're talking about ETF. Lucille, don't even, you can't change history. It was ETF. Everyone loves ETF. We lost a botchless. That's fine. Okay. We can do Aqua Seris Devil Charm. Let's just draw. I'm just getting coffee all over myself. It's fine. We'll just run HQ next turn. We don't have to do anything. If they score out, we can open up a server. So Reaper function, just tempo damage. Frustrating. Okay. I hope something very similar to P gets printed in Dawn. I sort of do. But like, I just wish your game plan shouldn't be like, I'm going to put every card in the deck that does damage. And hopefully you just run out of cards. Like, it's not that fun, he says, as he mills his 5th card for fun. Guess I'll touch the table. A Hannah would have been good by now. House of Knives. Okay. We'll open that up. Feedback is good for skin. Okay. Choose an unresed card. That's an Urtica. Let's put the ice back. Draw. We're technically winning. Like, they're probably playing as many 1-pointers as possible. It's just like, we'll hope for Stargate. Nice. We've milled out half our cards. To be fair, the tactic faction is let's put every card that does damage. It shouldn't be. So these are probably, if you ask me, are anemones. They're almost always anemones. Okay, the friend of a friend's a good install. I want to run HQ here. They pay for a snare, we're happy. They res ice, it gets trashed. If it's an anemone, it gets trashed without using the Devil Charm. They can't res anything bigger. No further action. Okay, they probably have snares in here. Spin Doctor. Okay. We'll touch our... We'll go back. They might have a snare here. That's fine. Feel bad as an acid-heavy deck with some conceded turn 3. Or me playing it's no fun deck. It's a huge faux pas. I don't think it's a huge faux pas. That's good. I think people... Like, some people just get fatigued about playing against acids. I think the biggest issue right now is whether you think your deck is casual or whether you think your deck is competitive. There's a very big difference in those decks. I think a very competitive deck against a very casual deck on JNet is, at this point in Netrunner, for a couple weird reasons, like, I just don't think it's a fun game. Like, it's super, super one-sided. Now, we technically for a while used to have a differentiation that you had two different browsers. It would be the competitive browser and the casual browser. There's just not enough players for that to make sense. So I think if you are playing against something like that, you might just, and you're worried about it, which I don't think you have to be, maybe just label your lobby to be like acids or like competitive testing or something like that. All right, if we hit the big 5-3, we win the game. It's a Tattoo Bola. I mean, okay. Get out. Like, I'm the one playing, like, I am totally just playing Ice Destruction. Like, am I the one to cast the first stone? Here we should just try and not die. Okay, we have Stargate. Why is it not common practice to build decks to additionally deal with those matchups? And has it been ever with a sidebar rule set to help with those things? There's no sideboard in Netrunner. It's a really hard thing to do. I just think a lot of times there's a mismatch between expectation and reality, right? Like, a lot of people will build a deck that's good at breaking ice and they play against an acid matchup and where their cards just don't do anything. And that's just, like, I get it, why that's frustrating. So we're going to try and win off of Stargate. We know this is an Urtica. We don't know what that is. So we don't have an incentive to do anything aggressive here. Stargate next turn. We could have sideboards if we play open decklist Swiss. I think sideboards are really bad for a Netrunner. It's more of a nuanced conversation, but there's just a lot of stuff in Netrunner. Okay, there could be a Spin Doctor here, but we're just gonna put the pressure on. In theory, could we die? Tattoo Bola. Could we die here? With a steel's kind of unlikely. I don't think we want to install something. We want to just have cards in hand. So it's just like very easy. Oh, we don't want any of these. In Netrunner to build a deck that like hard counters your opponent's deck in a way that's probably not fun. You just casually installing Caldera against every single Goblin deck? Yeah, just in Netrunner, there's like, if you're playing against a certain matchup and you know it's a punitive matchup, you can add 1 or 2 cards into your deck list that like make that matchup 50-60% worse. It's just like, oh, that's your strategy. I'm going to play 3 copies of Airblades. And like fundamentally the game just falls apart. Tech cards in Netrunner are very strong at sideboarding, would make too many matchups. Did you draw the tech card? Exactly, yeah. I totally agree with that. Okay, Amaku is good. Now the game's not going anywhere quickly. They have to do a lot of work. Like, their win condition here is us losing the next 18 cards. Here we're gonna... Oh, we lost our Praxis, unfortunately, but we should just Praxis to get back our Aquaceres crew and just be annoying. Do we know what that is? I don't think we care what that is, though. We don't know what that is. Nothing matters. We have a Steel Skin in hand, we're fine. So we can get 1 Stargate next turn with Double Charm Amaku. Such tech cards aren't cumbersome and you should be able to fit the ones you really need. Yeah, sideboarding is really hard. It makes the game more interesting. If tech cards in Netrunner are too strong, it makes the game more interesting. They just click for 3 cards, okay. Alright. So 3 cards we can break every ice. Okay, so here, we're just gonna bounce off of that. We're just gonna get an Amaku counter. Like, we just don't have to do anything very quickly. We could have double charmed that. I think it's overkill. Sideboarding 3 Mavires against any freedom feels bad. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do like that. All right, we got to practice. That's good. This might be a spin doctor. We will check this. We haven't checked things in a while. I don't think we need the Hannah. We just need cards. Reaper function. I mean, okay. No, thanks for asking. They get a flop here. They feel pretty good. I think that was the tattoo bullet that came off R&D, so they might not have another one. Oh, they do. That's game, right? Unless server 8's a spin doctor or a moonpool, I guess. I think moonpool doesn't work. Yeah, sideboarding is really rough against orthogonal strategies. GG. Thanks for the game. So, I mean this with respect. Is that unfortunately a lot of times these strategies, and it depends how you play them, like they don't have a really good game plan. Like our opponent was just firing Reaper functions. Hey, cheers. And I don't mean to be this disrespectful. I think there's a lot you can learn from this, but the problem is like this sort of play pattern often is just like brute force attritional damage. I think if you don't res the Reaper functions, actually is a better way to probably win the game. Because if you just res and fire the Reaper functions immediately, all you're doing is saying, I'm trading 1 card and 3 credits from 2 cards from your hand. And that's probably not a good trade unless there's other things on the table. So for instance, say our opponent didn't res the 2 Reaper functions that they fired immediately, and then this is an agenda, like a sting, right? Like then they can res, score the sting, and well, on the beginning of turn, fire 2 Reaper functions, right? Like you need to have a bit more of a larger game plan to play Traps PE. And I don't think I've seen a lot of decks that are playing honest Traps PE, but setting up multi-card combos. I think a lot of people just like, because it's an easier way to play and it feels, you know, very good right now on the spot, is that they'll be like, oh, damage card, fire damage card. But if our opponent didn't res the Reaper functions, we might not have ran them. And then that's where they do like Reaper function to Reaper function into triple advance the what's it called? The Fuji, and then do like 9 damage in a turn and we lose. So just keep that in mind. Is like, I think the way that a lot of folks end up, especially if they're newer players playing these sort of decks, that is like the least interesting and least healthy way, where it's just like, I'm going to do every bot of damage. But where this deck becomes interesting, and also where it encourages us to run, is when you actually build up board states that are hard to diffuse. Here we've had nothing to diffuse because any problem that they presented, they immediately cashed in on, which that cash was incidental and not game winning. Right? Like say that the next thing they did was double advance this card or double advance this card. That's actually frightening because there's some combination of cards where like this could be a Ronin, this could be a Sting, and this could be, if we didn't know what it is, a Reaper function. And then we could die to that. So then we have to interact, and then we have to run into the double advance Urtica, right? So it's a trickier thing to play that like requires knowledge of the card pool and requires knowledge of like interactions between multiple cards. But a lot of players just say like, oh, that says Anemone, I'm going to res Anemone because it does damage. And I don't like that. You can lose to see how they run end of line. Yeah, with a steel skin in hand, not likely. But yeah, we technically could lose to advance, score, end of line with a single double advance card. But like, we saw nothing about their deck that suggested that. But you're right, that was the one thing we could lose to. But they need to put more things on the table. With a steel skin in hand, we're, well, not relatively safe to that. It depends on what the see how they run damage hits. So there's some risk taken, but I don't think that's that. I think Assets PE may have more legs with Blood in the Water, Reaper, and TPTB loops. Tuna mentioned as a write-up for Asa. I think there's some really mean stuff you can do in PE modernly. I think Regenesis is like underplayed for how good it is to respect on multiple board states. I think Cohort is just a very good card with Regenesis combo sort of stuff. Like that sort of deck list is really good with Moonpool. Like there's some really weird Jinteki Acid stuff that people are not playing. And I'm glad they're not, because it's rough to play against. But the sort of deck that like would unironically consider playing that fake dentist clinic. Trap Jinteki's honest, it sort of is. Like the sort of like mitosis Jinteki is like, it's more about guessing what's right than it is, you know, the sort of nuance of some Netrunner, which like it is Netrunner inherently, isn't it? Cool deck A3244. Okay, actually, I'll look at your deck. Okay, let's look at some decks really quickly. We'll get back into it. I don't think we learned a lot about this deck, unfortunately, because we like barely played it and we weren't forced to like really interact with the economy. Okay, so this is Hold on. Name. I'm scrolling up. I can't find the name. What is the number? Oh, this is Silent Bosses. Right. Okay, the decklist number is obfuscated. I just don't know your Twitch name. Excuse me. So I want to ask you what your goal is, what your card pool is. If you can answer that first before we talk about it, that'd be great. Played against a PE that had false leads and front companies that named PC Boston was actually a really interesting game. Yeah. False lead is actually a really quite a cool PE deck. Card in the PE games. That was me. That was Rohit. I think the last PE decks that we're playing, and we were constantly surprised of how cool PE can be, is we were playing the sort of Blood in the Water deck, which Piranhas didn't make any sense. But these sort of decks, I think here we could have easily played. Oh, this was a See How They Run deck. That's not the one I want to look at. That's not it either. But like these sort of PE decks with false leads and traps, like, are just better than they look. Oh, this is War Raid in it. What was I doing? Don't look at it. If you refresh, I added a description to explain what I'm looking for. Oh, thank you, Silent. My first deck ever as a work in progress on tagging the opponent to use either Retribution to potentially hinder their money, trash vital programs, or straight up kill using End of Line. You want to ungender that if you don't mind. That's my feedback so far. Economy is a bit weird with NBN, so I threw Nico and Regolith. I had daily quests, but it was weird to use it. I also struggled to end the round of runners. Usually they will take a tag or two, but they will always reach a route. You see, this is what you want to do. That's a good run to do it. So I bait them with NGO front. Any feedback is welcome, so any recommendations for agendas? I have 3 5s are weird. Okay. So we're playing standard, right? We have NBN Reality Plus, pretty cool. Our agenda suite, this is an interesting agenda suite. It's worth noting this agenda suite is really defensible, but if you're scoring out, this agenda suite is a bit tricky because you fundamentally have to score 4 agendas. Most Corp decks score out 3 agendas to win the game. Some score at 4, but that also means the runner needs to steal 4 agendas. So just keep that in mind. This is actually a very defensible agenda suite in terms of the amount of accesses the runner needs to get on central servers, but it also requires you to do a lot of work. How do you beat that? You can play 5 3s. Those are pretty tricky. You can play 2 1s. That's pretty tricky too. You can also play the sort of like cards that are fake agendas, like Backroom Machinations might make sense. But just keep that in mind. Whenever you play only 2-point agendas, it's harder for you to close the game out as well. Hold on, Axu. Let me just open your deck list before I lose the number. Did I do it? Oh, yeah, I did. Fantastic. Axu, what the hell, man? Okay. Let's look at the deck. We have Nico Campaigns, Rashida Regolith, Behold NGO Front, so we have some money stuff here. Nico Campaign, I don't know if I'd quickly say this is the fastest way to economy. I honestly think Regolith Mining License, as long as you're not doing it too quickly, is a more consistent way to get economy faster than Nico Campaign. That is very easy for you to spend anything else on 4 influence. I don't have a great recommendation because we'll look at the rest of this list, but this jumps out as being a bit of an odd inclusion where like there's a lot of ways to get economy in NBN faction that I don't think you need Nico Campaign. So this seems like a luxury spend, which sometimes that's fine. In terms of the tags, oh, we actually have very few ways to give tags. We're actually hoping the runner, for better for worse, messes up to deliver tags. I was expecting we would see more copies of Public Trail, and Public Trail I think is a hella rude card in the standard format. A lot of runners can't or don't respect Public Trail, especially on JNet Casual, where they just run early and then, oops, I don't have 8 credits. They have a tag. You pay 2 credits for it. Right now, the majority of ways we're giving tags to the runner is through our ice, through the 1 copy Behold, the 2 copies of Maze Amusements, and that's largely it. So I think often you want to go out the way to play more ways to proactively tag the runner. Unfortunately, some of those are a bit groan-inducing, but like more copies of Opera Research or any copies of Opera Research, this card is just fundamentally messed up because they make a run, they trash or steal, you pay 0 credits, they get 2 tags. In the late game, you pay 5 credits, they get 4 tags. It's hard not to play this card when you care about tagging the runner. You want to make that a proactive game plan because you do have real tag punishment. Self-growth program Retribution, you're spending a lot of influence on Retribution on end of line. I am not the biggest fan of playing end of line unless you're playing really quickly so they can't respect cards in hand, or you have another way to get slightly more cards out of their hand. I think if they're tagged too, you have a chance that orbital superiority is another angle that you can kind of pursue as a way that you can get a flat line. It's hard for all that to line up. But if you're playing end of line as a win combination, you need for this to be lethal, you need both copies of end of line and they need multiple tags, not just a single tag because of the way that text works. If that's the case, I think Retribution, and I actually think Self-Growth Program is a really good win condition. It honestly might be better than Retribution, because you're right, trashing a criminal program, that's the one matchup where trashing programs is really important, but just returning stuff to hand can be as important. They lose their multi-access, they have to reinstall their programs, they're just further behind. This is not worth sleeping on. This card's very, very good. But this is actually tricky unless you can get cards out of their hand or play fast enough for this to catch up. Sorry for the gendering. English is my first language. I'm learning to. You don't need to apologize at all. I know a lot of times that is a language thing. I think you did a great job on the rest of it. That's just my sort of feedback. The internet often like defaults to him, and I think that is a language thing as well for people who are not English first language. And I just think we can do different. Appreciate it. Okay, upgrades. Amaze on 2 of, Ganked is a 1 of. Ganked is particularly good when you have Mean Ice to Ganked into. Right now we have Piranhas. That's kind of cool. That doesn't do too much, and we have Sarevna. Hollow Man's really good. It's a strong card they have to deal with. Ice Sweet, we have 3 pings, barrier slots, and NBN. I'm not sure what else we'd recommend. We have Sarievnas that are generally pretty annoying as well. VSA is phenomenal. Authenticator, I'm not sure how I feel about this card because it like gives your opponent a choice. The choice is a bit harder in Reality Plus, but it is still a choice that they can have. Otherwise, it's still pretty expensive to break. And Piranhas, I'm not sure how quickly we want to give bad publicity to a deck. This is probably fine. It's probably hard to deal with. You like the text on this. I haven't played enough Piranhas to know how easily you can slot into an everything deck. I think this deck is going to win way more than it's going to lose. And that's because people don't love playing into RP. Into Reality Plus, let's call it that. I think you have a lot of surprises. As much as they're not focused, they're there. Like, runner can run into Behold and lose the game very quickly. I think you can play this as is, and you'd have, I think, a relatively good time. I don't think I would enjoy playing against this, but that's my own problem. I don't really like Reality Plus, but everything here is totally fine. I think whether you want to focus on getting your tag situation to be more proactive and play more ways to give tags, that's probably fine. I think if the runner makes a successful run and they have fewer than 4 cards in hand, the fact that you only have 1 public trail to end a line, you probably want to have more copies of that. And then if you have more copies of public trail, you probably want to be playing, you know, maybe 1 more copy self-growth program, maybe not, but you just want to make single tags as poisonous as possible. This is a slightly hard thing to rely on. I wouldn't be the first to recommend it, but Mindscaping is the other card you can put in your deck to make the single tag to be slightly more lethal. That you can do Mindscaping and to end the line. And that's fine. That is fine. That might give you a bit more reach. It's hard to get damage into these sort of decks. Again, Piranhas sort of helps. Sarievna sort of helps, but I honestly don't have that much feedback. One thing when you're playing this deck out is watch out. Again, this is something that might not be obvious, is you have to score at 4 agendas. That can be quite tricky. So it probably serves you well to play either a fake agenda point or some 1-pointers or some 3-pointers, because scoring at 4 agendas is a lot of work. Thank you so much. Yeah, of course. You have NGO fronts. So install advance is a line that for the runner might look worse than it is. So you can be a bit more aggressive here. I, for what it's worth, wouldn't be the first to play Orbital Superiority. I think this text is hard to capitalize on it. That if you want to play a 4-2 agenda that just hits on more board states, the one that I'm more scared of is Crypto Crash. You can just swap those in and probably be more annoying to runners who don't run and don't respect your aggression. And then if they're not respecting their aggression, it's easier for them to get into a tag hole. Missing Blown is hard. Yeah, it really is. Could over advance a Beal? Oh yeah, it's true, Connor. That's a good shout out. You can always over advance a Beal, and you're actually highly incentivized in this deck to over advance a Beal to beat your 3 points. I think that's actually a good reason that you might not have to mess with Agenda Suite. Or maybe if you're playing more public trails, you can play 1 copy of Backroom Machinations. And then just say, like, I'll score at 3 agendas on public trail backroom. Not freedom for information. Matt, I don't think I would, because freedom of information is only good if you give the runner a lot of tags. I still got to read this. And we're not that good at giving a lot of tags. The way that we're set up currently with only public trail, and in fact only 1 public trail, is that making this a 3-2 is not good enough. So I would consider playing other 4-2s for sooner. Easy for them to get into a what? I don't know what I said, Kat. No, Oppo seems like a notable snub. Yeah, Oppo should be in there for sure. David, I'm doing well. How are you doing? All right, this is Axu's bait. Pretty good deck. Win rate is 100% against English players that like the Oracle for Canadian fam. Seems pretty good. Text into Loop. Great. Hoshiko, Freedom, Lamb, Anarch, Grinder. Good players. Axu's Sanity. It has 3 Sison. Damn it, Axu. What the hell? Oh man, Corporate Troubleshooter, Sison, Ton. Why? There's no Ganked in here, which is kind of messed up. 2 Snare HB. Sorry, we're taking a slight detour from Aggro Tag. This is the best deck ever made. Aggro PD. This is the worst Netrunner ever made, and it's gonna win games. I believe it does cook. The problem is the way it cooks is like just offensive to my basic principles. Netrunner shouldn't cook like this. Actually, yeah, he's gone full Joker mode. He has. Hey, it's Omni. Damn it. I wish I didn't show this deck list online. I wish I just loaded it up. Padma, more like never gonna touch a snare. Oh, this is cool. Oh, sick. Let's go find a big old whale. So Omni Shambles is the person who posted the 2 orcas version. That's a problem because we have the deck that's running only orcas, the breaker, into the deck that's running Sai Sintan. That's a problem. Now, I didn't look at this list too hard because I just saw the red and I saw red. So we don't actually have defensive upgrades, really good ones besides Mana Garm. I think we can just push out an Architect deployment test behind an Ablative turn 1. Not robust. Just get a bunch of money and pump Sizenton too big for Orca. It's hard though. Orca's like 2 for 3. Oh, okay, never mind. We're good. We could have double iced that. It might have been right. I want to put Drafter on R&D sooner than later. Trick shot, fine. What are you gonna do? Hit 2 snares? Ah, Spin Doctor. That's fine. Use Ablative Barrier to install a snare on the table. Not running their moat server. They're respecting. I think you want to run this. Like, worst case, it's a Drafter, and we wouldn't push out an ice behind a Drafter. But if it's a Drafter, it's relatively bad for you because we get this stuff back. We might not need to do this. We could slow roll this. I just want to do it. So we'll do ADT first. We'll look at the top 5. MIC, Sizenton, Magnet, Spin, Doctor, Greasing the Palm. Wow, that's really good. I'll just get the free MIC on R&D. Just so we don't have to worry about Padma's text. Add 1 card from Archives to HQ. So next coming up is Sizenton, Magnet, Spin Doctor, Greasing the Palm. So we have a Spin Doctor coming up soon. I honestly think the Seamless is probably a bit better because we're going to be next turn, draw, install the Spin Doctor. We have to just put an ice on HQ so we don't get Bernard in the next little while. Smackdown is real counter-sec to Sizenton's. Alright, Testeron, it's coming down. Orca, so we'll see a rejig here. Now, Omni Shambles doesn't have money, and at the end of the day, Orca breaking MIC is still 4 credits. Still 4 credits. Ugh, so good. It's so good. We'll draw once. So the next card is Spin Doctor, right? Yeah. So we'll put this on HQ, and I think we'll just click for credit. I know we're not making a play here, which we want to be leading for sure, but they're on 0 credits, and we're not too worried. Orca can't break MIC as is? No, they have to produce. He has to produce, excuse me, the Pelongi. But even then, it's hella expensive. Like, it's 4 credits. That's just not great. Like, how much is it to break a Brawn? Well, 4 credits in Pelongi. That's not too bad. Our money is not there. So we're going to top deck Spin Doctor. Spin Doctor is going to draw into Greasing and an unknown card, which is good. And then we'll just install. Anything we install in server 1, he has to be worried about. 3 size in time. Axio. It's so much worse when your opponent knows what's happening. Imagine. I don't think we res here. I think we just take the burner. The worst card is Seamless. Anything else is interchangeable. They see our snare. So losing the Seamless is the worst part, for sure. They put the snare on the bottom of R&D and let us keep a Brawn. The snare let us keep a Brawn. Best card in deck. Oh, that's good. I should bring this to NPC, see if I can get ejected. Is it closed deck list? You'll do quite fine. Okay, Orca into Magnet. Magnet to Ablative. I think I want to draw once for a play. I'm not comfortable making a play into just an Ablative because a Pelongi beats it. So I think we can draw once. Well, now I kind of want to make a play. It's not hard for them. I think we just push that in there. Yeah, I think we'll just do Code Gate into Barrier. We didn't want to Greasing because we're going to Greasing next turn. We want to keep cards in hand. You don't need money right away because this is the only thing we'll maybe res. Tagro was right there. Cobalt, how's it going? Yeah, the aggro crag is a thing though. All right, so this just makes it look like a defensive upgrade, which is good enough. I know it's not. Here we can advance the card. I'm not too interested because it's a Luminal. I want to make it pretend it might be a Rashida. Maybe it eats a Pinel or something. But for this, I'm not sure how much respect we need to put on R&D. The deck is on 2 Waken plants, so resing HQ is important, and we'll just take a credit. Almost as bad when I took down a local CEO with Oppo and the line in PD. Oh, that's pretty bad. I don't want them to have cards. They can have credits. We probably won't seamless this. We don't really need to. And then we can bring back probably the Spin Doctor to Greasing the Palm. But they're not putting on a lot of pressure for us. That's a good draw. Okay, so if we seamless this, we probably should get the seamless back. We want to hoard 2 seamlesses because then we can score out a never advanced Ikwa. So we're just going to triple advance this. Where are the Beatles? Add 1 card. I think we need money. I think Greasing the Palm is good enough. I think Spin Doctor is the more proactive draw, but Tranquility will draw a card. So we're going to res Trank. We're Greasing the Mana Garm into server 1. With this, we'll draw a card. That's so good. And I think here we'll just click for a credit. We have to worry about the next burner because losing the seamless is something. But if we draw an Ikwa, we'll do install advance. So we'll just keep our money up so that next turn we have to install advance play. Yeah, the aggro crags from that Nickelodeon show called Guts. I'm not too familiar with it. I've seen a bit of footage of it, but I didn't grow up with cable TV. So most of the TV I grew up with is like local, whatever you can get on antenna, and a lot of The Simpsons. So I didn't watch Nickelodeon. Feel occasionally we need to put random snares, public and the line into decks to keep runners honest. Yeah, I hear you. So if we res, we spend 5, they spend 2. They can use this, which is pretty cool, to get down their Pelongi. But if they get down their Pelongi, we can just purge the Pelongi. Like, it's not a winning line, but like they still need 2 Pelongis to deal with this. That's a bummer. I just don't want to pay 5. Like, we have to make them spend any money, but like Rashid and their mode server is so much more important. If we res this, we can't res both of these. Cool. So that means that they won't charge their remote server. Because they're paying 4 on this. Again, they get money back from Coalescence and Padma. So the run on R&D is actually 4 credits cheaper because Orca charges Coalescence. But they have to use a Pelongi counter for it. Now, they can't steal Ikwa here, so we're not that worried. So we're not going to use Spin Doctor. Even if they don't see, we might use the Spin Doctor to draw new cards. Because I don't think we need a Spin Doctor. But they can't steal Ikwa here, which is the one thing they need to lock us on. Yeah, it's not. I've seen it, though. Oh, we totally forgot our Seb counter in our last game. Imagine hitting 2 snares there. It's like not possible. We know one's on the bottom of the deck. So here, it's kind of fascinating because we can use a Blade of Barrier to get a Spin Doctor. They've used their Pelongi. Pelongi is only once per turn and they have no tricks. So we probably can just fire the Blade of Barrier to get a Spin Doctor because we just need to find the Ikwa as fast as possible. So we're going to shuffle. I guess. Do we really want to draw Hedge Fund here? I don't think we do. I'm not sure we should shuffle here. I think we shuffled the Greasing. I don't think we want a Hedge Fund. Because we're going to have enough money with Rashida. We'll res a Blade of, we'll install Spin Doctor in a new remote server. Because we didn't have to pop it right there. Because I forgot. I thought this would res it. It doesn't res it. If it resed it, yeah, then we have to shuffle. We didn't have to shuffle it. So we'll start with Rashida. If you don't find Ikwa, consider not shuffling anything. Exactly. I mean, when life gives you the off-world office, you score the off-world office. Let's just res. Sick. So Troubleshooter doesn't do that much. It's hard to tax at Orca. It just has really good numbers. It's not Corporate Town, it's Corporate Troubleshooter to make our Sisenton super lethal. So we could install a second Mana Garm and just draw and hope we get into Ikwa. The Ikwa's 2 and 25, but we might actually be better off just doing this. Here we have to decide. We need to get another ice on here. The problem is like the sentries are definitely not the play. So we'll start with the Corporate Town and we'll draw. Okay, well. We advance it once, I think. If he steals it, it's not the end of the world because we can just put the next Mana Garm back and push, right? Like if he spends his stuff to get through this, we're okay. He has more money than what he thinks he does though, because he has all this Coalescence money. Like this engine's kind of cool. Carpe Diem, not knowing the mark, okay. Snare, will probably pay for it. Mana Garm, bummer. I was trying Troubleshooter as an alternate to Half Run and Rush Off. One influence cheaper is better into Shaper. So here we probably have to res the Magnet. If not, he Pelongis through the Blade of Mana Garm doesn't keep him out. We'll res the Magnet here. It's a Corporate Town. I sat very hard in my chair. Corporate Town saw some amount of competitive play this last month. It was in one of Tuno's lists. Okay, so now he knows what it needs for the server. The problem is like it's double Palangi. So like we just need to get a third non-sentry on the remote server, and then it's very, very hard, in fact, impossible for this deck to run the remote server. Because it only has 2 Palangis. Like it's literally impossible to break Magnet, Ablative. Now this is a bit of an open deck list problem. Snare PD is peak. Yeah, like this is triple snare, triple Sizenton. This is Axie's poison. So we shuffled. If we top deck a Seamless, we'll play the Seamless just so we can get another click to install whatever we take back here, probably the Rashida. Because we just want to find an ice that is... Okay, we're not weak to Ikwa here. We could MIC to end the run, but I'm happy that... Admittedly, this is free, right? Like it's pay 4, gain 2 on Coalescence, gain 2 in Padma. Oh, Mavirus, yeah, Mavirus just wins, but we're not on it. Oh, empty to Coalescence. That's probably a mistake because you can't charge it anymore. That's a problem with charge. You can only charge a card with a counter on it. So now there's no more charge targets. So that probably means that he has something else. Axe is unknown. We're fine with that. Oh my god, it is a Seamless. So I think we just do Seamless, jam the next off-world. I think we grabbed the Rashida, so this looks like a Rashida. We should have drawn a card there, realistically, but this looks like a Rashida. Like, he still needs another Palangi to contest this, but the Palangi is probably just to run R&D here. Oh, this is interesting. How are you scoring? We're going to top deck a Seamless. What are you talking about? Yeah, you're right. What's this? Well, top deck it. What are you worried about? Thinking. So this one is 4 credits. This one is 2 credits, so that's 6, which means the Managarm is totally safe because you can't charge Orca because he emptied the Coalescence. Nah, never mind. It's all good. Yeah, he just cannot do this run. So, I'm good. Right, like the question is whether we res the corporate troubleshooter, but we don't need to. So now Orca doesn't charge because you can only charge a card with counters on it. Such is the problem with charge. And so now he's exactly 1 credit fewer to not deal with the Managarm. Yeah, charge limitation is really important here. How's it going, guy? Like, I get it. It's just like charges. I wish you could charge cards that ran out of counters. Oh, the Palangi goes on top of the stack. That's actually really cute. So now we're going to top deck a Seamless and we're going to win. It was a purple card. I think this is the better play because it has the man's respect. We don't have to res it, but he has to be worried about it. I tried an unexpected top deck Seamless yesterday, but it was all planned because PD had seen it from ADT score and was counting on it as a very cool play. Very cool. It was a 3 and 23 there to win the game. That's it. Ah. HGG. So we were very lucky that we knew what his deck was. Thanks for the game. The spice didn't matter. Unfortunately, Orca's really good at dealing with this spice. But we were aware of the limitations of the deck, and the deck does have limitations. Just an MIC, like that's the thing about Padma that like, it is so hard to make Padma's ability your game plan because Padma's ability is, and we put up a video just yesterday, like it does not lead the game. I do not have to be respecting Padma until admittedly like a cataloger comes down, but like every run, if he has to run R&D, where R&D is relatively good ice, just to get value from his identity ability, I do not care. Because our remote server is so much better, so much faster, that we can make the game, make R&D nearly irrelevant. Now, if he dropped a cataloger, sure, maybe we have to worry about that. Do we have spin doctors on the table? Yeah, so he has a bunch of things to worry about. But like at the end of the day, it's really hard to make Padma's ability a big part of the narrative of any game unless you're already winning. That's the way I see it, which is a bit of a struggle. Like, it's hard to make R&D control the game. Stall snare outside would have been my line. Yeah, you might be right. Jonald, how's it going? Yo, Jonald, you did the stream clip attached to your deck list, and I watched it, and it was relatively funny. I totally forgot I roasted you like that. Yeah, congratulations on your finish. It's almost as if Padma's missing a massively important part of their arsenal. Yeah. If she had a boat, running R&D would actually make sense. You're totally right. I said a few times Amelia's the only card I would play Padma for, because Amelia completely changes the game. Wasn't going to waste a game on something standard. Oh, Sam, good game. I hear you, and I played Amelia, and I just don't think it's consistent enough. We'll definitely get more charge support, for sure. Like, I obviously, a part of Padma's budget was attached to the boat, and the boat's gone. All right, this is aggro Arsana. This hand's good enough. Hey, man. Padma 2 because it only works on R&D. It would have been better for either. If it was any central, it would be very powerful and probably good enough, but you can't do that. With the, like, maybe too good, but with the boat, that would have been way too good. But if Padma was like run R&D or HQ, kind of like Zaya, maybe. So Magnet's hard for Arsana to deal with early. The question is, what do we want that? We know this is a deep dive deck, so MIC on centrals is kind of annoying. I think we can afford an MIC early just because we have a Rashida and we have a hedge fund. Hopefully he face checks into this poorly. Now he could just slap Vandal it. This Arsana deck is running a lot of weird one-ofs, like Euler. Andre was skeptical with the PD. You think we're not going to snare Arzon to death? This is a good run because the face check's not too bad. I think so many players are so used to. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's really good. We're not trading MIC for this. I wish we went for the magnet. It was so much better to go for the magnet. Lead the dance video is a banger. Thank you, Jonald. Oh, yeah, we should have gone for magnet there. It's okay. If people bring this to Philly, I'm going to be so annoyed. Wait, your snares? If I do this, we go down to low credits. I think this is fine. Yeah, I think magnet inside made more sense. I realized there that the only thing that beats the MIC elegantly was like a slap Vandal or a Botulus. In theory, also like a Physarum, but that was very expensive. So I think the Botulus, the like straight Botulus in hand was the worst case by a mile. This feels too slow. Let's not get trick shotted. Bachlin's really pricey for anything but the biggest ice. Backlund does not need Padma to work. I don't think we need to make Backlund faster. Like, that's the weird thing about Padma is like, if Padma just makes cards slightly faster, it doesn't make the cards better necessarily. I don't want to do spin. I do want to do Spin Doctrine to an open table. Because maybe we'll run HQ. This is Sysant on Snare PD. Yeah, with Corporate Troubleshooter. Actually posted this list. It hasn't done anything cool yet, but like, he knows his audience. Okay, MIC on R&D is annoying. I wish we had a play here. We don't, but we'll push the Spin Doctor and hopefully force some interaction. This Botulus is like actually very interesting because it'll move around because Arzon's on copies of Spree. We just got to make a play to force interaction. If we're not playing, like if we're not forcing plays, he's playing. And again, we want to be leading. Braun or MIC? Double MIC. MIC on R&D is good. Oxu fam is cooking. Fam Oxu is his list. This is actually the rest of it just eating. I just want a snare to fire. I just want to see what it does. After that, we'll go back to aggro tag. With 2 cards in hand, I don't know how scared Arzan is of Seamless. If like Seamless is necessary to score this out, he could just burn her as. Pichachon and MIC. Okay. We have the money to be able to trade that off. So I think we're going to res the Spin Doctor no matter what. I think we want to shuffle back none of these cards, actually. We probably just burn the Spin Doctor and use it for ablative. Yeah, okay. I don't think we'll shuffle the Spin Doctor those cards back. We want that. That's what we want. So Magnet might be difficult to beat, but with like Simulchip use, I don't like if we don't have defensive upgrades, I think Shaper can crack any server because we're too slow. This is turn 6 and we've not done anything that's worth contesting. If we trash this Botulus, it'll come back, but it's actually kind of interesting. It's a shame it's on an MIC. Big endorsement how fun Seb is when we've already had more games of this one. Yeah, we'll go back to it for sure. I just want to like make a snare do something cool, like hit a deep dive. Or if this wasn't MIC, I would overinstall it, but because it has very relevant text into the matchup. Now we kept a spin doctor here, which is interesting. Oh, we were meant to spin doctor back. What the heck did we do? Bolt the trash 2 spins. Yeah, I'm over there looking to be like, wait, what do we do? That was not correct. We should have used that spin doctor to shuffle that spin doctor back. Score Luminal Purge? I don't know. I'm not sure. So this pop drops us down to 10. We just need the magnet here to be annoying. We can't really res the blade of sooner than later. We'll see what happens here. I don't know what his answer is here. It's probably a Muse from hand, but he has an MU issue. Oh, he had the Physarum in hand. Bummer. Why did he install the Clot? Just so he could simulchip? What did he have access to simulchip? So there's a lot of agendas in R&D. I think it's our best interest to crack the MIC. The problem is like we have no on encounter window because he passes it. So we'd have to do it immediately, but then he doesn't spend 3 credits. I think we MIC this. How does he beat the Blade of? I don't actually know if he beats the Blade of. Raising the Blade of drops us to 8. Then if he sprees, like he gets through most of this. I think the Magnet's going to do a lot of heavy lifting. I'm not sure if we should res this. This drops us down to 8. Then this drops us down to 2. Man, that Fermenter is a lot of money. Do you res the Blade of before you can trigger the threat ability? That's the thing, is like I don't want to, especially with 2 spin doctors out. But like he actually has to struggle to deal with this. Like a little barrier is pretty good. I just think we're spending way too much money on this turn. Let's see what happens. I think Regulus is way too slow for this matchup. Okay, he's still going to charge server 1. He's still going to charge server 1? Apparently not. Build script? I should play build script when we played this aggro deck the other day. So if we triple advance this, we can still hedge fund install Rashida. Seems good. Add a card back. Honestly, Regulus is probably too slow. Hedge fund Rashida is a start, so we might just want greasing the palm it. I think we can keep spin doctors in the bin. I think we just need money fast because we have to go fast. You think what I'm thinking? Not purging a Physarum Fermenter. No, with Simulchip, like, it doesn't exactly matter. Like, it's weird. I don't think it matters if Arizon clicks for 12 credits. That's probably incorrect. But purging the Physarum doesn't matter because of the Simulchip. Like, paying 3 for MIC is the best we can ask for the Physarum. And then it's stuck here. Especially because we can still crack the MIC and trash both of them. Right? Like, the Physarum is on a thing that we can immediately purge on our command. I don't think we need to purge this. This Botchus is annoying. That's for sure. And this Fermenter is money. But, like, this deck actually only has so many ways to spend money. Cost him a Simulchip? Yeah, but with 3 Muse, 3 Simulchips, like, I think we just have to go faster more than we can tax them out. Like, I think we have to be the beatdown here. I might be wrong about that, but I feel like we have to go quicker. Because Arizon just needs to find 1 2-pointer and then try and close the game out with Deep Dive. It does not matter that the opponent clicks for 12 credits, that's def aligned. Well, it's true. It's like, his problem is not how much money he has. It will be eventually, but his problem is about his access to breakers. Okay, now he's 14 credits. Like, yeah, it's not gonna be good for us, but like, I don't know. Now he's gonna contest this. Next type DECKLISTS is right. I was already gathering clips. I'm glad that the YouTube streams are able to be clipped as easily as they are able to be clipped. This is just a single Raxus run? Hold on, I'm thinking. I think we need to force him to spend 3 credits. He gets a click back if he goes through this so he can steal Iquas, but this is a single axis. I don't think we care about single axis. Yeah, I'm fine with this. The longer this is on the table, the more he has to respect it. And Ablative is what? Cost 7 credits to break with Gauss? That's cool. Cost 1. Sees a single? There's no agendas in R&D. Trash of Tranquility. I think he realizes that wasn't a run event. That must have been a run event. There's no way he's going for a 4-credit single axis there. Oh, maybe he saw Saisentan. Yeah, he did. Gauss slander? It's Gauss. It's like, fine. Nobody's excited about Gauss.
Let's just force some interaction here. This is not a great line. Unfortunately, R&D is holding, what is it, 7 agendas in 23. So, like, we're going to lose to a trick shot sooner than later. But we're not really in control of that narrative. Yeah, he's got Saisentan nerves now. Unfortunately, like, Fazarum does not care about Corporate Troubleshooter. I honestly don't know if Corporate Troubleshooter is better than the other one. So, like, hear me out. If we played... No, our snare! If we played, what's it called? Helheim servers, we actually could make the snare in hand more consistent because we could empty every card in hand. This Brawn res drops us down. With the Regulus, we might be able to do this. As a kid, I was always very excited to degauss my TV set. Yeah, your parents loved that, didn't they? I did it too. My brother tripped and like threw a little magnet into one of our old CRT TVs in the 90s, and I think he ruined it. I actually know, I think it had to go to repairs. This is such an expensive burner, which is sick. What an evil hand to see. Best part of it, seeing a single Saisentan is now every face check Ice might be Saisentan. Yeah, with Corporate Troubleshooter too. Like, there's a chance he's just gonna camp R&D, because rightfully so. Why does everyone add snare to the bottom? Just let the snare, like... Honestly, Saisentan on the top of R&D, I think, is worse for us. But I do think he's scared of Saisentan now, and probably scared of Ganked. Okay, that's why. Okay, so if we continue to counter Ice, how is he breaking Ablative? He has to botchless it? Like, he only has 3... Oh, no, he has Trick Shot credits, of course. So, should we MIC here? There's 7 agendas and 25. Well, it's 23, because we know the bottom 2 of the deck. Thinking. He has a Gauss? Yes, but I missed that he had Trick Shot credits. I thought he had to spend 3 for MIC, and then he didn't have money for Ablative. With the Gauss, you know, it was the credits. The credits was a problem. It wasn't the breaker. The breaker is good. If we crack this, he has 6 for the remote server. That's maybe scarier. Trick Shot only getting you 3 credits seems so innocuous as brutal. It is. Yeah, I think this might be the best runner card in the whole damn set. It's absurd. Whatever. He's gonna miss here. Anyone notice the Gauss on board? Okay, Bob. Okay. Just me then? Yeah, it blends in. It's green. No! That was not unlikely. Wait, is he deep diving this turn? Oh my god, is he deep diving this turn? He might be. No pop on the trick shot? He didn't last time. I think he's worried about running into Saisentan and just getting cooked a bit. Yeah. No, the remote server is like way too scary for him. We have to just keep that in mind. Oh, he's trick shotting. That's a bummer. Cracking the MIC won't matter. We actually can not lose. Oh, we can lose here now. There's a lot of agendas in R&D. It's unfortunate because we lose to, okay, he's on game point, but he did not find an Ikoa, which is good. But now he's on 6 points as soon as this turn. And it's just we did not. Oh, double dive. Yeah, he could double dive. I don't know if it's really the play here. Well, he can't afford to. But he was hoping for Ikoa. Oh, he's actually 1 credit short of Ikoa. I think he goofed it up. Oh, nice. But technically, if he wanted to win there, he needed to get another credit. Yeah, he's short of credit. So he knows they don't have Seamless in hand, so he felt like he had to shuffle. For obvious reasons. Well, I shouldn't say that. He felt like he had to shuffle because otherwise we could win here. Yeah, tell me about it. I think it might make more, like, the chance of you winning there, you probably should click for credit because you can probably win. Snare's coming back, you're right. He shuffled a snare. Shuffled the hell out of a snare. How do I put this on R&D as an upgrade? How do I put this on R&D? Wait, does Corporate Troubleshooter beat actual Gauss in a reasonable way? It kind of does. I pay 1, he pays 2. I can't hit this button. It's way too slow. We're so cooked. We are so cooked. Is our game plan top deck seamless launch? It might honestly be. Is Magnet good enough? It might be good enough. Aldrich says the snare isn't the kind of number he likes until he puts in his deck. Oh yeah, and then they lose to it. It's sick when you're down 6 points. Or 4 points, I guess. I mean, He's scared of this server. The problem is we have to advance it. No, we're going to top deck a Seamless. We're really good at that. Simul Coalescence afford the double dive? I don't think he had access to a Coalescence. His deck is on 1 Coalescence last I saw. His deck is really cool. He shared it with me. Like, I love the fact that he's just aggressively spec working his breakers, because a lot of his breakers like Euler and Gauss are just kind of like not very good unless you install them on the turn. Like, this deck is really cool. It's very, very aggressive. I'm a big fan of it. Clicking for a credit would still only allow runner to steal Iqua or 2 agendas, never win. Yeah, but if he steals the Iqua and a 2-pointer, he wins. So if he clicked for a credit. Oh, you're right, because then he needs to click to steal the Iqua. Okay, you're right. He was just a credit short. Yeah. If only we didn't give him a 14-click credit button. Who would have known? Who would have known? We didn't give him a fermenter on 6. It might have been right to purge. I'm not 100% sure. I think we're in a bad spot no matter what. That we might have had to just hope this whiffs, which is unfortunate because we knew all the agendas were in R&D. There is 1, 2, 3, only 3 agendas in R&D. Not me? Yeah, but you also probably didn't see the Gauss, which that's the difference between you and me and Axu. I see the Gauss all the time. Good chance to get HU spreed on the next dive. Yeah. What's a Gauss? Yeah, there you go. I think it's a breaker. I don't know. I see Gauss people. Aldrain, how's it going? All right, top deck Seamless every time. Imagine we had like 2 Seamless and he knows. He threw out an Euler and a Muse. That's frightening because now we know he can break Magnet for free. No. I didn't think through the line. It just, that felt right. That just felt good because it looks like an Iqua. I don't think he cares if we score an Iqua. He's scared of this upgrade because this upgrade does 17 net damage. And then these are 17 Sysentons. Fermenter for 4. Just so he's going to trash a card. Legwork. HQ. Action on approach. Yeah, dude up. Going for another deep dive. Hush and MIC. Wait a second. But my priority. Yeah, so now we can't use the Hush, which is fine. This is still expensive. I feel like Propeller outpaces Gauss in almost every situation. Like, if we're going to reinstall it, might as well use Propeller. I don't think that's entirely true. I think it's very close. I think when it comes in at 4 strength, you actually deal with like some things faster than others. I'm just not like, I don't know the numbers on Propeller. I think they're probably very exchangeable. You'd have to guess like Brawn is the same for both of them, right? Like this breaks Brawn for 5. What does Propeller break Brawn for? Like 3? Maybe that's exactly correct. You'll hit the deep dive with Snare. One can only hope. Imagine hits a Snare there too. Great. Botulus is really wild. We did not play Okay, you're showing off. We did not play Botulus in our version of this aggro deck, and it's 100% right to play Botulus. Snare? Yeah, Snare one time. You feeling lucky, y'all? This is where like you play Helheim servers and you make it so it's only 1 card in hand. Actually, you got some work to do. Boom. Damn it. Nothing to see here. He's gonna whiff. There's no agendas in R&D. They're all in hand. It's just Snare, agenda. He knows that. People trying to convince Bot to swap the Botchus for Entangler. I think if you're specifically playing Spree, Botchus is pretty good. This is for Coalescence? Yeah. I'll have with double Sysentton on the same server for twice the value. If you can't have cards, I can't have cards. Ah, he found it. Good game. This is the cost of playing Snare and Sysentton in your deck, where you spend so much influence doing something that doesn't matter, as opposed to like just having an anoetic or like a faster win condition. Like this is the sort of game where like the bad Jinteki choices you made cost you the game in a very, very subtle way. Like having more influence here and going faster, would the game have been better? Yeah. Axu says unlucky. Strictly correct. But yeah, this is exactly where they're like, this is not often a good game plan. Good game, yeah. We did not really play. Like, I think this is a non-game. We made, I think, one interesting decision, which was whether we should have purged or not. But after that, we just played the hand we drew, and the hand we drew was not good enough. All right, let's go back to playing the other deck. Actually, terrible deck out of 5. More snares needed. Nobody hit a damn snare. We just keep getting burner. We're playing in a shaper. They're like, I don't want to touch your cards in HQ for some reason. So frustrating. Any snare there could have ruined me. Alex, how's it going? I think the amount of work I have to do to win the game, good game, is like such a high hill that if you just play control and never try to win, you're okay. I think you're scared of Sai Santan. I can't actually do anything with Sai Santan, I don't think. Especially because you have, oh, what's it called? You have the Fazarum. Like, Sai Santan doesn't do anything. This is going to be a PE matchup. Oh, nice. PD. Thank you, you too. So our opening hand, we have no money. We have Aqua Screw. We have an early Stargate, which is a bit too expensive. I think we want to open here with a Banhar. We want to open up with a Lago Paranois Shelter and one Econ card. We can ask, we cannot receive. Toxic streamer, talking trash on casual chatter, sharing a personal list they worked on for months. It's bad. You should feel bad. Oh, man. Oh, no. PD Assets. Where's her Miss Bones at? I honestly think we could consider Botchless running this. Doesn't beat Magnet. Magnet's not very popular. It beats MIC, but the question is, what are we trashing here? We're assuming this is a Rashida. Now, this is not an MIC. This is not a Bronze. So if it's a Drafter, whatever. If it's a Gatekeeper, whatever. I think we can consider running it. The problem is we have no economy. Force the res. Can't. That's fine to get that done early. Admittedly, it doesn't matter with Banhar, but with Amakua, we care. I don't think we can afford Hannah. Let's open here for, this is where we want dirty laundry. Like, interacting is important. Tempo Hannah? How cursed is Tempo Hannah? Tempo Hannah's pretty cursed. Like, we just need slightly more money here. If they YDL, we're gonna lose. The turn one Botchless run game would have wrecked me if you had Saisentan. Yeah, Alex. The other ice we wanted to put on the server was Magnet, and we didn't, and it cost us Rashida. That actually might have been the biggest decision in the game, is opening with the MIC, which I think only Fazarum and Botchless beats MIC from your deck. I don't think you can Oiler turn one well. That if we did the Magnet, we would have been fine. That's a unfortunate thing. So they're probably going to YDL. We can Hannah to gain or removes a tag. I wanted the tag there to install Friend of a Friend. We could have jacked out, actually. We probably should have jacked out. After they res a Spin Doctor, but they only res when we say, do you want to access? We can't respond to that by jacking out. That's a bummer. This hand's not good. This hand is not good. This is a bad hand. You don't have hands like this on turn one with Hoshiko, because you don't play weird situational cards. They're going to YDL and have 3,000 credits. Slap works too. Yeah, I know you're on one slap, but slap doesn't beat Magnet. So it was like, admittedly, if it's a Fazarum, it's really expensive. I don't mind. Yeah, YDL, of course. Do we lose? We might. Okay. I think we need to be on 2 Miss Bones. It's way too important. It's like the best thing to install clicklessly and creditlessly in the early game is Miss Bones. Casual 9 credit YDL. They worked pretty hard on it. Maybe we should have trashed the Spin Doctor, honestly, because now they have less control over what they're discarding. It's a Saisadon on HQ. Don't know what to do here. Nothing actually pushes us forward enough. Like, unless we draw an Econ card, nothing pushes us forward. Brandon, I should stay home from work. Hopefully you're staying home for a good reason. How you doing? All of this is not economy. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, we need to figure out how to get a tag from Hannah, which means like face check a Gatekeeper. We actually probably just run server 1 jack out. Like, don't pretend that this is not messed up.
friend of a friend, allowing you to fundamentally, how bad was that? We clicklessly installed it for 1 and gained for 4. So it was a click for. It's a cursed way to use Hannah. You gotta. It's value. I don't know what you're talking about. It's just super value pilled. I don't know how bad that was. I did not run the numbers, but like sometimes you just have to do it. Moving bedrooms and due to heat and traffic noise. Oh, nice. Hopefully it turns out better, huh? Ironically, I was watching a replay video and missed you going live. 2 clicks on a card for 4 credits. Seems pretty good. Oh, we could have contested that. Don't luminal me. Oh, we should have contested that. If only we had like 2 more credits. It was a hedge fund, yeah, but it's a hedge fund for multiple cards. How many Seb Connors have we got? 1. Yeah, that was such an easy contest. It's a bummer. We had both Amaku, we had Botulus. We just didn't have money. All right, well, we need to contest that. So we need Devil Charm, Amaku, and just money. So if we do, that's an agenda, right? If we do Amaku, Devil Charm, we're down to 2 credits. Then if we run it, we break this for at least 1, so that we have to break the outermost for 1. So we just need to make money fast. So how do we make money fast? We draw money. I should have considered that before I hit that button. Other option here is Hermes go Centrals. That's not good. Does Praxis do anything? Praxis does do something. This is a turn that we have to like do nonsense. So if we Hannah, we have 4 clicks. If we Praxis, we run archives. We use Praxis to reinstall a friend of a friend. We remove the friend of a friend tag. What does Praxis actually do here? Then we can install Mistbones from our hand. Yeah, I think we just do nonsense. We technically don't have to Hannah yet. Because we can remove the tag with Hannah that we get from the Praxis. We can float a tag. They played 1 Gracing the Palm so far. I think we do this. We should be able to contest this, I think. Sebastian installed Miss Bones. Friend of a friend to install friend of a friend. So now we can Hannah to remove the tag and have 3 clicks. It's probably still not enough. What are we doing? Are we not prioritizing getting Turtle down to contest? Because we don't need Turtle. We just need to get Amaku Devil Charm down. This actually might still be too slow. This might be too slow. Amaku wouldn't get a charge there because we don't we replace the breach step. I think we're too slow. Oh, we are slightly too slow. Oh man, did we botch that whole turn up? Hannah run spin first. Oh yeah, you're right. We might as well. Wait, no, actually, we're doing all of this wrong. Because we probably need Hannah to contest the server. Oh, we did all of this wrong, I think. This privilege access was totally wasted. Wait, this might not be it. Sorry, figuring this out. Because our idea is we were saying privilege access into friend of a friend gives us money. And it... Do you mind if I... Ow, my head. So, yeah, the Praxis is like almost good. I think we would probably need a Praxis for a Hannah. I think we just need to get more clicks. Because if we do Hannah, gain a click, then Praxis for a Hannah, that seems like pretty circular, doesn't it? Because all we need to do is get enough money that we can do Devil Charm, Amakua, and then we can run server 2. It could be an Ikwa if it is, whatever. We can't deal with that. But this is 4 credits, and then we need at least 2 credits to run server 2. Maybe more, but a minimum 2 credits. The problem is we need to install both of these and have 2 credits. What do we start the turn on? We started the turn on 6. So Hannah puts us on 3. Friend of a friend gives us more money. We just don't have enough money. We can hope this isn't ablative, but that's not like a great line. We can Hannah this to get a leech count. No, it doesn't work. If you need credits, just drop friend and friend, pop for 9. Yeah, but that's 2 clicks for 6. And it was in our bin, right? It wasn't in our hand. Oh man, too warm to figure this out. So if we're on 6 credits, we install Amakua, we're down to 3. We install Devil Charm, we're down to 2. So we're on 6, down to 5, 4, 3. We're on 2. So it actually probably was right just to do Amakua, Devil Charm, Hannah, run the remote server. Yeah. Do you mind if I undo this turn? We've gained no information. Devil Charm slept on. It's really, really good. It's good with Amakua. It's obviously really good with Aquaceres crew.
Thank you. Oh, we diesel turn 1. Oh, that's why we can't do this play, because we're trying to diesel into economy, which is like, yeah, okay. So the undo is not strictly correct because we got information. So we have to commit to this diesel. If we didn't commit to this diesel, the line is Amakua Devil Charm and then just run the remote server with Hannah. So we have to commit to this, so we lose a click. So we still can do Amakua Devil Charm. And then we can still Hannah server 1, which they have to crack it. Otherwise we get an Amakua counter, which is like free value if we're going to crack Hannah. Or we can use Hannah to run server 2. The problem is if we use Hannah to run server 2 and the run's unsuccessful, we can't use the bottom part of Hannah. So on 2 credits, we can technically contest this. Oh no, we still can. No, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Yeah, we can. That's the other way for Seb to be playable. That's not, and is have a bunch of draw and bigger hand, kind of like Hosh. Lol. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's probably not good for us. So that's bad. That's not good. Trash installed runner card. So we need both Amakua. We need Amakua to survive, so we can't let that happen. You may install card from HQ archives. We probably shouldn't have that happen. The runner cannot steal trash cards. I think here we have to just like use our Devil Charm and pay 2 through on sell and just say like we're losing in 3 turns. Yeah, you don't see that much on sell, and like it can be good. I actually would be more worried if this was an MIC, I think. So I think we have to let this fire. I mean, sorry, we have to break this. Can't let that happen. Okay, so we probably just handed to remove the tag, gain a click. Run R&D, charges 2 of these cards. We just have no money. Praxis will get us money though. Trank. Okay. Freedom took a hard hit after his console got cooked. Yeah, it's still within the realm of playable. I think we need money too. Our next turn is practice, so we need cards because we need a thing to Seb from hand. That's good. That's a turn too late. If we had a ban hard, this remote server is contestable. But like all of this got really bad because Illumino snuck through, and we did not think they put Illumino behind a single ice. So that aggression paid off for them. I wonder if you're allowed to install the fire and play around the option that there's no Managarm. I don't think, with this many cards in archives and Rashida, I don't think we want the fire to happen. Ooh, offer with the click left, that's bad. Now they know we can run the server unless they get a defensive ability in there. So they added a card. They added a seamless to hand. Do you think they have double seamless and the game's over? I think we have to start with Praxis just to get money on the table. Oh, paying 2 less. Sorry. That ain't it. Oh my god, this is so rough. Because this costs... Okay, now we have 2 little money. A raindrops would have been good there too. But we need the Hannah run. It's just like, look how much clicks we spend. Okay, he's losing it. Look how many clicks we spend just like barely spinning forward. Like it feels like you're doing a lot. And maybe you kind of are. But we just spent 2 clicks to gain 4 credits. Like, are you excited? We can't even have time to get our Hermes down. We don't have a cards to support Banar. This is fast. It's turn 5. It's not a Rashida. It's probably a Tranquility, honestly. So now they have to do install advance and we lose to that. Oh, the other card. Okay. So there's still 5 agendas in the game. 1, 2, 3. Sorry. 5 agendas in the game. So Hermes is our way out here. Do we think they have an HQ? They've jammed 3 agendas in a row, so probably not. We're pretty sure that's a Tranquility, which means we might be able to contest this. So if we run and we triple click through on sell, we double click marginal value from a specific engine. Yay, woohoo. So if we triple click through on sell, that's not good. We can't beat Managarm potentially, but we need a click and credit for Ikwa. Okay, thinking. So where we put this is super important. We don't know what ice this can be. We know they have a YDL in hand. We're pretty sure that's a Tranquility and this is a bluff. It's an Aquan, 100%. Yeah, that's where we're playing ground for sure. So the question is, how do we beat that? We can break this for 3. We can break this 1 as 4. So we could just run with Banhart on this. We just need more money. So I think we just do credit, run this, right? If it's an MIC, we're cooked. But I think we're cooked no matter what. We just don't have enough money to run this. The other options like Hermes and Hope, which like Hermes and Hope is definitely a play pattern. It's just not a good play pattern when there's only 5 agendas. 26, that's not a great line. Because again, we don't have pressure. How's aggro tagging going? This is our second game. This game's going bad, but we got some bad beats sort of. Seb just needs the ability to turn a credit into a card every turn. It's fine, I swear. Yeah, I know. We'd be straight up better as Hoshiko in this deck. Credit. Puts on 6. This server costs us at a minimum 4. That leaves us 2 credits for this, and then we go through this and hope it's not an MIC. We have 3 cards in hand. That should be enough. We can't be Managarm. We can't be Anoetic. We think that's a Tranquility, though. Again, this is 3 credits. Mavirus will be a problem, but, like, we lose the game no matter what. Gatekeeper, we can break 1 of them. So, again, 3, 4 leaves us with 2. YOLO. This means we can respect MIC. Okay, we can respect MIC here. We died to Mavirus multiple ways. Mavirus blowout incoming? Yeah. Why did they res that? They could have killed us. You don't res that. We would have flatlined. Why res that? No. They threw the flatline. Oh. Bomber. This is cooler? No, it's not cooler. How do you have the? How dare you to say that killing with a Mavirus is not cooler? I say to myself. Okay, cool. I kind of want to concede here. Trash installed runner card. I don't think we care about that. Like if we lose the Amaku, we still lose. So how do we win here? We have to click through the bottom. We have to click through the top. You may install a card. Let's just hope that doesn't matter. It's an Iqua though. Yeah, now we die slowly instead. They can put it back with Unsell anyways. Yeah, you're right. They can. So trash installed runner card. That has to be Yamakua here. If that's the case, they still win because they have a seamless in hand. They have exactly enough money. So is there any way, if we let install card from my 2 archives, we can't let that fire because we died of Mavirus at a minimum. So we have to break 1, 2, and then we have to break all 3. So we're a click short here, unfortunately. Let alone they could even crack the MIC to make things a lot uglier for us. They probably should. So I think we're just going to let that fire and walk away. We lose anyways. I say to myself. Very funny. Yeah, we're cooked. We're just too slow. This is very fast, mind you. But also, like, this is the fact that they understand we put no pressure on central servers. This is turn 6, and they scored a Luminal behind 1 ice, which, like, I don't know if that's strictly correct. Because we have Aquaceris crew. Maybe we're on Amakua. They can't resist Mavirus, but they would if we died. Good game. That's rough. That's like quintessentially Seb problems. You spend so much effort just to get like an incidental amount of value. Good game. I'm so surprised they went for the early Luminal, but like maybe rightfully so. We could have contested it. We just didn't have enough money in our opening hand. What you're going to notice is the more aggro I make this deck, the more I'm just cutting out the cards that are like the Seb cards. Oh, that's aggro PD. No, you can't touch that. That's perfect. This. So like, what do we want not in this? We need more card draw. We need more economy. Heliamphora is probably not it. PD winning on turn 6. I know, but that was Luminal on turn 2. So like we need Dirty Laundry's 3 ofs. Like we just need to go forward as fast as possible. I think Miss Bones is definitely it. Amakua seemed good though. But like Miss Bones is definitely it. DJ Fenris seems too slow. I just don't see any card as good as Miss Bones for the early game. Manuel, it doesn't matter. Moshing the price? Yeah, that actually might be it. That might be it. And just get rid of the bad cards. Like that means that we can play Hannah and Friend of a Friend because we just want to get into the bin for Praxis anyways. Maybe that actually makes a lot of sense. That's a good suggestion. Time to get Privileged Access is one of the best cards in our deck, right? Like it means we can mosh out our bad cards and install them for free. I don't think I want the price though, because like we need just maybe Keely Emperor is probably not it. Maybe we need to be fast enough. We just need the price. Maybe we do. Drop the botch list for the price. Hey, Turdock. We haven't used the botch list yet. I don't like playing 48 when our best card is Aquaceris Crew, but let's see what this does. That we're now breakerless. I think we still need dirty laundry though. Like we just need ways to run central servers to get, like we have no reason to run central servers unless we're practicing or we're specifically stargating. And that's not great. Has Hermes done anything valuable? When the game ends on turn 6, no. Against PE was sick. But like, yeah, maybe we play no console. Maybe we do. But I imagine when we don't lose on turn 6, like if we had a chance there for we were like 3 clicks short, but Hermes would have been good in that game. Botches would be fine if we ran Simul chips to fetch them from the bin. We have Praxis. How's it going, Bill? Like, I don't think we need to move them around. Right? Like, we're pretty good at outside is Banhar, inside is Botulus, and then we have Devil Charm Aquaceris Crew. That we might not need the flexibility, but we have Praxis for our moving around. Mosh makes 3x Lago better? Yeah, that's true. All our extra cards. With the amount of events, would Onacom be worth it for the draw? We actually don't have that many events in the deck, and Onacom is like a lot of influence. It's a lot of influence. But the deck can, like, most Onacom decks have like, I don't know, 19, 20 events. We have like 10. Oh shit, we have a lot. No, I just don't think Onacom is often worth it for influence. Hey. Uh-oh. I think this might be Architects of Tomorrow. Oh, it's op. Okay. I saw Tank playing on Boz stream Architects, I think, the other day. Do we still need Leech's Bane? I think we want to try them because it means we can be slightly more aggressive, but it works really well with Aquaceris Crew. That's the idea. It's like it's one of the more aggro cards in our deck that allows us to snowball forward. The problem is, like, you're right that it's ugly to play the Leeches because we don't have a good reasons to poke HQ or R&D on turn 1. This hand's not good. This matchup isn't totally dependent on, early Banhar, but getting your Aquaceris Crew down early. How do you mosh this hand? Like, this hand is just good. Uh-oh, it's assets. We only have 1 missed bone still? I hate what we've done. Banhar is good. I think we get rid of the Stargate and Aquaceris Crew. Thanks, you too. But this looks like 2-no op. Banner and Stargate looks fine. Like to get rid of. I think we get moshing rid of the Strike Fund, of course. And I think we get rid of Stargate and Aquaceris Crew. Actually, Aquaceris Crew deals with a lot of the ice in the deck. If it's on Ice Wall, Descent, Afshar. Divide and Conquer. It's way too expensive. We can't spend 3 credits to see 2 cards. And we're not even playing Uru or Manuel. I kind of like Banhar because it's aggressive too, but maybe Aquaceris Crew will get us there. Here we need to draw the Miss Bones. Or a Hannah. We draw neither. Draw first. I don't want to throw 2 Aquaceris Crews. Let's draw for a Hannah or Bones. That's bad. Yeah, ignoring the table and just going for Stargate actually might have been reasonable. The problem is it is op. Oh man, I need 2 Miss Bones. I refuse to not play 2 Miss Bones. I think that cuts the Amakua though. Oh, we did cut the Amakua. Like, what? Wait, what did we? Are we playing 2 Miss Bones? We are. Okay, never mind. We are on 2 Miss Bones, so we just didn't draw 1. We don't know what server 1 is. I think the only thing they wouldn't have res is Sphedigore because they had nothing to eat. And they iced it up. Okay. That is good in the matchup. DJ Fenders is not bad at the matchup either. We can raindrop server 1. I actually don't know what this is. It might be a Sphe. We probably have to trash a Sphe. If they res, we're happy. If they don't res, we're happy. But like now we threw out our pressure cards for centrals. Spin? Oh, that's fine. I'm surprised that they cracked that. DJ Fenris, HQ is wide open. That's pretty good. So we'll just keep the pressure on the table. They didn't res a spin next turn. Okay, this is probably worth trashing now that we're here. You can Rock Scrubber. Scrubber and Miss Bones are leagues apart. Thing with Miss Bones is when they put 3 assets on the table, you install Miss Bones, she pays money on the turn, and you control the table. Scrubber, it's not bad with Hannah, but it's just not Miss Bones in the standard format. Can we get a tag somehow? No, then we have to clear the tag. Oh my god, why are we playing Seb? Seb's not gonna fire! Why are we playing Seb? We also have to have a program on the table because they have SDSs. Right, like this is where you drop Miss Bones and go. What do we have access to that we want? This is rough. I would play Scrubber sooner than Miss Bones because of the upgrade clause, but anyone want to remind me if cards Andre and I most need to discuss when reflecting our definitive tier list? Yeah, that's what we're doing tonight, which is why I want to play more Seb. Let's draw once. Okay. So Leech is unfortunately, sorry, Fenris is very expensive. We can consider to do this and just hope that nothing on the table snowballs. Eminent Domain is the worst case. Let's force a res so it's hard to score Eminent. Tributary. Descent. Okay. So they can still score an Eminent, which is bad, but we can do Aquasair, Screw Devil Charm to trash the Eminent. I made 10 versions of Seb and still trying to figure out his end game. Board full of resources, but then what? Yeah, that's a problem. It's like Seb doesn't have a reason to run. I really wish the console was like, well, obviously card draws a problem. I just wish there's more interaction-based cards. To be like, when you run, get a tag to do this. The cards are like eye for an eye. All right, I don't think we can afford this. We should check some of these. Where's our Lagu? There's just so many situational cards. Miss Bones? Okay. We're just looking for agendas out here. I don't think so. We're flailing. Got rid of that. I don't honestly know if Citadel Sanctuary is solving a lot of your issues. Right, like you still just pay credit to clear the tag, and then you have to be ahead of credits on the corporation, or they can pay more than you. It obviously wouldn't be bad, but I'm not convinced it's the most important thing Seb needs. Like Seb needed like a Maya. Seb needed like a rogue trading that costs 1 click, that gives less money. Like you just need something that gives you tags consistently and in a tempo positive way. And unfortunately, there's just not a lot of cards that do that. All right, this deck is on Tumor Virus, I think. We can't pay 4 to trash the Descent. Piranha's Eminent Domain Hammer all come to mind. Eminent Domain's a really interesting one. Let's find an econ. Okay. God of War Thunder Art Gallery. It's a lot of influence. Thunder Art Gallery requires you to have cards on top of cards on top of cards in hand, and God of War is one of the most expensive cards in the game. Or like Thunder Art Gallery is expensive, and then you firstly need to get a tag, then you need to remove a tag, and then you still need to think to install in your hand, assuming that Seb already installed a card from your hand. Like Thunder Art Gallery is just another very clumsy card. Stream tier list? No, we're doing it, recording it. Thinking, so this looks like an Eminent. We haven't found a Miss Bones yet. Price probably finds a Miss Bones and we can clean the table. I think that's fine. Okay, Hannah, Leech, Miss Bones. We'll do a Miss Bones and we'll just clear the table. We have no money, but such is the life. That means you can't score an SDS. This is all your economy. We need Devil Charm Aquasair's crew. DJ Fenris is hard to recur. It's probably the Stargate, and we're assuming we're gonna get the Stargate back cheaply at some point. Ooh, that might not be right. Maybe we only need one Aquasair's crew. Nobody knows if you say it's a deja vu. Hey, Ryan. Maybe Seb needs a meeting of the mind. That's probably what we need. This is where like a fermenter feels okay. I feel like we just like need dirty laundry. We need ways to interact to make money. But like, again, we haven't fired Seb once. So upgrade on top of ice. Okay. They probably have agendas in hand. Like if we could cheaply get down DJ Fenris, we would. It might be correct. So one of these will be the powers that be, right? I'm surprised they haven't fired that already. That seemed like a very good card for them. Okay. Rip bought a fancy Italian lemonade bottle as a treat, but the stuff is extremely bitter and way too sparkly. Axu, not everything can taste like Monster, man. Feels bad. Sorry about that. It doesn't taste like taurine. And why do my eyes not see the back of my head? Should we be clicking wheels and jacking out to take clickless tags? On this board state, we would consider it. Like, that's the cool thing about Hannah is, like, her use cases are super unintuitive, where you want to just, like, face check. This may be wrong. Okay, I think they're scoring on an SDS. Oh, okay. Whoa. What are they getting for 2? There's no good on tempo 2s here, Maryland? Oh, that might not be wrong. They just didn't need to do that. They should have done that on our turn. I bought Fanta, so I'm chilling. Let's drink other beverages than Monster. I do also drink? I don't know, man. What if we had a version of Seb's ability where you save a click and maybe get only 1 credit instead, but there's no requirement to take and clear tags? Like, you could just access a card? Are you describing Hoshiko? I think you just explained Hoshiko's text. Like, when you touch a card, you gain a card and lose a credit? Okay. So, unfortunately, as you see, we're not very good at contesting this. Eventually, we are. But the issue is we have no Amakua, so this needs a Botulus. Descent is a very bad thing to Botulus because they just return it to hand. We have to actually trash the Maryland because that is their money. Hey, Maddie. Drawing another Miss Bones would be cool. Do we lose 1 credit Miss Bones value? I wouldn't actually say it's pretty easy. It costs us 3 credits of installs and then another 2 credits. Like, it costs 5 credits to trash the Archer, and then we still can't deal with the Descent. Do we miss Bones? I think we just lose the value. I said easy, not cheap. Yeah, you're right. Pick 2. Oh my god, if we were Hoshiko, we'd have so many more cards. I can't believe we haven't found a Lagu, though. A Lagu would have been a lot of value. But also, we just lack ways to get tags in this matchup now. In this deck, specifically. We just don't have enough ways to get tags. Maybe we need 3 Hannah. I don't know what's happening to our econ if 5 credits to trash an Archer does not sound sick. It's just like it's something we could do, but to what end? Like, we still can't beat a Descent. Like, our better line here is drawn to Praxis and get Stargate down. But, like, Praxis only works once we're on threat 3, I think. Be cool if there's an Anarch that gave credits for trashing. Genuinely, yeah. Maybe, but then we would need an Imp deck. Do you want a Raindrops Archer to gain 4 cards? Nah. We'll just Raindrops HQ, I think. Actually, we needed cards. Okay, we're playing a blank ID. It's the worst. We've literally installed every connection from hand for 2 credits. I want to get off this ride. You know what feels good against Archer? E shutdown. I only watched the beginning of the game, Eric. I watched a couple turns, but you shut down the Archer. I don't think it's the line. I don't think you shut down the Archer unless you're running the Archer. Like, you want Nick to feel comfortable. You want him to be confident. And then when he pushes something from the Archer, I think that's when you derez it. Because I don't think you just derez it for the sake of it. I know it feels good. Okay, that could easily be an SDS. They didn't install something this turn. Yeah, that's fine. I want off Mr. Seb's mild ride. Yeah, this is not great. This is so bad. Listen, man, I had to. I hear you. I hear you. You saw it, and it was a great play. But, like, yeah, you want to set it up to be actually part of a fork. Maybe I and Ive would be, no, I don't think. Like, how do we run HQ? Should test Kyrus McIntyre in this deck. All those D-reses. It's a way to slow the corp down. Because of the D-reses. Penguin Bike is a good reason. It is. But I think a lot of people ice HQ and we still can't contest it. It's a nice way to get a tag, that's for sure. But, like, our influence is spent on Hermes. Window opportunity is pretty funny versus Archer, yeah. The problem is, like, if you're playing a criminal, you can't, like, even if you E-shut down and then run the Archer, they can still res the Archer and wipe your breakers and you lose the game. Like, Eric, you also had Banhart. Like, you didn't need to de-res the Archer. You could just run through it. No shot you remember Kyrus McIntyre off the dome? Yeah, he's a connection that says whenever or the first time, I'm not sure. When you derez an ice, gain 2 credits. You have to strike fear into Heart of Jack wailing himself. You flip his ice upside down and twirl the next card in your hand back and forward. How do we make a run? How do we make a run? How do we run? No Banhar. How? How do we run? Oh my god. How is this deck so bad? This is the worst deck I think I've played this format so far. Cool. We lost the leech. Phenomenal. Let's give it 1 Seb. I don't want to. I think this is a fundamentally flawed deck because we're not doing Seb. Like we're literally playing a blank ID and we probably shouldn't do that. Oh, he has a click left. Very cool. First time. It's first time? Oh, bummer. I thought you meant like first time playing a Seb deck. Okay, so how do we get into the server? Because we probably can. We don't lose if we don't run this. But here we probably praxis. We can install the Aquaceres crew from our hand. We can install hopefully something that gives us some amount of money. And then we can install a Stargate for 4 credits. A Botulus on the innermost. Let's not worry about it too much. This is free. It actually might be, oh, we can't do Quetzal, of course. A resource for 2 credits fewer. So it's probably friend of a friend because we're going to need some. Do we actually need money? He says, complaining about how everything else is. Yeah, we do. Install a leech. Yeah, we have to steal SDS, right? So now we can clear the tag, Devil Charm, run the remote server. Clear tag. Oh, wait, there's a border control there. Botulus on Ice Wall seems like forever gate. Yeah, but then they like extract it. Oh, please don't make legs jokes. Don't make accessibility jokes about that being in a wheelchair, please. So here we're gonna remove the tag, gain 5. The best econ play we've made. From there, so we probably just want to send a message. I think we just contest this. He can't res border control actually. So the issue is like, what do we need money? Yeah, we need enough money for Aquaceres crew. So we probably will do that. We just do Devil Charm run and hope that somehow if he reses one of these, he's bankrupt. It's better than the Nanook deck. I'm glad that we made an enemy in Nanook. I think that was really important. We actually could choose to take the tag here, just install the DJ Fenris or the second Aquaceres crew. The second Aquaceres crew beats 0 strength ice, of which the deck is running none. But if we had 1 leech counter, the second Aquaceres crew is actually worth something that you would consider taking the tag for fun. I don't think we will, but it might be correct. Oh no, because we can take another tag. Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, because we can still now break. This is not, yeah, it's once per turn. So now we can break low strength stuff. Fenris seems like the money you need. Yeah, Fenris is pretty good. Would crew package be better if you just play Hoshiko? Yes. And there's a deck like this in Hoshiko that plays like Amakua and Ma, and it's just a good Hoshiko deck. It won, I think it won Intercontinentals last year. Yeah, it's like the tag is a downside to this, but like the tag is just a downside in anything we're doing. And so now we can break any 2 strength ice. So if there is an Afshar, like unfortunately we have to go into the tag bin. Like we can still trash anything. Azef, okay. Other rest card. I don't like the fact that we're bouncing this. Underplay simply because Ashniko's a Netrunner on autopilot. I think Ashniko's a bit harder than autopilot. But Ashniko has a wider matchup spread for sure. I think the virus Amakua, or sorry, the Ma Amakua deck is really good against a certain meta. I think it's pretty rough into certain things. If you had hijacked Router, bouncing that would be mildly sick. Yeah, you're right. All right, so at least we've clawed back board state. We're down to 16 cards. This is our recursion, but we're now 2 tags in, and 2 tags is really important because our ID ability is entirely turned off until, like, we actually, this is praxis respect, but how do we praxis? We have to clear 2 tags first. Like, it's never going to happen. What is this deck lacking? Where do we start? I don't know where to start, honestly. We have not enough card draw. We have not enough economy. We have not enough pressure. Our ability is not firing consistently. It's harder to figure out good things that the deck is doing. Click for draw credit. This deck doesn't have Eagle-Eye. It has Azef Audacity. That actually might make sense to pressure Archives, so in case he overextends and tries to deny the leech. But this is just an Axis. How would you even clear tags at this pace? We can't. That's the problem. Is once you go tag me, like your ID abilities turned off, your cards are turned off. It's like such a bummer for Seb that your ID abilities turned off once you go tag me. Okay, that's the one card we knew. It's good that they're playing around that. Let's go back again, because if he reses this, he might mean we can praxis. Okay, that's great. So we're going to lose a credit, but he's also lost his credits. And, oh, never mind. We can't even play this. We're tagged. Yikes. So how do we get back into this game? We have to crack HQ, which we have 3 Aquaceres crew. So we have to like get a Banhar down and then hope that he doesn't trash it. Which, like, yeah, Banhar is technically the thing you do when you're in this board state. I think we clear tags. I was going to ask how to practice while tag decks too. Yeah, I know. Like, we can go slow enough to clear tags because they have to still score out our remote server, which means they have to beat Banhar. Like, this is cursed. Don't pretend it's not. But the only way back into this game is to get down a DJ Fenris and go HQ, which means we have to not be tagged. I guess it's better than he had 1 Valentina. I'm not convinced. Wow, you don't see that a lot. There's an Eminent Domain in Archives, which when we have Hermes, that's definitely a risk. That's definitely a risk. Sounds like you should be slotting networking. I honestly would prefer... No, networking you can't really play because you're playing Banhar, right? Like, you can't hold the networking. Well, now he has to res Archives because otherwise we bounce this. I don't know what agenda this would be. So we can run Archives. If he reses, we can do credit, botchless, run back. But if he reses here, he can't score out likely. You might have forgot we have Hermes. Did not forget we have Hermes. Oh, that's sick. You can advance it even harder. We had a Valentina and it was just like slow. I think Seb is best when you lean into the tag on tag because, like you're saying, otherwise host is just, yeah, 100% you have to. It's just like, it's very hard to make a consistent game plan in which that can be weaved into the game plan on top of the fact that the corporation is forcing you to do a lot of different things. Oh, the virus is really good for them though. We knew that was in there. Should have advanced the Outcat knowing that? It doesn't change much. I can still only break 1. So not a big deal. Like, they do not have time. He does not have time to triple advance the Outcat. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you're saying to not advance the agenda to advance the Outcat. Yeah, there's some truth to that. Did you try Yarrow Mercs? We're not scared of meat damage, and we're not intending to go tag me. So Yarrow Mercs is like not particularly anything for us. I don't think. All right, too much money. So now we still have to figure out what to do here. I felt like playing Slab competitively makes most sense yet, but with a new bomber tag removal option for connection, I think it's potentially viable. Yeah, it's not impossible to see Seb be playable, but it's going to require a different card pool. Advancing the Ice Wall might do more. Yeah, it probably does do more. I think you're right. So if we put a Botchless on the border control, so we could do credit strike fund, we could praxis a cat. That puts tank on 5 credits. Thinking. Technically an archer could be rezzed. I think we're happy with that. Diesel for moshing. We need to use our cards. I don't think we can discard a card. Like we probably just do credit strike fund. We can also just praxis. Praxis lets us install a Banhar, which is fine, for free. We're on 0 credits, so we can have to click for a credit to install a friend of a friend. So we could do credit, privilege access, Banhar, friend of a friend. Ideally, we're installing another Botchus or another. Do we have a Botchus in here? No, we don't. The other line is like credit, strike fund, Botchus, run this. Then he cracks the border control. So we need some sort of click compression for that. He doesn't win on this. So I think we actually just like get ready. So we do credit praxis. I think. Because we don't actually care about this. It's an agenda, but if it's a 3-2, it's a 3-2. He goes to game point. Then we have to be worried about Audacity and then the last 3-1 or 3-2. Which, yeah, that'll be a problem for us. We won't win sooner than that. But I don't think we can contest this. We need to be set up to contest this. We need basically a Banhar on the table. If he advances that, that's actually kind of scary because he might be able to jam the next agenda. But above the law is actually likely what's going to come down. And then installing the Banhar is not getting to that. So how do we contest this? So Seb, our choices are DJ Fenris for all our money or Banhar. I think it'll be Banhar. We'll do resource next. So if we want to contest this, we can get multiple clicks back with Hannah, which is not bad. Hannah kind of beats border control if you squint. So we could do strike fund, use Hannah to clear the tag, get a click. Then we'd be at 2, install Botchus run. That's pretty bad too, but it cracks the border control and maybe he doesn't have a 3-coster. We've seen 1 Afshar, 1 Aket. The deck has 1 more Afshar and 1 Sandstone. We could do Aqua Sarah's Crew to trash the border control. That's actually probably reasonable too. Gotta balance. Can't wait to see the 3 changes you make post game to turn this deck to new meta. Oh man, that's pretty generous. Thank you, Sam. We don't have money for Aqua Sarah's Crew though. Like we can't afford to do we'd have to do credit run Aqua Sarah's Crew and then they can priority border control us during approach. I think Aqua Sarah's Crew blows HQ open though. That's probably what you want, but we'll have a tag. I think that's an above the law. It has to be, right? Let's just get money. So we have a click here. Aziev could hit some good cards out of hand. DJ Fenris and Praxis are the most important way we get back into the game. Otherwise, we can pre-install a Botulus. We're going to try and get through this with 2 net damage, which is risky. We're running out of cards, so we shouldn't play the Strike Fund. We should try and hit it, which means we need to put Botulus somewhere. We have 1 more Stargate hit, and Stargate's not going to close the game out, but it does put pressure on, so I think we can just spread out some pressure. Maybe we put Botulus on R&D. Not sure if that's correct. Ideally with Hermes and like, if we can get a Stargate back next turn, like we can maybe put off enough pressure. Don't show me an above the law. Even on Aziev, it looks like it's not Aziev. Aziev is really bad if it hits the Praxis or the Fenris. Double Advance Audacity, I'd be very surprised. Because they tried to push a last turn on single. Maybe. Okay, we lost to DJ. We kept the Praxis though. Spin Doctor, choose a bounce card. No choice, really. So they're on game point. They have an Audacity. They have 2 more 3-2s and 1 more 3-1. So if they start the turn on 1 credit, we can lose. They also have a Spin Doctor, which is a problem if we want to pivot to Stargate, which at this point we have to just like slam HQ. Yeah, Spin Doctor on board is really bad for us because of the Stargate line. RD is wide open though. They might feel like they're pressured to ice that up. Like we could just rip singles. We need to keep the leech around to steal SDS. I don't know how to interact with that. That could be anything. It's actually like likely to be a Maryland. I like that they're doing this to force us to interact. But we have to scrap so hard. Like imagine we were Hoshiko here and we had all our breakers and like our money and all the good Hoshiko stuff. Okay. So the question is we have to make a decision whether we're running HQ or we're running border control. Let's get that out of the way. We still have the privilege access, which means we can bring back a Botulus. That's useful. we can bring back an Aqua Screw. That's useful for opening up HQ. So I think for that reason, we'll put it on server 13. I think. So thinking. There might be an agenda in archives. If we privilege access, they might flinch. So a lot of people forget that you don't have to spin doctor because we can't touch the cards. If we do that, that's an option. So we practice archives. They get an advance, but if they advance this, we know to run it. Imagine having Manuel here so you can pressure HQ. It's okay. I don't think it's that good because it's actually hard for us to get a tag. Crew for BC seems better than for Afshar. I agree, but I think they're going to crack the boarding control. I think we just need to get this out of our hand first. I'm not thinking through the whole turn, I think, well. If they advance this, we'll learn a lot. But they've won a Audacity, we haven't seen it yet. They didn't place the advancement token. Oh, they did. It's underneath the arrow. Awkward. No spin doctor. Good. No Seb. Thank you. Resource. Okay. So if we can only install something cheap here, I think we have to go for Aqua Screw. So they could bait? Yeah, they could bait. So I think we want to get the Botulus on the Afshar. Either that or we should have done this first to force it, but then we could have lost it to the Banhar damage. Okay, well, 1 credit. We'll run server 13. Oh, wait, we need to click for credit first. Oh, that's so ugly. Actually, no, we don't. We shouldn't. Oh, maybe install the Devil Charm is correct. Oh, if we install the Devil Charm, because then we can trash whatever comes off of this. So we have to hope it doesn't get hit, but we want the Strike Fund to be hit. Yeah, it's strictly correct to install the Devil Charm here. Oh, no, that's a huge problem. Wait, they're just cracking the border control. They're not even letting us take... Oh, that's not good. That's bad. Okay, so they have the Audacity in hand and the agenda, so we have to figure out how to get through this. We can make 1 run on HQ. Unlikely we win. This would be sick if it was an agenda. But we can make 1 run on HQ, in which we click for credit, run on HQ. We trash this, we botch to the one thing. Just rip 4 points off of R&D? That seems unlikely. But how cool would it be? Yeah, totally. Totally. Yeah, for what it's worth, we couldn't afford to destroy it, so they didn't have to do that. But giving us Strike Fund credits here would have been pretty good. Shouldn't they have waited for us to break? With Banhar, maybe. If you're playing around Strike Fund and Steel Skin, there's some reason not to, but I think he probably should have. But he has a priority window on approach if he wants to. Because now we can use the Aqua Crew on HQ. The problem is, like, we wanted 1 more credit. So we run HQ for single, we're having a 1 in 5 chance to hit the actual agenda. Otherwise, they win from Audacity. So is it more likely we win by stealing 2 pointers off 2 agendas off of R&D? I think so. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're assuming there's 11 more points in the game. There has to be at least points in hand. There might be another 3-pointer, which doesn't help us win because we have 1 more access. And we have to be worried about the 1 or the 3-2. The deck actually only has so many 3-2s and 3-1s left, right? Like, this play means that they have it in HQ. Hitting R&D seems right. I don't think so, Yanis. How's it going? Because, like, this clearly means they have that 1 in hand. And if we don't hit the 1 in hand, like, it's so much harder for us to steal 2 agendas on R&D than hit the 1, 3-2 in hand. Or the 3-1 in hand. Maybe they have multiples, but it's the best we have, I think. We have to get lucky here. It's unlikely, but, like, I think seeing 2 agendas in R&D seems super unlikely because there might also be agendas in archives. Now, we don't recover from this. We've only seen border control. Okay, GG. We've seen that same border control like 4 times. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, they had it in hand. I don't know if they had more than 1. We'll never know. Ooh, it's an SEF. Ooh, we got money. Hey, good game. How many 3-2s in hand? Even if they had an eminent, that'd be it. So I think we take the 20% chance. It's much more likely than 2 off of R&D. Unless they had multiple, but, like, we have to hope they don't. Or he doesn't, excuse me. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so it was a 1 in 5. I think that was still our line because it would have kept us in the game. But we had so much work to do. We literally had so much work to do. Yeah, that makes sense. I was even saying that's probably a Maryland. Yeah, for sure. Thanks for the game. Yeah, our deck feels really bad. We just did not do a lot that was I would describe to be as on tempo, and Seb fired like 3 times, and it was just genuinely more of a downside than an upside. I don't know what to do. I genuinely don't know what to do about this. Like, we try and make it as aggressive as possible, and then like we take out all the Seb cards, so Seb doesn't make sense, so he should probably play another faction. Is there anything we can do to make this make sense? Because it just doesn't make sense. Maybe Keyhole is too slow. Well, we didn't even get to hit the table. Like, maybe we have to be more aggressive. We have to have more upfront economy. Like, let's try and explain every card. Diesel's because we need diesel. Moshing seems fine. It makes us faster. Praxis is like the best card we have. It looks like Raindrops is good, but it's not connecting. Like, the worst cards in our deck are like Friend of a Friend and Hannah. And if that's the case, like, why are we playing aggro tag? So like, this is where you end up playing. Oops. Like, do we play? Wait, what's Lou's name? Renee? Why are you still there, my friend? So Stargate doesn't fire on Lou because it's not a card you're accessing. We'll try and see Lou's text in a second. We can play, there you go, fewer cards, which should be good. We'd probably have to play Imp. We need an icebreaker though. Like, we need to play Amakua. Let's try and see if we can see the sort of Mamakua lists. Because it's a very similar idea, and this deck is like, it's a meta thing. I'm not sure which metas, if we're in a meta that this makes sense. You believe Seb is not great or just that archetype? I don't think Seb is really good right now. Wasn't Off playing one of these? Oh no, Patchwork. It wasn't Maw, it was Patchwork. Yeah, here we go. Fly the EMEA. So the 2 Amakua, there's more Ice Destruction with Chisel. We have Conduit as our game plan, not Stargate. I think both of them are interesting. Conduit can close the game a bit faster, especially because we have programmed Ice Destruction. Like, you can just open up R&D. This is the deck you brought to Mansion Run. Yeah. We talked you out of it, unfortunately. Fermenter and Leech. The thing is, like, this deck with Aeneas is really good. Like, there was a point in time where this deck was the way to beat, right? Like, what's it called? Like, a lot of asset upgrades, like Warroid and stuff like that. Now, it doesn't do anything until you find your Amakua unless you're really aggressive, but this is, like, technically the game plan. You have a late game with, like, I guess, kind of labor rights. I feel like I want to use Seb's text. We need, like, 3 Valentina or something. But all Valentina does is makes your text ability be, like, install the Valentina. Like, what does Val do? Val just makes you clear the tag for 1 credit. Right, like, you don't want to play 3 of because she's only really good when you get this 3 text. And then it just makes you clear the tag slightly cheaper. Now, if you play Friend of a Friend, it clears the tag and makes more money, right? Like, that's okay. How bad is the first Seb deck I've ever built? But, like, just having 4 or 5 more credits in the deck, I don't think solves the fact that the deck just is clumsy. Like, it forces you to do a lot of things in order to even beginning to contest. Sebastião Souza Bisoa. So our first version was like Owl Carver deck. This is what we were playing. We were playing way more resources. So we have Alice Harris Crew, we have Dr. Nuka, we had Earthrise Hotel because we needed card draw. We have Friend, we have Hannah, we have Manuel, we had Rogue Trading, which this was too slow, and we have 2 copies of Valentina. Our events were only a Praxis, Steelskin, Sure Gamble. So not a lot. We're not at this point. We were into Lagu, which I think Lagu is almost definitely correct. And the deck is really slow. We're on no console, and Rogue Trading is probably too slow. Sell Valentina into isolation. We have Amakua, which was our breaker suite. We have 1 God of War, which is probably not correct. We have 3 Botchless, 2 Leech. We also, in this list, very importantly, we did not have Banhar. But this is how we started, and what we found out early is, like, Rogue Trading is just simply too slow. Because when you spend half your turn Rogue Trading and then a click to remove the tag, like, you can't spend 3 clicks getting your economy, building your board state. There's just no runner in this game, especially because of the replay review we talked about yesterday, right? Like, imagine taking 3 clicks of your turn just to set up. And that's not even including installing the Rogue Trading. But 3 clicks of your turn to get an amount of money to install a resource cheaply and clear a tag doesn't make any sense. So this card is just simply too slow. I don't know. I don't know what to do about it. This version's older. This is a year old. Yeah, Council's version. What is the best way to clear tag? In theory, friend of a friend. In theory, Hannah. But the basic action. I like Hot Pursuit and Seb. Yeah, Hot Pursuit and Seb's not bad. It's definitely not bad. But like Hot Pursuit on Seb is predicated by the fact that you can get into HQ. Which like, if you saw the decks we were playing, it's a bit hard. We actually did a whole stream on Aggro Seb with Hot Pursuit. We ended up like playing 1 Hot Pursuit. Maybe we should just play Class Act, you know? Stall rotating, click. Friend of a friend is hypothetically better day job. Yeah, but imagine spending your whole day and playing day job, a better day job in a standard format that requires you to have 3 cards in hand. Like it just doesn't make sense. Standard's way too fast. Did you have Hot Pursuit and Banhart? Yeah, let me see what we did. So faster Seb, no Hot Pursuit. Keep going. Faster Trash Seb. This is the version that was like trying to destroy things like Chisel, Amakua, Leech, Devil Charm. What's funny is like probably faster Seb had Hot Pursuit and we cut it. And the reason we cut it is like we found out that the best card we could draw is Diesel. Because we just wanted Diesel. Yeah. Liberated Counts is a card you can play without being Seb. Anarchs do not play Liberated Counts anymore. Yes, they don't. It's slow. There's some matchups you should or could. Liberated Counts was actually pretty reasonable at Worlds last year, but I agree, you can't even play Liberated Counts. I've seen Omni Shambles core damage Seb. No, I haven't. Core damage Seb. What card should I look at to find core damage? Like amped up? What is it called? Begamut? Why isn't Julie good in Seb? 2 clicks for 4 clicks should be a good deal, right? It sounds really good. But let's talk about it, right? So you need to use your ability to install cheaply, what's it called? A Julie. At that point, and mind you, you've probably already used the click ability because it's most of the click abilities that will give you a run. So Julie usually doesn't fire on the turn that Julie comes down. Because again, most of these cards take click abilities. We actually saw like Man in the Moon had this really fire turn because Man in the Moon, I think, is the only sub deck that's made a top cut recently. And he made this ridiculous turn in which he like used Hannah, removed Hannah to install the, what's it called? To install the Julie, then used a new Hannah or something to run to remote server to respect Manic Arm. But Julie just doesn't fire because Julie says first time a turn. Now, if you ask me, and this is the question that's always really hard to figure out whether Julie's good or not. Julie just gives you an extra click a turn. So the extra click every turn is only as good as what you're doing with the click. If you're just clicking to card draw on the turn, then Julie is 2 credits and 1 influence to draw 4 cards. So you're right, you need some amount of click compression, but I think like how comparable is Julie to just playing Earthrise Hotel? Right? Like obviously that doesn't exactly work with Seb, but that is the thing. It's like, it's not so much that we just need actual clicks on our turn. We just need our clicks to be more efficient. And you could argue that they're similar. It's just like for 1 influence, it's a card in your opening hand that's like kind of mid. It doesn't speed your setup in a very obvious way. Now that sounds terrible. It's not like not the worst. It's just like way clumsier than you think would be for how good the card sounds. Like I'm convinced that Julie is like worse than Daily Casts. Daily Cast is a click for 5 credits. Julie is a click and more work to get 4 clicks. And your clicks should be worth more than 5 credits, but like, it's hard. It's hard. It is just harder than you think it is, usually. Try it out though. Like try it out. I think it's a weird one for sure. All right, so we saw Omni Shambles' list early, and Omni Shambles really likes playing a certain. Oh yeah, Omni Shambles is super Palangi build. This makes sense. I was gonna say the last Omni Shambles deck we saw today was like 3 Orca and 3 from Palangi, and you see that deck has downsides inherently built into it. Like we just put 2 ice on the remote server that wasn't the Orca, and then this becomes difficult. So what does this deck do? It's really cool that you see someone's like way that they try build decks and there's multiple decks in that same sort of style. Like that's really kind of neat. A Light the Fire is not a connection. This card is worth playing. Unironically, is very good in the standard format right now. I think I'd actually consider playing a couple Light the Fires in certain decks. So we have Begamut to make Begamut good. And with Begamut being good, Palangi is good, so we break things cheaply. We can't run early. We have Aqua Ceres Crew to help slightly. We have Marrow. And the only core damage we have is Behemoth Light the Fire and a Marrow and a Ghost Tongue. I think Ghost Tongue is super overrated. I think Ghost Tongue is like just comparable to Mystic Miami. Now the thing is, in Essa, Ghost Tongue is good because it fires Essa's ability. But playing a prepaid voice bad that hurts you and loses a card from your hand and lowers your hand size, of which Seb definitely needs hand size, is a hard sell to me. This looks like my kind of jank. Yeah, I imagine a lot of folks gonna have fun with this. I just don't want to rely on Palangi. There's way too much virus out there that your game plan being we have access to Palangi probably is going to work out more often than not. A lot of cards are worse than Daily Cast. That seems like maybe an unfair comparison. Hey, Ryan. It's a fair comparison. We're not playing Daily Cast. I think if we're playing Daily Cast, right? Like, if we're not even playing Daily Casts, I think it's a fair comparison. Man, I'm so frustrated with Seb. There must be a way to make Seb make sense. Are we back to the... How long have we been streaming? Like 3.5 hours? We have more video to do tonight. Let's do one more take of this. Apologies if this seems like a Sisyphean task where he does the same thing over and over again and comes to the same conclusion. It can't have a virus if I tear up cards as they reveal it. So unfortunately, we get a false positive here with Sabotage. We tried the Tuno's list. The Tuno's list was interesting. We did play it on the stream a couple of months ago, and like even Tuno said it was like it's okay. But it's fine. Like Seb doesn't even fire super consistently in that list, I don't think. Like I'm convinced that list would be better as Hoshiko with just a bunch of connections. We did play it on stream though, and I thought it was really cool. That list also almost made a top cut. So wait, there's only one Anarch card that says tag on it? Oh, two. Privilege Eye for Eye on the events. So how do we make this not show Sabotage? We'd have to do like... There's no way that you can just do that. Huh? Seb would work great if you rebirth into Hoshiko. No, you needed DJ Fenris into Hoshiko. You actually need your text. Otherwise, you're not playing Seb. Okay. Forget everything you know about Seb again. So, Seb cards. Credit Kiting. Actually a pretty good card. If we play 3 Credit Kiting and some of the most expensive programs, how hard can we cook? Hold on, let's try it. Let's give another shot of this. Maybe put tag and quote with space before and after it. That's a really good idea, Kevin. Sebastian. Credit Kiting for Maw. Yeah. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Why does that not work? Okay. It works. So, Credit Kiting has a lot of influence, but we can cheaply install something from our hand. It also gives us an incentive to run several central servers. These are all the problems we had from Seb, is that we weren't aggressive enough. And Credit Kiting can install anything. Install cost by 8. So we can play some really expensive stuff and install them incredibly cheaply. So Maw as a console, that's pretty good to install it for 0 credits, especially if we want to be running central servers. This seems like something. Even like fundamentally installing a Stargate for 0 credits and a tag when Seb uses our value, like that's good. That is actually probably something. So I could see this. I don't know if we want to build into Lobby Somim and Orca because honestly, those are build around cards. If you can put Lobby Soma and Orca into your deck and it costs like, say it was a reasonable install cost, you probably still wouldn't because Lobby Summon will give you problems. It'll run out of charges. There's not as many code gates in the format as there are barriers. Like it's not bulletproof. That's most of our influence. Let's try and keep it there. What is the most expensive cards? Let's still play Praxis because it's Praxis. Let's still play, well, that's it. Biobands is an interesting card we can play for sure. What are expensive cards we can play? We look at more tag stuff. We have Solidarity Badge. This only works if we're trashing things consistently. This doesn't exactly mean, it doesn't do what we want it to do because we're not going to float a tag, I don't think. So who knows? Amina, yeah, Amina's like 4 influence though, right? But Amina's pretty good. Femme Fatale, I think, is just, if Femme Fatale was free, I don't know even know if you play it over the Trojan that we recently got. We don't want to flow tags, I don't think. So here we probably play a Maw as our console. God of War comes in for free. I'm gonna laugh when you load into an Amani deck. Yeah, but we're credit cutting it again. Let's go. So let's look at the other cards that say tag. Bachlan Botchkin. This card's a bit too much influence, but it's like a generically good tag card. I think that's true. Aquaceros Crew, probably the best card still in the Seb deck. Let's see how we can do with that. Fem is low influence. Yeah, Fem is 1 influence. This card doesn't make sense because you need to float a lot of tags. If you float a lot of tags, Seb is blank. Iroyasi Pessoa. I mean, we'll try it. Like, we need reasons to run. We have to. I feel like we have to play 3 of each of these and just hope it's good. We'll play one of them. We'll play like more honest Seb. He says, not knowing exactly what those words mean. Thunder Gallery again, it's just really tricky. You need to have this down. It's expensive. Then you need to have the tag. You need to clear the tag, which should install something with Seb when you got the tag and still have another thing to install. Stop with that friendo nonsense. I think you need to. I think this is the only genuine card that can give you or remove a tag in a tempo positive way without spending influence, right? Like, no free lunch, clears the tag for free, but this installs the tag and clears it for 1, and you actually make money. Let's try 1 Valentina because we said we would. It's strictly worse than Valentina. That is very far from true Aku. Just credit carding the Thunder Art Gallery, then you're most of the way there. Yeah. Step 1, install the credit carding gallery. Step 2, everything else. Okay, so how do we sort by cost? Let's just see what's the most expensive. Like, do we play liberated accounts? Like, is liberated accounts okay if we credit cutting it down for 0? Are we making the Seb decks too slow? But is liberated accounts okay if we credit cutting it down for 0 credits? Seb's console should just remove a tag on successful run or something. Yeah, but then manual doesn't make sense. I think this is probably too slow. How do you certify it? What's cost? O? O greater than 3. Okay. So expensive cards we can install. Maw. Okay. We should get the Maw down. Programs is where it's going to be interesting. There's not that many expensive cards. World Tree for free. Interesting. Genuinely interesting, but it's a lot of influence, so that's probably not going to work out. Persephone, can we build around it? It doesn't work with Plongi. Maven, no. Mass Driver, definitely no. Lobisomu, probably not, because you need support cards with this. None of the connections work with charge. Well, besides Nuka, which you can charge, but I don't think any of the connections charge, because I'm pretty sure Dig is a companion, not a connection. Investigator is pretty fine. Begamot, you need to build around. So I think the obvious choice is like an Amina, but how do we draw the Amina? How do you draw the Amina? Like, mutual favor, add to hand? How about no console? I think we have a good reason to play Maw if we can get it for free. Lib's not too slow if it comes down for free. You need some money for clicking for 4. Like, are we playing Siege? Credit kiting? Like, this is what we want to build. We're trying to build. Well, I'm just going to search credit kiting and you'll see the sort of deck we want to build. That's not what I thought we are going to see there. Show me a 419 list. Hey, Rotom. Classic. So this is the sort of list that existed back in the day. And it cheated out a console, and the console was very good. Like, this could be a rogue trading list, but I think we don't need rogue trading when we can credit kiting liberated accounts. So this was a very strong card because you could bypass ice. And if not, you took a tag, and tags were fine. So you played a bunch of resources, and you played control. Yeah, this is list, no joke. So I actually can't produce the image, but on Twitch and on YouTube, there's usually that banner of Matt Zellinger version of Andre playing Netrunner online, and I'm playing this list. Or actually not this list, I'm playing a version of this list. I was playing a version that had like Rozekis in it too. So I wasn't Rotom's list, but it was like this sort of archetype. I've played a lot of this archetype, one of my favorite archetypes. I think we need to do something like this. So 3 Amakua might be fine. With 419, that makes more sense, but we're going to run into an influence issue. But we're going to assume that our slow econ option with rogue trading is liberated accounts. I'm not sure that's a great thing. There's no way we ever go Proco, right? It's tempting. It's kind of tempting. Oh man, it's kind of tempting. I'm S Rozeki / HJ. Yeah, I think we're better without it, but I hear you. Okay, we still need to figure out how to win. The problem is we have Maw. That's a start. I just don't know how we're going to get the Mina in hand to play the game. Like, mutual favor adds it to hand. But that's more influence than we have access to. This does not look good. If we want to play a Proco, installing a Proco for free is like kind of really cool. DJ for Steve to recur credit kitings. Yeah. This is a weird crim deck that you're cooking. Yeah, Piotr. Like, that can't be it. We need card draw. And you need to spend influence on card draw usually. Like, I think we probably play 2 Nukas. 1 Nuka? Is this a mistake? How good is this credit kiting? Like, with credit kiting, we can play Earthrise Hotel. Like, we can play more expensive cards. We still have to win the game, though. Steel Skin? Yeah. Like, what's our ideal breaker suite? We don't need that. Like, I don't even know what our breaker suite is for the late game. What's our killer? Spend influence on Echelon? That can't be it. Is there like a super expensive killer that actually scales well into the game? Like, it's probably not Fem. We probably can't afford to use a flashbang. I think you're right, Mimic is fine. With Leech and Aqua Sarah Screw, Mimic is fine. I just don't know how we can get away with running one of each. Like, we probably have to do something like this, or just run other cards. Oh man, this deck looks terrible. This deck looks really bad. 42 cards. We spent all our influence. We don't have enough money. Oh wait, we have Earthrise. We have Lib. We probably want like some ways to make good runs that are valuable. Andrea, good evening. How's it going? So if we draw this, how bad is this hand? This is just a slow hand. Sad the crew doesn't charge Audrey. Oh, by like trashing itself? It works with Audrey, right? Oh no, because you need virus counters. Because cards is strength, right? Yeah, cards is strength. So here we could do a really slow play, like draw, sure gamble, lib, use lib, like not great. Like how long does it take before this deck does anything? Oh my god, it takes forever before this does anything. I think you're right, 3 lib might be too much. We just don't have enough card draw though. Like maybe we can play the price, but if the price hits an Amina, like we're cooked. Took a meeting, come back to the wildest red crim I've seen in a minute. I don't know what this does. I genuinely don't know what this does. Like check this out though. Like we run R&D, we use credit kiting to install this for free, and then we either install liberated counts or a maw. Honestly, I'm thinking about this liberated counts and maybe we want another one. I'm like, that's definitely a start. That is easily a start. But then from that point on, like, I don't know how we win the game. This Amina is like so cursed. Like, I think if we have this Amina as our one of like future solution, we just need more ways to not lose the game sooner than that. Like, I think we just need more Banhars and stuff like that. The problem is like if we lose the Amina, it's never coming back. So we have to play like kind of weird Anarch. Like here we don't have a credit cutting target. Earthrise would be our credit cutting target. Oh, we do need a DJ Fenris though. The Mina's cursed? Oh yeah, it's hella cursed. It's probably not even worth it. If you can get an Amina down for 0, is it that good? It has like basically the same text as as Orca. We're on 46 cards. Like, okay, here. Run whatever's open. Okay, install Leech, run whatever's open, credit cutting down an Earthrise Hotel. Use that to install a Hannah. Check the remote server, clear the Hannah tag, gain a credit, draw. Oh, we should have drawn first. What does it break well in the meta? MIC for 4. Vampiranasa for 4. Thibblerig for 2. 4 credits to break an Afshar on HQ. With Leech, it's okay. Here's the cool thing, it doesn't. It's just neat. It's just neat. I honestly think, like, besides the 4 influence Amina, which makes no sense, credit kiting seems like a reasonable way to make Seb do something. Like, you can start playing weird, clunky cards. Like, it actually might be right to play Proco and expensive cards and just credit kiting, but then hope that you draw in the right order. Yeah, you're right. Buzzsaw just does all that stuff with the same stuff, but better. Hold on. Okay, we're cooking. We're genuinely cooking here. So now we cut the bad cards. Oh god, not Proco. No, but it costs nothing. It's free value. Look how good this is. Well, not that one. Look how good this one is. Oh my god, it's so good. Run R&D, credit cutting, Earthrise Hotel. Install this for free. A draw, clear the tag. We draw 2, we're cooking. If you're cutting a mean and play Orca to charge Earthrise, infinite draw. How much influence is Orca? It's probably the same. Credit cutting does say 8 on it, right? We have to pay 2 credits for an Orca and a tag. Are you kidding me? It's so expensive. Cut 1 privilege. I like privilege way too much. Now we get the bad cards deletes deck. This is really funny. This is actually really funny. We probably don't need 3 of these. What can we pay for 1 influence? That's like a cool connection. What's like a connection everyone loves? More expensive, the better. Trying to build aggro Seb. We've gone past the aggro tag. We're on the next thing. Buy-a-bands NFL. Okay, you guys, those are cheap cards, but okay. It's not like we can't install it for 8 credits fewer. Pretty Mary, I don't know if that's gonna work out. Like, it's just not good on most board states. Fenris, we have Fenris. Mary's not nice. Like, the only way that Mary fires is if we get her 1 copy of Manuel down, and we get a tag, and we run R&D. I just don't think that's gonna be real. Like, maybe we, Julie, because Julie fires on Liberate counts. Julie fires on Proco. Nihilist. Okay, Tehran. We said 1 influence. Wait a second. Mary also works with Iru. Oh, that's true. But I think Iru is the most cuttable card in the list. Oh, that's bad. That's the funny thing, is if we don't get our credit cutting, our deck is like really slow. Which maybe that shouldn't be a surprise. You can charge Julie? Oh my god, you can charge Julie. I do think we cut Iru. I think we have to make the deck like, we want to draw as many cards in this hand that like are playable. And unfortunately, we don't have a lot of money. Like, I think we need to get fermenters in here. Sync Step decks without Iru makes me sad. No, I hear you. But like, I'm also not hearing you. Julie's not equals fast? No, but like, we want to try her. 47. Okay, we have to cut some cards. Why is this still in here? Come on. You seem to have 3 too many Liberty. No. Liberty is our best credit kiting target. I don't know what you're talking about. It's really good. All right, this is our opening hand. It's not very good. Steel Skin. That's really bad. That's a really bad opening. This is okay. We could do Sure Gamble. We could Amakua, Dirty Laundry, whatever. Draw card. Probably should have done that first. First, second, we drew all our breakers. That's ugly. Install Earthrise. Okay, Seb doesn't fire. Now we're cooking. Imagine installing an Earthrise for 4 when we can install it for less than that. It's not very good. Cut Manuel, though. I think we need Manuel for a bit of pressure. I actually like Manuel. The problem is as soon as we cut Manuel, we have no reason to run for the whole game. That's a good point. Okay. Things that this Valentina is an econ card. A better econ card is Fermenter. Should we play Fermenter? We should. I think Manuel should be in the deck, but I think we want just the deck to work before, like, we put pressure in it. Don't. We have too many viruses? How do we just get more money in the deck? Figured it out. Okay, this hand's good. Draw. Sure Gamble. Probably draw again. Dirty Laundry. Whatever. We have this combo very soon. We can maybe afford them all soon. Oh, we're not playing Miss Bones because we're playing 3 credit kitings. Oh, we don't have Miss Bones. Yeah, we probably need that. All right, in the interest of time, we're going to try and install something really cheaply. What about Taka? Taka's fine. I just don't think we're that good at getting our programs down quickly, but Taka's probably fine. Valentina instantly removing the tag you take is pretty nice, though, but only on threat 3. Only on threat 3. I hear you. And having a Valentina as like a card that goes into your bin with practice, like, Valentina's not bad. It's just like in the early game, Valentina is simply an econ card, a substandard econ card, and she's not good until threat 3. And I don't think our deck can afford to have more cards that are bad in the opening hand. That's the way I see Seb. Like, the problem with Seb is there's so many cards that are good in like weird, intricate combinations that don't organically show up when you lose to turn 6 on PD. For so much effort, I finally put Julie into deck. Yeah, I know. We don't even have Proco in there. Oh, swap sides. Swap sides. Swap sides. Swap sides. Sorry, Solomir. I didn't even name the deck. Oh, I don't want to play against this deck, Solomir. I know. I've played against this. Best of luck, have fun. So this one's on harmonics. Our opening hand's fine. Like Cleaver beats the harmonic barrier. I mean, we'll keep it. It doesn't have a credit guiding in it. This is a fine matchup for Amina, I think. It might be hard to make runs though, because this deck actually has a lot of ice. By the way, Spain 2-1 France. Is that the Euro Cup? I don't think we care. I found the worst time to run into that. It was on click 2. All right, it had to be Rashida there. That's fine. That's a good one for Gatekeeper. What, paying 7 plus playing 4? All right, so if this Steel Skin hits a credit cutting, we are winning the game so hard. The first time each turn? The first time? What the hell? Imagine we had an Amina here. I mean, I'm still going to do it, but I want a connection. Wait. No, this is too rich for us. That's another Rashida. That's a problem. So we have to make our run now. So maybe we shouldn't have drawn. Because if we do Dirty Laundry, we can consider doing Dirty Laundry. And then just credit cutting the Maw, installing the DJ Fenders for 1. And if they trash it, they trash it. I know you will float a tag. I think it might be okay unless that's a Rashida. If that's a Rashida, it's pretty bad for us. But if he trashes the DJ Fenders, I think we're actually okay with it. I mean, this is such a good line. Like, he has to trash a card. And 2 credits. That's most of his money. Shit, he has money. Imagine raindrops instead of Dirty Laundry. A Dirty Laundry is way better. He probably should trash it, but I think he's going to ice it up. Yeah, that makes more sense. So we'll draw. He can't res a bloop yet. But now we just have to put the pressure on. So what do we have in our heap? Probably those two. We'll just force some reses here. That's not good. Where's our Orca? It's okay. We'll probably still get a Maw here. That puts a Rashida back, maybe in server 4. Why clear the tag? Click 1? You're right. We didn't need to. So that's a Rashida. That's not good. We're going to do it anyways. Maybe it's, well, he can res 2 cards in a heap. There's no way he gives us a credit cutting, right? There's no way. That's probably not right. I think we're going to get the Steel Skin here. It'd be so funny if he gives the credit kiting. Oh, he does. MIC, we Maw unknown card. So funny, respect. This looks like a bit too little too late. We're just gonna struggle to find. I wish. How did I do that? Did you see that? I tried to type I wish and it clicked for a credit. I mean, I guess. What happened there? Why did it click? Are there shortcuts? Boom, size and time. Yeah, you wished. Spacebar clicks for credit. Spacebar clicks for a credit, Wiki. For real. I've been out here playing against PE, clicking like a fool. I could have just been mashing the spacebar. Oh, wow. It does default action. I can make default action. Like I can play Steve Cambridge. Can I map default action to run HQ? And I just hit the spacebar. Is Solomir not Rashiding? Not Rashiding. Rashiding is in hand. Uh-oh. That's an agenda. So he put an agenda from hand here. Now we don't have... Brandon was so upset when it accidentally happened in an Oracle game. Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, at least you can undo a click for credit, right? So when we used to play on Octagon, everything was like keyboard shortcuts for better for worse. So like you did feel like a hacker in some way. I don't know what to do here. Like, look at this hand. Look at this board state. Like, I think we just pressure. Here, if it's a pulse, at least he loses all his money. Devil action undo click sounds like the plan. You're not wrong. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I totally forgot we're playing against Thule. I totally forgot that. I think we'd rather get a Maw here. Do we want to trash that? No. I think we should just draw and discard Hannah, maybe. Oh, actually, no, probably not Hannah. Probably Scrubber. Sorry. Because we're going to get the Earthrise tag. Let's see if he scores out here, unless it's an off-rolled. Octagon the shape? Kind of, yeah. 0 agenda points to 0 agenda point. No reason not to not get the Maw. Hey, David. You tell me you don't already have an undo click macro? I really wish. I need to talk to Josh about how he's getting t-shirts for Can Nats. Because I think that might be a fun thing to make like stuff for, where you can sell them in person and make back. Like, I just want to make the money back from the t-shirts. I want the undo click t-shirt. Install credit? Uh-oh. So this wasn't rezzed on 3, but we also not scoring out. I'm worried. So that's a Daniela. I'm worried that this is the big 5-3 that does core damage to us. So on 5 credits, what were we worried about? Nothing. Someone fax or I hide the idea. Wow. That's probably bad for us. Don't worry, we'll find our 1 Orca in 33 cards. At least he might not be able to score this out unless he puts an upgrade in there, but we can't run this anymore. Someone who wants to afford worlds, what's the demand for Netrunner themed clothing? I think it's pretty high, Cat. I think the fact that NSG hasn't made their merch accessible globally is like such a massive mistake if they want money. Like such a massive mistake. We have to trash that. Okay. Hannah, it's not really worth using super aggressively. I think we just draw remove tag. Or sure gamble remove tag. I don't think we died from taking 2 damage in the remote server. I didn't buy the Netrunner beanies at UK Nats. Highly regret it. Yeah, the beanies are great. Salvo Jupestad? Oh, in theory, yeah. We could die to Salvo Jupestad. Solomir just doesn't have the money for it. It is a Salvo. Oh, oh, this is a punitive list. I totally forgot. Yeah, okay. Everything is 5-3s. Free Brawn, best Brawn. We don't know what that is. All right, we've drawn every breaker besides the one we need. Now, Buzzsaw actually cracks the server relatively well. I wish we had the Scrubber, weirdly enough. So we need to get slightly more money, because we can do MI Buzzsaw, we can break this, and we can take the server down. Solomir can res Managarm, so I don't really want to just like dirty laundry it. But that's a Rashida, right? So we have to deal with that. I wasn't being serious about Jupestad. No, but this deck could be on Jupestad. So this is a Rashida. This is a Daniela. Like, look at us playing. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. I know we got information here, but like. That should have been that, strictly. So if he reses the Daniela, it's like slightly annoying. Imagine we had to install an Amina to break this. At least it would have been okay. So if he reses the Managarm, it's expensive. If he reses the Daniela, it's expensive. We just need to trash the Rashida. This is Rashida. This is a Mr. Hendrick. Oh. Lose 3 clicks or take a single core damage. He has no more money. I think we'll take a single core damage. The problem is if it hits the dirty laundry or hits the cleaver, both of them are relatively bad for us. Can we afford to lose the cleaver? Yeah, we sort of can. We have 3 practices and we're on threat 3. It gets a maw too, but it would anyways. Okay, let's just get some money. Yeah, it's a punitive deck. Cool. So we played against this deck before. It was on more harmonics. Maybe there's a chance that he's moved off of harmonics. But right now it's like Seb is doing way less than Hoshiko would possibly do. So 1 core damage means there's 3 2s. We just need to touch cards cheaply. We can always pay 2 cards to touch this to get a mob, but... Oh, I didn't. You're right. Daniela? Yeah, cool. Thanks. Yeah, we have to touch every single card. So it's Hendrik, Daniela. So the order of accessing, if we think there's an agenda, we hit the agenda first, then the Hendrik, so that we have fewer clicks to lose. Earthride's been really good. There's a Praxis. So the question is if he can res the Archives Ice. Like if it is a barrier on Archives, yeah, we do actually have problems. I think we have big problems. Unfortunately here, Privilege Access is not very good with our hand. Now it's getting better. Now it's getting a fair bit better. So we probably need to use the Aquaceres crew to open up R&D. So I think here we can take a turn off. The best thing we could have got is a Miss Bones. Like imagine we had a Miss Bones instead of a Scrubber, right? Like we would have trashed this whole server. Such is the difference between Miss Bones and Scrubber. Right? Like Scrubber is a click. Oh, right. We've hand size, whatever. Is a click to be credit neutral on that turn. It's so much harder to get consistent value from Scrubber. It's bad because he has money. Now it's really bad because he has a lot of money. Another credit writing, another Earthrise Hotel. So we can Aquaceres crew through R&D to punch open for Amakua. I think that's probably it. That we install Amakua. It's a shame the Steve is going to be pretty bad. We could have considered early also Steving for Los, which is fine, especially if we thought he was on harmonics because he reses and derez. I don't think Ms. Bones is surviving rotation. No, she's definitely not. And it's interesting to see like how the trash cost of assets have come down. So does that mean, are we going to get Miss Bones replumped or not? So if we install Amakua, we go down to 4. We install the Aquaceres crew, we go down to 2, right? 3, 4, 5, we go down to 2. If we use the Aquaceres crew, we go down to 0, which means you can't crack friend of a friend, which is the way we recover. If this is a Rashida or Spin Doctor, it's really annoying because R&D is now easy to repair and we're overextended. We're spending so many resources just to deal with a drafter. Don't love it. So now we do Amakua, Aquaceres crew. Hannah. No, that's bad too. Need to find Orca? Yeah, a year ago we need to find Orca. Mr. Calcium? I don't know what that is, Brennan. Oh, I see. Ms. Bones. Got it. Figured it out. Do we risk running Archives? The worst case is another drafter. I mean, maybe? Is it that good for us? We would need to Amakua first. Yeah, okay, let's try it. Madame Cartilage. Madame Cartilage. I don't think Archives is worth it. I think with the Amakua it is. Like, we're technically still contesting this server. Oh shit, you get to threat 3 really fast. It's a Spin Doctor. Okay. So here we can spend a leech counter to get a leech counter. Doesn't make a lot of sense. He has to crack this or we get Amakua and or Ma. But we're so far behind. It's like our abilities are not doing anything. Oh, you're right. We would have gotten a leech and an Amakua. Yeah, so we would be ahead. Oh, wow. That's a really rough choice having this many hand. I keep forgetting we're on 4 hand size. Why not motorbike it? Oh my God. Hey. Hey, Gyro. Yeah, strictly correct. I'm tilting. That means we have a click to install something. Like, do we play money for friend of a friend? I think we do. I hate this. This is so bad. Andre's already tilted. We've been playing Seb all day, and it's just like an uphill struggle into an uphill struggle. Right? Like, our corporation's putting things on this table, and like the amount of work we need to contest it is it's something else. Mind you, Raindrops Cut Stone's really good. Or not Raindrops, sorry. Light the Fire is really good in the modern meta. And it's not just this. This is definitely part of it. Taking a core damage in this matchup is probably, you know, a look, but let's go. Oh, we still have to take another tag? Oh, this is really bad. Oh, this is really quite bad. Because this is 3 strength. Yeah, we need to run archives. Crack Hannah, practice, then run R&D. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. Praxis will get us a leech counter. No, Praxis breaks even. We don't get an Amakua counter. So I don't actually know what Praxis does. What does Praxis do? Because Praxis spends a leech counter to get a leech counter. We don't get an Amakua counter. I think we just like run archives. I think we just run archives. So maybe we didn't have to do that. Oh my god, this is so cursed. Like, this is the problem. It's like the amount of work you have to do to make Seb's card do the thing that you want them to do. It's really difficult. Wait, we still... this doesn't do anything. Like, now we can just pay 2 to break this unless there's a virus. At least you get a program back. Yeah, I don't think there's any program we want right now. Like, eventually the Cleaver, but I don't want to play 3 cards for a Cleaver. This was not a good idea. Like, now we're not Aqua Saracing. It's fine, he says. Well, that's frightening. Yeah, don't remind me, Seb. I know what I'm not doing. All right. You could trash it with Aro, yeah, but it's another tag and another 2 credits. Instead of turtling, yeah, but then we have to take a second tag. And then we're not getting, like, the tag is actually literally a tag. Right? You're totally right. Like, we need to get this ideally to 3. But if it's not a 3, okay. It's on game point. We did get a Maw. We finally drew delivery accounts as Julie. Oh, we're popping off. Oh, we're going to spend 8 credits to click for 4 credits once. Oh, my lord. If we're not contesting this, like, this is the whole beatdown thing that we did a video on yesterday. We literally cannot generate enough pressure running R&D before our opponent wins on server 1. Like, the amount of accesses and touches we need to make on R&D before our opponent just puts a card in server 1 means that this is not a play we can make. We have to camp this remote server. Unfortunately, we can't. So probably what we have to do here is some sort of value crime with Praxis. Propping friend to gain instead of removing tags is just minus 2 clicks feels awful. It's not always terrible, but it's not great. I keep thinking kudos, thanks for running Seb, we don't have to. It's a hard problem. A bunch of people are doing like relatively well at tournaments with this, so like don't take my doomer thoughts too seriously. Okay, so Julie hasn't fired yet. So if we get friend of a friend, we get a lot of money. Hannah gives us like 13 clicks. Scrubber is Scrubber. The problem is the only way we win is we contest this, which we need to do with Aqua Sarah's crew, and we need to probably get in there and trash stuff. If we had a miss Bones here and not a Scrubber, so be it. Scrubber feels so bad that I just wish Scrubber wasn't in the deck because it'd be less offensive. But if we get Scrubber down, We can run this and spend 2 credits to trash one of the cards after we face check into this terribly. So I think we have to go for the money play because we're also going to have to install a cleaver. All right, so at least here we get 5 credits and we get a free click. All right, we still have a whole turn to install liberated accounts. Draw. Draw. Like, this is not particularly fast HP deck. It's turn 10. And like, we don't have the money time for this. I think we just draw. More leech counters, Amakuwa counters or something, but okay. We still haven't drawn our one of Orca. With our Orca with credit kitings 2 in the bin, we actually have to pay 10 for Orca. Oh, man. This deck would be fine if it was 6 years ago. That's a Hendrick. Hey, free lib accounts is pretty sick. He has an agenda remote and agenda cage. There's definitely an agenda in the server. No matter what happens here, he's ahead. So we need to run it. The question is like, how big of a sentry is this? And how can we get more money faster? I don't think we can get more money faster. Like the best case scenario is we can, wait, no, we can't. We can Praxis Archives, install Aquaceres crew for free, install another friend of a friend, use friend of a friend to get a click. Yeah, I think we just have to do the value crime. 6 years ago was Mati meta. Hold on. Yeah, it was 6 years ago. Oops, I mean 9 years ago. We were 6 ago, you would have one long before this corp even started installing things. Okay, so Hannah's good, but we're gonna need some money. So this is, like, was that good? Was that good? I'm not actually sure that was good. What was Corset Netrunner like? There's some really strong win conditions. So just Corset, which I never really played competitively at Corset because obviously no one really did. There was a world championship with just the Corset, but like it's kind of nonsense. Sea Source, Scorched Earth just killed people. If you had more money than them and 3 combo cards, and there was no way in the Corset to trash operations from hand, you won the game. There was no way to dodge meat damage, so if you just had more money in the combo hand, you won. So Wayland was generally pretty good. Further than that, you had Magnum Opus, you had Account Siphon, so Econ Denial was pretty strong, and I think Runner Econ was pretty good. Jinteki Ice was terrible, but there were still strong win conditions. Yeah, the thing is with the Corset too, you didn't get a full play set, so like a lot of games were defined by like, did you draw your one Desperado, your one Sands City Grid to some extent? Like there was cards that were, you know, had impact. Wait, do we just trash this? It's expensive. Wait, so it's currently a 3 strength. We can make it 2 strength, 1 strength. Can take a tag. I think we trash it. It's the same cost. I'm not installing anything, Seb. Jinteki Ice are terrible. The more things change, the more. No, Jinteki has some good ice. Jinteki just doesn't have a flexible ice space. Not sure why resing the Hendrick. See the new card first. It's a Rashida. Okay, joke's on us. We don't know what this is. It's another Hendrick. Okay, we're going to take some core damage here. Wow, we have a lot of clicks left. So we're hoping that we're going to hit the ontological from hand. Do we trash this Hendrick? No, we're just never going to run the server again. Do you have to res this? No. Daniela. I mean, no, we're never running a server again. Trent Grid. So now this thing is a 2-2. So we'll just lose all our clicks here. It's fine. Multiple Hendricks being installable on the same remote is the worst crime Borealis committed. It's messed up. It is kind of messed up. Right? Like he's not even unique. It's not even unique. Force him to be rezzed. I don't think that changes much. It just allows them to misplay into Hermes. So Solimir now has a 2/2 agenda in the game. We're assuming that's another Hendrik. It could be Managarm, but we're gonna play around it like it's a Hendrik, and we just have so much work to do. The deck still has Ikawas. More core damage is a problem, but if Solimir ever holds a 3/2, so the best thing we have right now is Maw. Aquaceres crew. Wait, we wanted that. Oh yeah, right. We knew this was there. We should have trashed nothing. Oh, we trashed Rashida. We had to. Is Hendrik supposed to be Byron? No, they're just triplets. They're just 3 of them. They're just triplets, which is why they're not unique. All right, we have 3 clicks. This is a Hendrik. He can afford it. This is a Hendrik. We can't not touch it, so we can't run this in bounce. This is the sort of matchup that actually, if we had Maw, Amakua, and Aeneas in format, they would be making a lot of money here. So we have a tag to clear. So we should run this last click, or nearly last click. So I think we do friend of a friend, clear tag with friend of a friend. That gains a Julie click. Okay. All right, we're just running R&D. Trying to Maw some damage. If there's a virus here, actually, like, this thing will fire. So we should touch the deck first, I think. Trank, okay, Maw. Could be a Spin Doctor. Looks like it's a Hendrik. Pace 2. We'll lose our remaining click, and I think we'll trash this Hendrik. Discard down to 3. You got it. Julie, best card. Julie has been so aggressively mid. Right, like Julie has given us 3 clicks so far, and would it be better if we had a daily cast here? Yes. Would it be better if we had a Nuka here? Yes. Right, like the extra click is just, yeah, okay, good. He found it. GG. I think if we played good stuff Hoshiko, it would be better, but like, what a sentence to not say. It's good to hear that, because I got nothing. Yeah, we got nothing. I could see how this rig is scary, but like, we just don't have any way to deal with this, Miss Bones. Like, this is the most rig. I think Seb might be fired 3 times. To install, okay, wait. Organizer to install. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I fired 5 times? That's value, I guess. Thanks for the game. Close one. yeah. I fired Seb 5 times, Joe. Good game. But like, we were struggling to get any purchase. Like, this is the biggest issue, is our win condition currently is Maw, because we're not on twinning. And I know we cut Iru, I knew we cut Manuel, and we just cannot win off singles on R&D. Unless we can camp the remote server to such like control that like it's okay. Like maybe we're underselling ourselves. Maybe we could have just credit card liberated counts down and like played control on this. But like, you just can't beat 2 Hendricks. I think we need to light the fire. That still does core damage. And like, we still can't break sentries. I drew 4 of the 12 eyes to the top, like 8 cards of the deck. Oh, no way. Yeah, the 2 drafters were really good. We were hoping that there was anything else. I was assuming you're on harmonics, which I think you were last time. All right. Yeah, good games. Sorry about that. That was pretty rough. I know it can get a bit grumpy about it. We didn't even do some news. We'll do the news on Thursday. There's some good events. Mind you, this weekend, there's Intercontinentals. It is the Philly and NPC as well, which is going to be pretty wild. Oh, still have the Pulses. Cool. Pulses is a really good card. I think Pulses is undersung. Thanks so much for hanging out. After this, we're going to do some filming stuff again. The amount of time it takes to make the content on the channel. We put out a video yesterday. I'm pretty happy how it turned out. If you want to watch it, it's a replay review on the Corp side, which is something that was much requested, to talk about some Corp fundamentals, to understand the idea about like leading and following and initiative and making sure you're controlling the narrative of your own game. Otherwise, we'll be back on Thursday. Hopefully we have some 2 videos out next week, because there'll be no streams next week, but on Thursday we'll be here with Pat. And of course, a huge thank you to all the names here and more. Daily cast patrons as well, that allow me to have the time to put effort into this channel to make sure we're editing all this stuff. Getting grumpy is okay. Yeah, I know. Every once in a while we should, I think like next week we're probably going to play some of the more consistent tournament viable stuff, just because we get ready for nationals coming up. But every once in a while we'll try the stuff that doesn't work and get frustrated, which maybe we should keep that in mind. Controlling the message only for one specific corp. Hey yo. That's mostly it. We'll be back. Well, tonight we're recording. We'll be back on Thursday with Pat. And then we'll take a bit of a break for live content, just for a week. You got a lot of the setup for Seb done, but yeah, you're missing good ways to capitalize on the setup. Yeah, that's the problem. Is like Seb has no great way to run unless it's Hannah, which is a bummer because like Hoshiko inherently wants to run every turn, which means Ma is your identity ability, and we have no way to make it make sense. But I've been saying the same thing. I was waiting for the faction rundown. Oh my, yeah, okay, Andarm, let's do it really quick. I think I pronounced your name incorrectly the way that you told I would. Let's do the faction rundown really quickly. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through each faction and mention like the 5 cards. Actually, I'm not sure what we mean with faction rundown. What we'll do is we're going to mention like 3 or 4 cards for every faction in the standard format that you should keep in mind if you're coming to the standard format. The cards that are not in startup, that are in standard, and mostly I'm talking about FFG cards. I'm not very good at saying what's in startup that isn't in standard because startup to me is all the NSG cards. That's not entirely true. So I'm going to talk about the FFG cards that are worth knowing because those are the cards that you're probably the least familiar with. We're going to keep it very quick because it's actually a very small camp of cards because the only parts of this game that are legal that exist from FFG are Rain and Reverie and Katara and Red Sand. So we're going to go through these cards really quickly and we're going to shout out the cards that are worth knowing. Rain and Reverie is a big box of relatively great stuff. So in terms of the things that I think are worth knowing, and that doesn't mean that we're going over cards that are not unplayable or unplayable, but the cards that are worth keeping in mind when you're playing in a faction. I'm just going to open them really quickly and then we're going to go through them. This card's good. This card's sort of. Oops, is that it? No, there's more cards, right? Yeah, there's way more cards. None of these matter. This matters. We're getting there. Sorry for the fake out. This is good. This is good. Okay. Really quickly, Rain and Reverie. It has cards for every faction, which is cool. Just in no specific order besides the order they show up on the box. Cards you should consider looking at. Bankroll. It's a really cheap program that pays you to run. If you find out you're running a lot, why not? You can crack these at instant speed, which is pretty good. But if you're running a lot, why not make some money at the same time? This card shows up somewhat consistently in good stuff criminal decks. Bankroll is sick. Yeah, it's a very fun card. This is the sort of thing. It's like I wish we had something like this in Seb. I don't think we play this in Seb though. Miss Bones is one of the best cards in the game right now. If you're frustrated dealing with assets, it's hard to beat 2 influence that gives you 10 credits, considering you pay 2 for the 12 to trash stuff. Just fundamentally, most standard decks right now are playing at least 1 copy of Miss Bones. Some are playing 2. If you're criminal, I would not leave home without 2. This card's really good. Assets are very common, or not uncommon. Let's just say that. Cubon and Ika, these are cards that are only worth knowing if you're playing Trojan stuff. So Arasana, they're some of the not the best Trojans anymore, but very good Trojans to know. Cubon is an Econ Trojan, which there are almost none in the format, and then Ika is just a weird killer. It's notably the only Trojan you don't have to install straight on ice, so you can use this over and over again. This is not the most important thing to know. Next up, DJ Fenris. This is one of in almost every deck in the format besides Criminals, because it allows you to gain the text box of another identity from out of faction. The best G mods in the game right now are mostly Criminal, which is why you don't see this in Criminal, but any deck that wants to have a bit of pressure on HQ just puts on DJ Fenris and then runs and becomes Steve Cambridge, which basically says run HQ, draw a card. And not only a card, one of the best cards you've already played the game. So very, very good. DJ Fenris is, for 1 influence, totally fair. Sports Metal is a good HB identity that's just like fundamentally just good. It's hard to build a bad Sports Metal deck. You can take any HB deck largely and play Sports Metal and it'll be fine. Look at the good Sports Metal archetypes. I think it's a fun ID because it's very interesting because you have to make very important decisions. But Sports Metal has been a very comfort pick for a lot of people. You generally play a lot of 1-pointers, like smaller agendas as well to make this annoying, but Sports Metal is just like gas. Gatekeeper, just a good code gate. You saw this today if you're watching. It is one of the best mid-strength code gates, and it's a very interesting design because this +6 strength for a single turn is very valuable, and it helps you in the early game to deal with flood and just draw cards. A very cool design of a card. Thimble Rig, this is the only cheap end the run code gate you have in Jinteki, and it has good flexibility. Just keep that in mind. The Jinteki Ice Pool is unfortunately way too favoring net damage, and sometimes you just need fundamental workhorse cards. Hydra, this is the big scary sentry, the higher end of NBN Ice. This is not as common as it used to be because a lot of Shaper decks can cheat through this for 3 credits. But if you want to play NBN Glacier, start at 3x Hydra. It's very, very good. In the modern meta, it's a bit difficult. Outfit, there's a reason Wayland to get bad publicity. It's a fun identity. Bad publicity is good. And this is a really good card that if you're getting this in Outfit, it's a click for 10 credit button. It's just kind of nice. Let's go on to the next set of cards you should know really quickly going through it. I'm not opening Malia. I know it's important, but it's not the most important. AC Group's good. These cards are important, not important, important. Again, FFG cards, they're very inconsistent, way more than in NSG, so there's a lot of cards that are not worth knowing. No. Sort of. Okay, but not really. Sorry, we're doing this live. Of course we are. I don't think any of this matters. Don't at me. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This is banned. This is fine. This is very important. Oh, runner cards. Forgot. They were in here. Half of them. Trojan does? Nah, Trojan's not real. It'll like, I want to show up cards that you have to worry about. Trojan shows up in like 1 in every 30 games you play. I don't think that's worth caring about. You only got so much precious headspace. You don't have to worry about the one that blows you out 1 out of every 30 games. Because when that happens, you learn about it. Okay, wow, not a lot. Ikoa project. This is generally 2 of in every HB deck because you want to play a 5-3 to some extent, because if you're only playing 2 pointers, it's hard to score to 7. So most HB decks will score 2 2-pointers and an Ikoa. Ikoa just has defensive text. The more you play, the more you remember that when you're accessing remote servers or central servers, you need to have a click and 2 credits. We were keeping that in mind when we were just playing the last HB game, but just a very good, solid defensive agenda. Asa Group. It's a good HB identity. I don't want to talk too much about this. Look up Asa Group decks, but this is one of the consistent good stuff HB decks that gives you some flexibility. 1 install puts down 2 cards. Can't go wrong with that. Back to your programming, a very powerful 5-3 Jinteki agenda. I think they have one of the best Jinteki 5-3 suites. When a runner steals this, you look at 7 cards from the top of your deck and literally do whatever you want with them. A lot of game plans involve throwing a bacterial programming into archives, and when the runner steals that, they look at 7, and then they can throw more cards into archives, which the runner is forced to access. So you end up in situations where you can give the runner 6 agenda points in a single turn, and then they can die to punitive. Even in the mid game when this fires, you basically draw a new hand, fix your hand, fix the top of R&D. Very, very powerful 5-3. Anansi. This is not as common as it used to be, but this is the scariest, generally, sentry that you can put in Jinteki besides Sais and Tan. And it's notable because if you cheat around this and don't break the subroutines, it hurts you, which actually makes it very troubling for a lot of decks that want to cheat around Ice. Nancy is a very expensive but very good card. Mani Sanai. This is one of the payoff cards for assets. The more horizontal you go, this thing can just like flip board states, because if agendas are scored or stolen, the runner has to pay more money to keep their cards on the table, and generally those decks care about getting credit differentials up. She has ridiculous numbers. 4 to trash, 2 to res, just favors the corporation. This card is, I'm surprised it didn't get banned out. Yeah, I think she's hella toxic. Asmari. If you ever want to just play good stuff NBN, you can put whatever you want in an Asmari shell. It doesn't matter what you're doing. The biggest thing about Asmari is that it's a 40 card minimum. So you can play a 44 card minimum, which means you can play a very, very consistent small deck, just like in System Gateway. It says when your turn ends, name a card type, gain 2 credits the first time the runner plays or installs a card of that type. Just say event, don't change your mind. As soon as you change your mind, the runner will play the event that they keep in their hand. Just don't change your mind. Play event. Don't worry about it. You don't have to be clever about it. Just call event. NGO Front and Rashida. NGO Front less so, but Rashida more so, are 2 pretty common neutral cards that you can put into any deck. NGO Front looks like an agenda. They run it, and instant speed, you gain 8 credits. That's pretty good. Otherwise, it's a soft econ card you can put on the table, but it's interesting. The most interesting card is Rashida Yahim is the closest to a 3 of staple in the format right now. It would be Spin Doctor, then Rashida, and then arguably Mavirus. It's very important you have cards to put into a remote server that aren't agendas. This is one of the best cards you can put on the table on turn 1, because 3 cards and 3 credits is amazing. Rashida, if you're not playing 3 of in your deck in standard format, you need a really good reason not to doing this. This is one of the best neutral cards ever printed. Hey, Auburn Apple, welcome to the stream. We're just wrapping up, doing a quick standard recap review of cards you should know. Diversion of funds. It's a criminal card. It's used to be the 3 of in every criminal deck. Some decks are playing fewer of these. Watch the replay review we did yesterday because we talk about this. But if you do not ice HQ on turn 1, they run HQ, they take your money, they make it yours. That's a terrible thing to happen to you as soon as turn 1 because you can't make any plays going to turn 2. So it's just a card you need to know is there because they'll come for your credits. This is a reprint of a old card from the original core set that was 2x, 3 times, actually probably 8 times as powerful as this. So this is definitely rained down, but it's still definitely worth knowing. Ngolo, not actually that common anymore. It's just nice to know this is here. Every once in a while it pops up, but it's a decoder that can also break other types of ice. Since Lopisomum came out, which does a similar thing, it's not that important, but it's nice to know Ngolo is a one-stop solution to break 2 ice. Certain decks really value that. Next up, only one more cycle to talk about FFG cards. I might come back to listen to stream on way to work tomorrow then. We've been going fast, so it's a pretty fast section to watch, but I think it might be worth a rewatch. All right, let's go through this really quickly. Cards I think are worth knowing. This one got banned, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about that. A lot of rough cards here. I watched the video, don't get doofed. Yeah, it's that simple. Just don't get doofed. Ugh. He cringes and clicks on the card. That's my Wenjong respect there with Data Loop. Some of these cards are very bad. This set is one of my least favorite sets in the history of the game because it's massively inconsistent in terms of not only power level, but just like quality control. Like there's typos, everything is just wrong. Like it is just a really bad part of Netrunner if you ask me, but there are some bangers in the set. There's just also like the highest concentration of cards that are unplayably awful. Which like there needs to be bad cards. They just shouldn't be most of them. Cards that are worth knowing. We're gonna not click on a single criminal. Oh no, one criminal card. That's cool. Oh, first time. I nailed it. Ooh, none of this matters. None of this is a good card. Oh wow, yeah, okay. So Red Sand Cycle, we went to Mars. MC Austerity Policy is a very unique card. When you click it, the runner loses a click on their turn. And when you click this on a later turn, when it has a lot of power counters, you gain 4 clicks. What can you do with 4 clicks? Literally whatever you want, including fast advance of 5/3 agenda. So you do install, advance, 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 advance. You can do that. This card is incredibly flexible. It shows up in a lot of spaces, even out of faction, because it is a very potent win condition, and it's also annoying, and it's only 1 to res, 3 to trash. Great stuff. Restore. Not super common. It's just worth noting. A lot of players like these flexibility tools. It's a card that says install and res a card from archives. Remove all copies from the game. So it's recursion, which is good for assets and upgrades. Even agendas. You can remove agendas from the game. Don't worry about it. Ag Infusion. This is the strongest pure glacier ability in the game besides arguably built to last. Not only do you have 17 influence, but you can force runners to reroute them off the servers they're running, stopping run events and forcing them into the ice that you've already resed. The nuance of how this text works is a bit unintuitive because you have to realize the difference between approach and encounter. You don't res ice on encounter, you res ice on approach, so your ice has to be already resed for this ability to be incredibly powerful, as opposed to just pretty powerful. Ag Infusion is a very good identity. Re-Education. This card comes and it goes. It's a 5/3 that has really goofy text. This card is not played for any honest reasons. This card is played because when the corporation scores this, they can take their hand, put it on the bottom of their deck, draw a new hand, and the runner, you just take your hand and put them on the bottom of your deck or somewhere, shuffle it in. I don't know what the text is. Why? It doesn't matter, because once you have no cards in hand, you just die. So there's a whole bunch of decks in the format right now that are as quickly as possible scoring out of Re-Education, getting you to no cards in hand and just doing 1 point of damage. It is what it is. It's probably not very fun. This is a 3/1 agenda that says when the corp trashes a card, when the runner trashes a corp card, give them a tag. I don't have to say more than that. Data Loop. Again, look at this bad formatting. Why is there an indentation there? Well, I don't care. It's an NBN Ice that on encounter forces cards out of the hand. That is a relevant ability for any deck that cares about cards in hand, that they want to hurt the runner. This card is not as consistent as it used to be in the standard format because there's a lot of ways to cheat around this active text, but otherwise it is a very valuable card if you care about an archetype that cares about cards in the runner's hand. Audacity, a busted card. Costs nothing. Costs nothing to play. I feel like Andre's got a lot spicier lately. I play Seb all day. I'm worked up. Okay, Cat? I want people to be excited about these cards. So Audacity is just a messed up powerful card. It costs nothing and it allows you to put 2 advancements on technically up to 2 cards, but 99% of the time you'll put 2 advancements on a single card. So this allows you to fast advance at 1 credit, a 3/2 or a 3/1 agenda from your hand. So you do install agenda, advance, Audacity. That wins games. If you can get to 5 points, and we lost to a game like this today, you get to 5 points, the corporation just does install advance Audacity for 1 credit, they win the game. It doesn't matter if you trash your whole HQ if you win the game, who cares? This is very powerful. This shows up in the deck list we talked about yesterday in the replay review, but this is one of the best Wayland cards from the FFG card pool. Maw, we played this today. It's just a very good console. It's nice that your console gives you 2 MU. It's a bit expensive, but this just gives you an absurd amount of pressure throughout the game. You're just ripping cards out of the corporation's hand as long as you're interacting with them. Notably, if you play this in person, this is the only card in Netrunner which requires you to produce dice, because you actually have to randomize this card while you're accessing, while you're seeing the card from HQ that you're accessing potentially. It's a bit of a rules nightmare, but it is the only card in Netrunner that requires you to bring die to the table. So still a very good card. Amakua. We also played this today. It's a criminal AI breaker that the more you're touching cards, the more you're exposing cards, and you don't really expose a lot of cards. It gets virus counters, and then it can break all ice, depending on how many virus counters it gets. This is probably the strongest card in the format that can provoke the corporation to purge, but Amaku is just very, 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 very good. Maw, it's a good rite of passage to get a game loss from it. It is. You will get a game loss because you incorrectly Maw. It'll just happen. Mad Dash. Very notable neutral card. It's worth an extra agenda point if you can run into an agenda with it. That is just a very powerful effect. It's a card that you should know is in the toolbox. It's a unique FFG card. It's a very, very, very powerful ability. I think this is, in some metas, one of the strongest cards in the game, and I played Netrunner when that was the case. It's not exactly right now, but it's getting there. That was it. I don't think you need to know Valentina. that is all the FFG cards. There's more to talk about Ashes for sure. We can get to that in the near future. Right now, I probably have to close the stream down, but those are the cards I think from the FFG card pool you should be aware of, as in both for deck building and understanding like, oh, they could have an Anansi. Maybe I'll still run. But that doesn't mean there's cards in there that are not interesting. Not all those cards are unplayable, but those are cards that you probably should know. Mad Dash into Mill, the agendas of the jam. Yeah, Stargate, Sabotage. There's a lot of way. I wonder if Re-Education should be played honestly. Like, it's not a bad effect. Hide agendas and tempo positive-ish. The problem is like Tron, a lot of times the worst time to draw is when you end your turn, right? So it's like hope for better, but I think NBN can do better than just hope the new hand is better. All right, that's it. Thanks for holding up. Hopefully that helped. You might want to watch that at slower speed. Oh, pronunciation guide's so good here. But we'll be back in a bit. I'm getting warm. I need to cool down, find some dinner because I need to do some recording in a couple hours. Take care, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Ciao.